Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? All right, you know what time it is. It's time for the CTR Media Network Podcasters live stream, where we're bringing you food for thought, thoughtful information, positivity, and things to not only help you in your business, but also help you in your life. Where we bring on some of the most amazing guests on our shows with our incredible hosts here to help you grow and motivate you to walk into your purpose. But before we get started, I want to give a shout out to our CTR Media Network. Yes, our CTR Media Network sponsor, which is the amazing Terry Coleman from Global Key Capital. And she provides lending opportunities that specialize in customizing financial solutions for all of you. They pride themselves on being the industry's most reliable and proven lending group. At Global Key Capital, their customers are their number one priority. They strive to provide all their clients with competitive pricing, unbeatable customer service, and stress-free processing. So if you are in the market for a new home or that investment property, give Global Key Capital a call and call Terry. Yes, Terry Coleman at 866-325-6267. Again, that name is Terry Coleman, and the number is 866-325-6267. Thank you for supporting CTR. We also have an amazing announcement today. CTR Media Network officially have our theme song on and popping. Thanks to T Swin, yes, for bringing together our vision of what CTR Media Network is all about and putting that with us working together, putting that into an amazing song. Because for those of you who do not know, yes, I am a 90s girl, so it has all the essence of who we are as a collective and also the vision pushing forward what I had in mind for CTR Media Network. So without further ado, let's go ahead and kick that theme song after we have this commercial break, and we'll get started with our CTR Media Network Podcasters live stream.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Also, I want to make mention, if you are a podcaster and you're looking for a new home to share your message literally with the world, as you can see, we are blessed to be able to be reaching 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 plus countries. We specialize in bringing you positive, impactful content by content creators who care. So if you are a podcaster or a live streamer and you would like to be a part of the CTR Media Network positive movement, just go to our website at ctrmedianetwork.com and click that contact us button so that we can see whether or not you are a right fit for CTR. So right now, a special shout out to T Swin for really bringing together the vision of what CTR Media Network is all about. We're going to kick our new CTR Media Network theme song. Thank you to Charade Unlimited. Thank you to Multifarious Productions, or Multifarious Studios, rather. And thank you for our amazing CTR Media Network podcasters, because we could not have done all of this without all of you. This is a movement. This is not about any one person. This is about the group spreading positivity, helping one person or group at a time. Make sure to check out all of our inspirational notebooks and things that we have on Amazon.com by simply searching CTR Media Network on Amazon, or you can just type in Dr. Tina J. Ramsay. Okay, that's Ramsay. We are so incredibly excited to play our song for you. We hope that you love it, which we know that you will. So after that, we will get started with our regular broadcasting.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah.
All right. And just like that, we are back, people. And now we're going to tune you into our regular broadcasting. Okay. We're so excited about everything that's happening with CTR. Make sure to tap in, get on the team. Make sure to watch us weekdays on social media, but you also can make it very easy for yourself by just simply going to ctrmedianetwork.com, and you can watch all of our shows airing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We actually run more like between 12 to 20 hours because we have some downtime where we have to reboot the system and all that good stuff like that. But just make sure to stay tapped into our website, and also make sure to follow us on all social media platforms. Yes, follow us on all social media platforms, because we have so much that's coming down the pipe, and we want to make sure that you are tapped in, tuned in, because there's so many opportunities that are out here for you, and we're doing our best to connect you with these opportunities. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in right now airing on our web TV. Yes, on our web TV, we have the Kim Jacobs Show. It's all about bringing balance, one household at a time. So enjoy the Kim Jacobs Show. After that, we have some other amazing shows that are actually playing on our network on web TV, on our website. And you can actually, when you go to our website, ctrmedianetwork.com, you can actually see what shows are actually going to be playing, what the topics are about, by simply clicking the arrow in the right corner. It will pop down a TV guide to let you know what is playing next. And you can plan your day around what you would like to watch. Okay. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring them on. You guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. This is CTR Media Network.
Different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Hello, everyone, again, and welcome to this episode of the Kim Jacobs Show. How are you, Dr. Mike Van Phelan?
I'm doing fabulous, Kim. How are you this morning?
I'm doing even better now that you're on this show and
Good.
virtually joining us here. You're joining us from Florida, if I'm not mistaken,
That's
right?
right. That's right. We just had the rocket launch at Kennedy Space Center like about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So
Awesome.
everything is good today here. Things are moving along.
And I know I saw yesterday on your Facebook page, I think, that you saw some dolphins and different things flying out of the water. You had a beautiful experience with some friends, right?
Yes, my best friends from Belgium came to visit, so I have to entertain them, right?
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
what a way to entertain. That's a way to entertain people for
That's
sure.
right.
And speaking of Belgium, you actually have an accent. So tell us about this accent.
Well, it's a Belgian accent. Exactly. I grew up in Belgium. Went to the University of Brussels there, did physical education and physical therapy, and ended up in the United States, in Florida, basically after I was traveling as a physical therapist and assistant coach with Belgian Olympic swimmers in preparation for the Atlanta Games in '96. So they ended up being short of therapists here. So a recruiter called me and he basically said, "Do you want to, work in America?" I said, "Sure." He said, "Where do you want to work?" I said, "Fort Lauderdale." And the reason for that was, Kim, is because that's where we did our training camps. I was in my 20s and I knew all the bars, right?
Okay. So the truth comes out, right?
I was in my 20s. That's the excuse. I was in my 20s. So 2 weeks later, he said, "I don't have anything in Fort Lauderdale, but I have something in Ormond Beach." So I go, "Excuse me?" He says, "Ormond Beach." I say, "I don't know where that is, but the beach sounds fine." And that's how I ended up here in 1997.
Oh, wow. What an amazing story. Okay. That's a great way to end up here in the United States. And so what is the comparison from your perspective in coming from Belgium and coming to Ormond Beach in Florida? Is there any comparisons?
Well, every place got the pros and cons, and there's not many cultural differences, but there's a few. So I just had to adjust a little bit. But the United States certainly was, I don't know if it still is, the land of opportunity. But it was the American dream at the time for sure. I saved $400, packed my backpack, and came here. That's how I came here. $400 in a backpack in 1997.
Wow. And you really took advantage of the American dream and made it become, you owned it. I think that's the best way to say it.
Well, I didn't have a mentor or anything like that. So obviously when I started, into small business, I had to learn quickly, got taken advantage of a few times. And my motto quickly became, I never lose, I win or I learn. And so I didn't really mind. I just, fell down a few times, got back up, learned something and did it again, and learned many lessons. But, that's how I actually became a mentor. I'm a part in my life where I feel I can help people prevent those pitfalls and speed up their way to reach their highest potential, knowing what I've been through, because I believe a mentor or surrounding yourself with a team of experts is the only way to get to your highest potential.
I love it. I love it. Look, everybody, I'm going to formally introduce you to this, in my opinion, biohacking expert, Dr. Mike. He is a PhD in holistic nutrition, a doctor of oriental medicine, licensed physical therapist, licensed acupuncture physician, a Bachelor of Science in Professional Health Studies, a Bachelor of Science in Physical Education, an expert in regenerative medicine, and certified in Chinese herbal medicine, homeopathy, toxicology, injection therapy, you name it. I mean, it's like all kinds of things. And this non-invasive cosmetic procedures. He's an international keynote speaker, author, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and a world record holder in swimming. So we have someone here today that's going to tell us not just book knowledge, but real life experiences of how biohacking from his perspective and how it works and how he's going to break this thing down for us, right?
Sure.
I'm excited about it. Okay. So everybody listen, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to hear from Dr. Mike right after this break.
I'm attorney Charles Everidge. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
Dr. Mike here today. And I am excited because we're going to find out more about, first of all, how did you even get involved in natural medicines? That's what I would like to know. The natural
Well, good
medicine.
question. I actually came here, like I said, in '97 as a licensed physical therapist. That's how I got here. And then basically, I worked at a clinic at one point where they also did acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine. And I kind of witnessed that the results by combining those were better than physical therapy alone. So I got really interested, went back to school to the Florida College of Integrative Medicine, a 3-year program, got my license in acupuncture, doctor of Oriental Medicine, homeopathy, all that kind of stuff that you mentioned. And then I started applying those therapies to probably 1,000 patients. And then I got frustrated and I said, look, these alternative, as they call them, which they're not the original therapies and medicines, of course, but, they are obviously less harmful than conventional medicine, meaning surgeries and drugs. But I felt it didn't give the lasting results either. So I had to go back to basics. And what I did is I got my PhD in holistic nutrition. And I also looked at Mother Nature to see what the animals in the wild were doing, because Mother Nature never lies. And so by doing that, I really, figured out what the truths are about health. And I'm very confident I can help people, number one, regain control of their health and balance their bodies and their minds and their spirits, and get into then the next step, get into optimal health, meaning they need to be in control of their physical, emotional, mental, spiritual well-being, and they need to be strong and vital. And then number three, Kim, is the biohacking, because biohacking then basically means is we're in optimal health, but what we want to do next now is we want to reverse our biological age objectively. So that's kind of how I got into this, figuring out how to help people really. And I've been very successful with approaching the animal world and seeing what they're doing and applying the basic principles of human life.
That's good. Okay. So I know we had some research done. One of my team members got some things from PubMed, .ncbi NLM NIH.gov. And so they're looking here at the effects of electromagnetic radiation on health and immune function of operators. And there's a whole abstract and everything here is very detailed. But when I was researching this, I wanted to kind of find out from you, when it comes to electromagnetic radiation, and you said that's an invisible threat, that's what's on our flyer here today. I wanted to talk a little bit about that from your perspective.
Yeah, sure. When we talk about health, I'll just take one step back so it makes sense. When we talk about health, our body constantly is exposed to toxins, whether we ingest them through food or drinks, or whether they come from the environment, right? But in a healthy body, our body eliminates those toxins, so no harm is done. However, in today's society, with whatever we're exposed to, our bodies cannot keep up with the elimination of those toxins. So now those toxins accumulate in the body, and we call that toxemia. And these toxins in our body, they cause two major things: free radical damage and systemic inflammation, which even conventional medicine agrees is the cause of all disease, right? So what we need to do, and this is simplistic, but what we need to do as humans to stay healthy and not get any disease is we need to simultaneously reduce the exposure and the intake of toxins and increase the nutrients that fight free radical damage, repair DNA, and fight systemic inflammation. So when it comes to this electromagnetic frequency and radiation, Kim, it contributes to the toxemia. It adds even more toxins to our body. And most people don't recognize it or think it doesn't exist because, again, it's like you said, my title is The Invisible Threat. It's invisible. We can't see it. We can't hear it. We can't touch it. We can smell it. So usually as humans, we think it doesn't exist, right? But you just mentioned one research study. There's over 30,000 peer-reviewed scientific studies that show that not only ionizing radiation, but also non-ionizing coming from our cell phones, smart appliances, Bluetooths, routers, etc., causes damage on a DNA level, causes disease and cancer. So that's the research out there. For those people that really want to look at the research, there's actually one great website that compiles all the research. It's called emf-portal.org/en, if you want it in English. So it's emf-portal.org/en. You got all those 30,000 studies, and each month the new studies are featured, the ones that are just coming out, so you can keep up with this. But scientists now agree that non-ionizing radiation, mouthful right there, is very harmful to our bodies, adding to that toxemia.
Wow. Yeah, because in here, this particular one says that the complaint was giddiness, tiredness, dizziness, amnesia, all kinds of different effects, headache increase. So it's so many different. I'm not going to go through every detail of it. I'll just put the links there for you all to research it at your own time. But I know that you actually, I'm glad you broke that down for everyone. And I know that you recently spoke at a conference and you were talking about how health is freedom. And I wanted you to even talk more from that perspective too, on why you're saying that as your main mantra when you're talking.
Well, that's kind of my movement, the health freedom movement. And basically it's kind of creating awareness that we really don't have to depend on our doctors anymore. We can blame our doctors. We can blame our healthcare professionals. We can blame our parents. We can blame the FDA. We can blame the CDC. We can blame the big pharma. We can blame the fake commercials on the news. But ultimately, it's our responsibility to take control of our health and of the health of our loved ones. That's what we need to do. And so we either can choose to be healthy and happy, or we can choose to be sick and sad. And quite frankly, the choice is yours. So you just need to make that decision that you need to take care of your own body. And so it's people like myself, I'm a mentor, but many health coaches and also functional medicine doctors, that if you don't know how, we can guide you in the right direction. You obviously need to acquire some basic knowledge, acquire the skills, and then you can take care of yourself and get yourself up to optimal health, Kim.
That's good. Good. And people are commenting over in the comment section. Thank you all so much for being in the virtual studio audience today. I see Dr. Lotus Richer, who is from the Lotus Richer Ignites program. And you say EMFR is so dangerous. Thank God for this information. I am thoroughly impressed by what's already being shared. So please make sure you all share this broadcast with people that you all know to be educated today. Wow. Okay. So I also see that Tracy Randolph, who is the Reset Coach, says, "Great morning to you both. I live for this information." She had cancer, was diagnosed with cancer, and went into a whole reset journey, Dr. Mike. And so she says she agrees with everything that you are sharing today. And the portal that you talked about, that all of these studies are located on, is emf-portal.org/EM.
No, EN. As in English.
Oh, okay. I'll put that up. Again, and let me get rid of some of this stuff, because I cannot make a mistake and put some stuff that people put over here. I see you out there. Don't get me wrong. I see you, and you're making your comments and stuff that are forbidden here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Some of you are being naughty. Okay. All right. So when I'm trying to visualize, Dr. Mike, how you decided you went into this journey. It's become a passion of yours. You've actually even written a book about it. And so it's a deep dive on why you choose this particular topic. But I'm trying to visualize why outside of all of these studies. I mean, I've read many studies about this too, but it's not like my thing that I have to go and tell the whole world about it. You have made this your passion, and you've written a book about it for real. So what do you hope to accomplish by spreading this awareness to people? Are you looking to personally help people, or is it just that you're just spreading awareness? Or do you have a clinic that you focus on people? Talk to me.
Yeah. Well, Kim, I got 7 or 8 books now, and this just really got my attention. Like,
Okay.
during COVID, it got my attention, and I wanted to know more about it for myself, because I know it's out there, but then the question is, how do we shield ourselves from it? How do we mitigate it? How do we reduce the exposure to it? And so that's what I wanted to share with the readers and with listeners and with my audience. Because this book is not just explaining how dangerous it is, but it basically is a do-it-yourself guide, meaning there's hundreds and hundreds of little things, tips, and strategies in there, what we can do inside of the house, outside of the house, and to protect and shield ourselves from this magnetic radiation so we can lower the toxemia. So it's basically full of tips and strategies that we can implement at no or low cost ourselves inside our homes to protect ourselves from this invisible threat. But yeah, what I do is I mentor people generally in health. And this is just part of it because it's an exponential increasing threat. So we really need to do something about it. Otherwise, again, these toxins are going to cause a lot of disease and cancer. So it's one of those crucial things today that we need to mitigate. And therefore, this last book, Kim.
I'm grateful for that. And it's very nicely priced on Amazon, everybody. So you definitely is a no-brainer. Get the book and apply, literally go step by step and apply some of the strategies that's being shared in the book that will help you be able to kind of hack your own system and get things back synced in alignment, if that makes sense. So I'm excited about what's being shared here today. And so when we come back, we're going to learn more about our nutrition, our health, supplements, things that will help us better gain control of this thing called life. And we're here, we're walking on this earth. We have one life to live here, and we need to be able to manage it accordingly, and especially according to what Dr. Mike is sharing with us today. So we will be right back, and we're going to learn more from this mastermind. And I consider him a mastermind. He's teaching us some great things today. We'll be right back, everybody. Wow.
It's not just another day. It's a brand new day, full of all the fun, love, and laughter you and your family create. Silver Shield Security understands feeling at home means feeling safe and happy. No credit checks, no contracts. We offer payment arrangements, and we'll even give you a free door camera. Find out how we can brighten your day even more at silvershield-security.com. Silver Shield Security.
We're talking with Dr. Mike Van Thielen here today, and we're talking about that invisible threat of electromagnetic radiation and how we can do some biohacking. So you say really, though, that we don't have to be health freaks, and that's some of the wording that I've pulled from something I've heard you say before. Talk to us about that theory. We don't have to be all the way to the right or left, but just somewhere where you're going to teach.
That's right, Kim. People assume that I'm a health freak and that I eat 100% clean, and I do. But the best way to explain it is explain health from a different perspective, so people and listeners get a little bit of aha moments, right?
Okay.
So let's do that. So our body has an approximate 75 trillion cells. So that's an incomprehensible number because that's more than the stars in the entire galaxy, right?
Right.
But now each and every one of those cells performs a few million chemical reactions per second. So if you want to know how many chemical reactions that occur in our body at any given second, we simply have to multiply 75 trillion with a few million. So next time somebody asks you if you're busy, Kim, you say, yes, extremely. Okay.
Right.
Now, each and every one of those cells has 100,000 receptors on its outer membrane. And we also have inside the cell, we have the RNA, the messenger. So the RNA constantly yells at those receptors like, hey, we need vitamin C or we need omega-3 for the cell to do what? Replenish, repair, renew itself. So that messenger constantly tells the receptors to stick out their neck in the extracellular environment and look for that vitamin C. Now, if due to our SAD, standard American diet, that vitamin C is not available, then the cell will have to settle for less compatible, less potent nutrients. So it's like when you have an original copy and you make a copy of a copy of a copy, you can't read it anymore.
Right, right.
So it's the same with our cells. They're forced to use, less potent nutrients, and therefore we're going to end up with degeneration and mutation, which is disease and cancer, right? So just by understanding that little bit, you can now say you don't have to be a health freak. But what you need to do is you need to provide your body with all the essential nutrients it needs on a daily basis. And if you do that, then it's okay to have that taco on Tuesday or that pizza on Friday or that beer.
Can I get a chocolate chip cookie every once in a while, Dr.
Yes, sure. Make sure it's Belgian chocolate, so it's better.
Oh, Belgian. Okay, then I'm good. Right. Giardelli, is that close enough or no?
Yeah, good enough. It's Europe. It's Europe. So the problem with most of us is that we only eat man-made foods that are loaded with toxins and empty of nutrients. And therefore, our body does not have the choice. And that's where degeneration and mutation comes in. But if you assure your body that you get all the good stuff on a daily basis, only then it's okay to have some bad stuff, Kim.
Okay. And so where do you recommend people get these good things? Is it from fruits, vegetables, supplements? Talk to us about where you recommend.
Yes, well,
I already know the answer.
The answer is Mother Nature. The answer is Mother Nature, right? So yes, you need your fruits, your vegetables. Now, obviously, it's hard to get big amounts of that on a daily basis.
Right.
So, I like juicing because juicing is much easier to get, like 6 cucumbers, 6 apples, cilantro, kale. I mean, who's going to eat all that? But you can drink it and you get it all inside of you. So juicing to me is a very easy way to get lots of nutrients from Mother Nature in your body. Then there obviously are what we call high quality supplements, right? So high quality supplements, a lot of people ask me all the time, are supplements really necessary? And unfortunately you have to say yes, because they kind of become an insurance policy for us to stay healthy. Because again, we're exposed to far more toxins than ever before. The top 3 reasons would be these, Kim. Number 1, we don't grow our own food in our backyard anymore, right? We don't have the time. There are things like aquaponics and hydroponics that people should look into. But practically speaking, if we go to the farmer's market or we go to the organic section in our supermarkets, there's a time that has lapsed between harvest and consumption. And so during that time, even if we eat wholesome organic foods, a lot of the nutrients are lost. For example, did you know that asparagus loses 90% of its vitamin C in just 1 week of storage? If you pick an apple from a branch, within 30 minutes, 50% of the enzymes are gone. So I
didn't know this. Who knew? Yeah. I mean, wait. And in the studio audience, tell me, please, if you knew this, then you're definitely much better than me. I had no idea of what you're saying right now. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not saying don't buy organic wholesome. I do. You have to. But you still have to be aware that you didn't get it out of your own yard. And therefore, a lot of nutrients are lost already between harvest and consumption. So that's one reason for supplements. The other one is, our soils are depleted from minerals and essential nutrients. Because after World War II, farmers started to use NPK fertilizers. That's only 3 minerals. Our body needs 70, 80, 90 minerals to function optimally. So again, that's reason number 2, we need high quality supplements. And number 3, we don't live in pristine areas anymore. We live in cities and towns, and we're exposed to much more environmental toxins, polluted air, polluted water, the exhaust fumes from the vehicles, the chlorine fumes from our shower, our household products, and beauty products, and electromagnetic radiation from our Bluetooth devices, cell phones, smart appliances, etc. So we have to deal with a lot more toxins than ever before. Our human body is not made to deal with that much because we are used to be in the pristine areas,
right,
chasing the sable tiger, and we're not. So therefore, again, high quality supplements become an insurance policy for those top 3 reasons.
Wow. Okay. So I have here juicing is necessary. Supplements are a requirement from your perspective as well. I'm just looking over here at the comments. And then you also said that you said 3 reasons. I was trying to type them while you were saying them. I see you, Dr. Zakia.
who says that definitely juicing is a plus in Mother Nature, hashtagging Mother Nature. And someone, lots of nutrients are lost from harvest to consumption was one of your points. And then you made point number 2. What was point number 2 one more time, Dr. Mike?
That, you know, a lot of nutrients are lost from harvest to consumption, but often the soil that our fruits and vegetables harvested is depleted. So then obviously our fruits and vegetables are also lacking those nutrients. You know?
Okay, wow. These are, so now at least this gives us an understanding of why we need to be able to supplement so that we can get rid of some of the toxins in our bodies. And here, so we don't live in pristine areas anymore. These are all things you can go back. If you're taking notes on the show today, these are some great notes. And then also just getting the book itself and learning more on how you can apply some of the tips that are there. And the soil is depleted. We're talking with Dr. Mike Van Thielen today about his theory. And I think it's pretty much a good theory. And again, the views expressed are the views that we're personally sharing. Doesn't always reflect that of Believing Your Dreams Network or CTR Media Network or the Kim Jacobs Show and all of that good stuff. But these are our personal views, and I'm enjoying hearing that of Dr. Mike today. So what else would you say is something that people need to know pertaining to biohacking? And that's its own topic in itself. So what do you want to talk about regarding that?
Biohacking is a very broad and amorphous term that basically covers a wide variety of activities or therapies, but with the intent to upgrade our body, our brain, and our human life. And so, I mean, it encompasses many different things. But to me, there's 3 steps to biohacking. Number 1, you need to regain control of your health first and get back to quote unquote normal. So if you have a few extra pounds, or if you are diagnosed with any disease or take any medicines, first thing we need to do is balance your body and resolve that pain and those medical conditions so we can get you back to normal. Second step is we need to get you to optimal health. That's the second step. We need to get you strong, vital, in control of your spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical well-being. And only then can we biohack, meaning we're going to try to objectively reverse your biological age. And so there's 3 levels of biohacking. The first one is biomodulation, where we basically make a slight shift, or we modulate our bodily functions. For example, light, movement. We just talked about it, juicing, high quality supplements, taking a cold bath, taking an infrared detox sauna. Those are things that create a adaptive response that makes our body just a little bit stronger, okay? Level 2 is bioenhancement. Bioenhancement is usually external substances that have a more drastic effect. Examples would be a BHRT, bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, when our hormone levels drop as we age, or when our quantity and quality of our stem cells in our body drastically declines, both of them due to genetic programming. So when we do these therapies, we basically bring our body beyond our genetic programming, because who wants to be old at 70 years old, right, Kim?
No, you're an example. You're being modest. I'm going to talk about you biohacking yourself in a few minutes, but it's okay. I'll keep it there.
So then the third level is biotransformation, which has permanent results or permanent effect. And so examples of that are a pacemaker, right? A bionic limb, and bionic limbs today are more effective and efficient than our own biological limbs. We have, interfacing our brain with computers, such as Neuralink or cochlear implants for deafness, or computer chips in the brains of Parkinson's patients to help them with their debilitating effects. We have genetic modifications, meaning replacing bad genes with good genes. And we have genetic engineering, which is basically editing out all diseases. And so that's a little bit the next step. So if becoming a modern day cyborg is not your cup of tea, we just stick with biomodulation and bioenhancement.
Well, it sounds like people are going to need some one-on-one training with you to get a more in-depth discussion on how they can get it customized to their own individual bodies, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Someone asked a question about hormones. They like talk about hormones when it comes to biohacking. Any thoughts on hormones?
Yeah, your hormones need to be balanced, right? Hormones have so many functions in our body, not just feeling good, but being strong, lean muscle mass, and they need to be balanced in order to, to be at optimal health. And so Mother Nature, especially with women, but also men, we got menopause and andropause, right? Mother Nature said, well, once you can't, produce children anymore, according to Mother Nature, you become useless, right? And so that's why hundreds and hundreds of years ago, we only were 40, 50 years old and we died, right? But now we have the way to extend our lives.
Yeah.
So, after our capabilities of doing that, many things in our body drastically decline. And women especially know also that, perimenopausal, menopausal, and postmenopausal, we deal with a lot of issues, and it's because our hormones are out of balance. So with bioidentical hormone replacement therapy, never go to a doctor and get synthetic hormones because they increase the risk for cancer, heart disease, etc. But bioidentical hormones, look at your functional medicine doctor, look it up. They are natural hormones that our body, usually from plants like yams, that our body recognizes, and it balances our hormones so we can be, feel at least young again, don't feel fatigue, don't have those night sweats, don't be, I got to watch my words here.
I hear you, Dr. Mike.
Don't have those mood swings. And so there's so many symptoms that really put us down when our hormones are out of balance. And it's very easy to get them optimized and balanced again with bioidentical hormone replacement therapy.
Wow. Okay. This is some good discussion, everybody. We're talking with Dr. Mike Van Thielen today, and we're talking about some biohacking. We're talking about the invisible threat of electromagnetic radiation and his theory on that. And he's been just sharing some great information with us today, some things to consider for us to weigh every thought. He's also the author of many books, but one of which is during the pandemic, he wrote The Invisible Threat of EMR, Electromagnetic Radiation. And so he talks about some strategies to shield ourselves against some of the EMR. Okay. And I wanted to ask a question. I saw here in our research that do DIY bio and grinder biohacking work. Do you know anything about that? Because I see here that there are a lot of different experiments. And this one particular example is a man that was injected with a chemical compound of chlorine E6 into his eyes, giving himself night vision. And it worked, sort of, is what this statistic said, the study said. And there's another one.
That's why I need guidance, Kim. Every time we're on the edge or on the cusp of new technologies, it's experimental at first, right? So the top biohackers in the world, they try things on themselves. I not necessarily suggest that, right? So a lot of research, and people like myself know, I can customize a plan, identify where you are health-wise, and just put a strategy together that is gradual and that is safe, and that we can objectively, this is the key, objectively measure your progress. Because this can be objectively measured. It's not something, we're going to do some stuff and we may feel better or we may not. No, these things, they work. There's research behind this. And just like blood work, we can do all types of testing. We can do telomere lengthening testing. We can do epigenetic testing. We can do gut biome testing. We can do body composition analysis. And we can do lab work before and after to monitor, to set baselines, but also to monitor the progress and the effectiveness of our programs.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Listen, when we come back, I'd like for us to talk about, is it possible to repair DNA? These are just questions. Is that a good topic for us to talk about right when we come back after this commercial break? We'll be right back talking with Dr. Mike. And before we take the commercial break, let me let you know how you can stay connected with Dr. Mike. You can go ahead and let people know how they can stay connected with you right quick.
Yeah, my website, biohackingunlimited.com or MVT, Mike Van Thielen, MVTonline.com, same website. So right now I'm offering a 20-minute free Zoom meeting until my agenda is full. So take advantage of it, where we just have a talk on where you are, what your goals are, whether that's in health, in business, or in life. And I will mentor you, put you in the right direction, and check out the mentorship programs that are there. And I'm here to help you reach your goals and live to your fullest and highest potential.
All right. So when we come back, we're going to learn, can you even repair DNA right after this break? Yeah, I'm eager to hear the answer to that. We'll be right back.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With funeral advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-3616.
We are back. We're talking with Dr. Mike today, and he's giving us some food for thought. And speaking of food, by the way, he has a food that he likes a whole lot. And it's some Belgian fries with stew and silver onions, I hear, right?
How do you know that, Kim? God.
That's how I'd be interested in seeing that dish being eaten. But anyway, the food that he's given us for thought today is how to go about biohacking our bodies and our overall system to be able to have a better outcome in this journey called life. So talk to us. Can we repair our DNA, Dr. Mike?
Yes, we can. And again, it's all these toxins and also aging that basically shuts things down, and we have more and more DNA damage. A lot of cells, stop dividing, and they call them zombie cells, and that's because our DNA is damaged, right? So yes, we can repair DNA, and guess what? We have an innate DNA repair system. It's inside ourselves. Our own body can repair any damaged DNA. Now, this system consists of 17 enzymes that basically function as DNA damage sensors and signaling molecules. So when there's DNA damage, they go to that site, right? They bind to the DNA damage, they create a matrix and start repairing. So the question is, why is this system not working in 98% of us, right? Because this system, just like your car, Kim, requires fuel. And the fuel for our system is called NAD+. Some of the listeners may have heard about NAD+, right? Now, so the question is, why are we low on NAD+, or what do we need to do to keep our NAD+ up in our body? Well, first of all, NAD+ is one of those things that's obviously crucial for DNA repair. It's also key to optimal mitochondrial function and epigenetic modifications. But NAD+, how do we keep it high? Number one, we need to keep a low EMR lifestyle. In other words, we need to shield ourselves from electromagnetic radiation because, again, those thousands and thousands of study indicates it depletes our NAD+, and therefore we can't repair DNA. So we need to put things in place to, shield ourselves from EMR and other toxins. Number two, resistance training. So if you go to the gym, you need to do resistance training. Strength training increases your levels of NAD+, okay? Another thing that we can do is, obviously, we need enough sleep. Lack of sleep will deplete our NAD+ reservoir. But we also can take precursors, meaning supplements that basically, make NAD+ in our body. And those are tryptophan and, even more importantly, niacin. Niacin is a precursor to NAD+. So taking niacin would help with our NAD+ in our body. And last but not least, we can get NAD+ supplements, or we can get a regular IV or infusion of NAD+ too. So those are the things that we really need to do, because if our body has NAD+, it will repair your DNA when it's damaged. Okay?
And are you saying NAD+?
Yeah, NAD+.
Okay, and so you said shield ourselves, strength training, get enough rest, and add supplements is what I have.
Well, no, niacin and tryptophan, not just any supplements, right?
Oh, because niacin and what else?
Tryptophan.
Oh Lord, I hope I'm spelling this stuff
No,
right.
niacin is far more important. So niacin is a good one. Niacin is
Tryptophan.
yes. And then obviously you can get NAD plus as a supplement itself, or get regular infusions, IVs of NAD plus. They are available too.
Okay, so I see that's niacin. I did spell that right. And then the other one was tryptophan. I don't know. Okay, PHAN. I don't know of all of this stuff, but it's okay. I'm learning.
That's an amino acid. Yes.
Oh
Important.
yeah, well, I do know about that. See, I just didn't
Yeah,
know all that.
So the other thing I want to add to that, there's another important molecule besides NAD plus. It's NADPH. NADPH is the battery of our cells. Most people heard about the mitochondria, who are the energy factories producing ATP or energy. But NADPH is the battery. What does that mean? It means it's an electron reservoir. Most listeners probably heard about free radicals and antioxidants, right? Because free radicals, remember, those toxins cause free radical damage in our body. And antioxidants, which comes from our fruit and vegetables, right? Vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, selenium, zinc, glutathione, all antioxidants. What they do is they give an electron to the free radical to stabilize it again. So the theory always has been, and still kind of is, that if we have enough fruits and vegetables and antioxidants, we can neutralize the damage caused by the free radicals. But even antioxidant, and this is important to understand and pretty easy, even an antioxidant gives its electron to a free radical, which is great, it's done. There's nothing else that antioxidant can do. But what if, Kim, we had a reservoir of electrons and we could continue to give that same antioxidant more and more electrons, so it could exponentially neutralize more and more free radicals? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's why we need NAD plus besides NADPH besides NAD plus. So how do we get NADPH?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So how do you get all of these free radicals, amino acids, NADH, NAD plus, all of this stuff? How do you get this in so that you can really start benefiting from it as a person?
Well, yeah, again, supplements is one thing, and then eating the foods that promote the production of those in our body. So for NAD plus, for example, hydrogen. Hydrogen will promote NADPH. And hydrogen, we can, for example, drink hydrogen water. For example, I got a simple filtration system right here. I'm looking at it on my countertop. It filtrates the water like most people have, but it infuses the water with hydrogen gas. So now I get hydrogen water, which energizes each and every cell in my body and produces NADPH, which is important because then my antioxidants can continue to receive electrons to neutralize free radicals.
Oh wow, okay. And you buy this special water and stuff from just,
well, for people,
representatives or what?
Yes, here's the answer. So I am a mentor, and everything that I recommend people is something that I use myself or have used myself. I don't make my own supplements. I don't have any technologies. I'm not selling anything. But if you go to my website, biohackingunlimited.com, there's a page that says shop here. And those are the things that I use. And there's links to websites. And so one of the links is a link to a website for a hydrogen filter system that I have in my house that I think is the best on the market. That's why I use it for me and my family.
Wow. Okay. Unlimited.com. I'm going here so I can see and make sure, because I'm a visual person. So this is good. Biohackingunlimited.com. And I want to make sure. Oh, yeah. I love this too. Okay. So I'm going to go and take you all. If you're visual like I am, then I'm going to take you over to this website. I know you'll go at your time and your own convenience throughout the day or whatever. But I want to make sure that I take a moment to share the screen with you. You'll see what you're going to see when you visit biohackingunlimited.com. So let's go over here and visit it now. All right. Wow. This is a great site, by the way, too. All right.
I'll take credit. I made it myself. Keep it simple.
Of course, right? Let's see.
See, there's the superpowers that we lost, and we need to regain those.
Absolutely. And you talk about that in your presentations too. But I'll put this up so people can see. and show the full screen. Now talk to us and tell us again.
If you want to go to, if you want to go to the shop, you got to go to the more, the last, yes, and scroll down, and now you can see shop here. And now see, it says I use all these products, but if you look down, these are things that I use to biohack and become superhuman. That's an anti-aging bed cover, which shields us from electromagnetic radiation and grounds us at the same time.
Get out of here. See, that's why we needed to come and see this. So
imagine, Kim, you can biohack and heal while you sleep, so it doesn't even take any extra time.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. Hyperbaric.
I got a hyperbaric oxygen, so that's 100% oxygen and pressurized. That's because I'm training for another world record, and Michael Phelps slept in one of those all the time. So this is also good with people with brain injuries, strokes, Parkinson's, those types of things. They have to look into a hyperbaric oxygen. And there's the water system we just talked about. Again, there's thousands of studies at hydrogenstudies.com that you can look up. But that's the system that I have that really, helps with the NADPH. This is a very nice young lady in the relaxed far infrared sauna right there. So I have that in my bedroom, and that's just, one of those big wooden saunas. It's too much of a large footprint, and it takes a long time to warm up. So this kind of works immediately.
Wow. Okay. Well, I am thoroughly impressed.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that we took a moment to go to the site. So that's what you're going to see when you go to biohackingunlimited.com. You'll see some different things that you can actually purchase, but things that Dr. Mike actually uses himself. So he's not telling you to do something that he hasn't done as well. And you said you also are training. I definitely want to let people see. Tell them about you've been in the Olympics already in the past, and now you are getting ready to train in August for, I think it's in Japan, if I'm not mistaken, 2023.
Yes.
So talk to us and tell us about your upcoming training.
Well, actually, I was a swimmer when I was 8 years old till about 24, and then I took a 22-year break. Then I started swimming again at age 46, and then at age 48, I swam a world record in the 45-plus age group. That was 2019, just before COVID. And then I stopped swimming for 3 years because of COVID. There were no competitions, etc. But they just announced 2 weeks ago, Kim, that the World Championship is going to be in Japan in August 2023, which is only 10 months away. So for swimmers that have been swimming, it's okay. But 10 months is probably a little bit too short to get to my top form. But I'm going to try anyways. But I'm going to try it differently. Instead of swimming every day like every other swimmer, I'm going to swim only 3 times a week, but I'm going to biohack. I'm going to reverse my age. So even though I'm competing in a 50-plus age group, my body's going to be only 40. And therefore, I'm going to come out in the left corner and see if we can challenge those top swimmers right there.
Well, I caught a quick clip of you doing some basic practice. Yes, I got it. You're on. What were you saying? That's you practicing or just doing your daily?
That was the day before yesterday, and that's only my second week back in the water. So I'm trying to feel that water again. It's not easy.
I think that you're going to do a magnificent job. I'm so proud of you. And you're just taking steps in life that many people say, oh, I'm too old for doing this at this phase. But I love the fact that you are taking this challenge on. You've already possessed and earned a world record. And so I believe that you're going to do just that again. I'm believing with your biohacking theory and everything that you're doing, you're going to just knock it out the park. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
And also tell us, you say everybody needs to find their superpower. So I found another little clip, and you need
to figure out what superpower you want. You guys know what superpower you want? Damn, I watched it. What superpower do you want? And once you figure out what your dreams are, what your passion is, you need to make an action plan, a strategy. And you got to surround yourself with a team of experts. That's the only way you're going to reach
that. So not only are you talking about biohacking from just our overall physical bodies, but I love the fact that you travel and you speak about even finding our superpowers. Do you want to talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, sure. I just always start my presentation basically with like, do you remember what superpower you wanted when you were a kid? The dreams about who you wanted to be. Because you believed without any doubt in your mind that you could be that person until someone or your parents told you it was impossible. And that's why most of us came settled for ordinary, while some of us continue to, chase their dreams and figure out how to accomplish those. So what I'm doing is I urge everybody to, we've been told to go to law school or to medicine school or try to live vicariously through our parents because, they didn't do what they had to do. And everybody pushes us different directions. And even as adults, we take on projects that don't fit our dream. We do things that we should say no to. And so we get lost of our own dreams and passions. So even to high school, I talked to 30 high school students just a week ago. I said, you just cannot worry about what other people think. Ask yourself, what are your dreams? Who do you want to be? And what are you passionate about? And don't worry about whatever your passion is. If you think it doesn't make money, you're wrong. Because no matter what you're passionate about, you will be successful and the money will follow. Don't go to law school because you think lawyers make money or doctors make money. What is your passion? And once you figure it out, it sets the stage. But most people didn't figure it out yet, not even at age 40, 50. So figure it out when you can. And once you do, make a plan and a strategy, because without a plan, nothing comes to fruition. Once you have that plan, you probably have to surround yourself with people that you need, experts in the field, because we all have weaknesses. And so you put the people in place that can help you to live your highest potential. And once you do that, there's only one more step. You need to focus on tackle all obstacles, no doubt, no wavering. An obstacle is just like the 110 meters hurdles, right? In track and field.
Yeah.
Know where the finish line is. That's your dream. You attack the hurdle. You don't say, oh, it's not going to work. You know the hurdles are there. You attack them. You get to the finish line with your team of experts and your coaches, and you will be golden. That's what everybody.
Awesome. I want to be in the studio audience when you're doing those presentations. That is very inspiring. Very. And Dennis Spraggins is on too. He said, hey, he is a genius. This man is a genius.
Thank you, Dennis.
Yes, he is. And yes, I see you putting a comment about his superpowers as well. And Dennis and anyone in the studio audience, what's your superpower? Put it in here and let us know. We'll be happy to acknowledge it. But what is your superpower as well? So today we have been talking with Dr. Mike, and we've talked about all kinds of things. EMR, electromagnetic radiation, and the invisible threat. According to Dr. Mike, get the book and learn more about his theory and some strategies that will help us, and make sure that you apply those strategies, and it can really hopefully change the trajectory of your life. And then we also talked about biohacking and how we can kind of repair our DNA, and he gave some wonderful strategies pertaining to that. And even now a motivational speech. And we did not talk about these lovely ladies here.
Oh.
And I want to make sure that I take a moment to give you time to speak about them.
Well, those are my two beautiful daughters that you can see, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, this has been a few years, but they're 20 and 22 right now. And the oldest one graduated from UF. She's on a little break because she needs to figure out what her dream and her passions are before proceeding in life. And so she's working and saving some money. And then the one on the left is Erin. She's at USF right now. And she's in the last semester of biology. She wants to be a veterinarian. But she always knew since a little child she wanted to be that. So she had it easy. She knew what she wanted to be. She didn't doubt. She didn't waver. She's going for it. So she already figured it out.
Well, I am super excited and proud that you are here today and talking about your family, talking about your journey, talking about how we can reverse some aging, your Olympic record holding status, and all of the things that God has gifted you to do. I do believe that you're making a difference on this earth, Dr. Mike, and I do want to encourage people to stay connected with you one more time. So tell them again how they can stay connected.
Yeah, sure. My biohackingunlimited.com website has my books, a lot of podcasts, interviews, link to the YouTube channel. You can check out the mentorship programs. There's a program for everybody. But before you decide on that, just schedule a free 20-minute Zoom call so we can see where you are, where you want to be, how I can help you, and see if one of those mentorship programs would be right for you to reach your fullest potential. I'm going to be there relentless, making you accountable for everything you do or don't do, giving you tips, avoiding those pitfalls, falls, and just connecting you with the people you may need on your team of experts.
That's awesome. So I want to make sure too that I acknowledge today's episode sponsors one more time. Today we have Silver Shield Security, who took the time to sponsor the Kim Jacobs Show. If you use Tone X, he's an international comedian. If you use the hashtag Tone X, you'll get a special discount if you're in the Carolinas area or the Georgia area as well. And Attorney Charles Everidge with Hunter Everidge Law Firm there in Alabama, Carolinas, and the Georgia area, also Richmond, Virginia area as well. And they deal with disability and injury, any type of workers' compensation, or if you have situations where it's a wrongful death of a loved one, make sure you reach out to them. And then we also have getinsured.solutions, and they deal with final life expenses. So make sure that you reach out to them and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. If you're ever interested in CTR Media Network, where we stream also in over 350 million households, you can visit CTRmedianetwork.com and you'll see this and all of these different episodes there as well. So I'm grateful that you all tuned in today. And do you have a closing comment, Dr. Mike?
Oh, no, I got to pick a closing comment. Well,
you don't have to, but I just want you to know
just for the listeners. First of all, choose health freedom. And next of all, just like we said, never give up. My motto is I never lose, I win or learn. So when something doesn't go your way, it's just an obstacle to get to the big win. Learn, move on, and just stay focused on your dreams. We get distracted. You need to learn to say no far more often to things that do not fit your dreams. If you own a business
owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home. I want to encourage you to join our CTR Media Network's Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? This class was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a resource to provide 3 keys. Key 1, provide you with the knowledge to start a podcast. Key 2, provide you with the knowledge to successfully launch your podcast. Key 3, provide you with the knowledge to understand how you can monetize your podcast, creating multiple streams of income. We want you to impact the world with good, while you build multiple streams of income and opportunities for yourself. The world is never too saturated for you and your message. Utilize podcasting as a tool to help you impact the world with good. Go to www.ctrmedianetwork.com and join our class today.
Welcome to the Movement for Global Health. We provide free lifestyle tips to help you stay healthy. We offer an ultra-early detection survey that helps identify early changes that can lead to disease if not addressed. The earlier these are detected, the more they can be reversed by lifestyle changes. We offer a small selection of next-generation products to help you ward off the toxins we are all bombarded with daily. We have a 501c3 that is raising funds for world-class studies that validate an integrative medicine approach. We also raise funds for quality nutrition to be donated to the world's most vulnerable populations. We want to empower you to envision a health system that works optimally for all of us. Our goal is to educate and empower you to live your best life. And together, we will create a healthy world. Thank you so much for being part of this movement.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Vanessa Dunn Guyton, and I am truly honored to be here with you because I have some amazing poets. We are doing our Hush No More Poetry Healing Through Words book release tonight. We are doing it virtual because all of our poets are from all around the world, and we are going to share our poetry with you. Hush No More supports survivors when they're ready to come forward to share their story, to get resources, or just to have a safe space to have somebody to love on them. We also provide training in our communities on what I call the hush topics: sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, child sexual abuse. All of those topics that families, friends, and organizations have a hard time discussing. That is what we talk about. That is what we train on because it takes knowledge in order to get to the next level. And so I am so excited that you all can join us and join the Hush No More family. This is a very exciting time for us because we have this beautiful book. We did it. We did it. And it took months to get it all together. And so I am truly honored that I could bring some amazing survivors together to be able to show how they heal. I am a survivor of military sexual trauma, and I suppressed my memories for so long. But how I started on my healing journey, honestly, was through writing. It was through poetry. That is how I took my power back. That is how I was able to say, let me get to the next level, right? Let me write it out because I couldn't speak it, but I could write it. And so that is what I did. And I realized that I wasn't the only one that was doing that. I've met a lot of victims that have done that. So I wanted to be able to just elevate them and to list all of their poetry in one space, right? So I want to name off all the poets that are contributing authors to our book. We got Tammy Nicole Myers, Tammy Nobles, Jacqueline Renee Gonder, Ledesma Desi Terry, Edward Obi West Wilson, Amy Anna Soto, Sarah Vanestein, Charnel Hamlin, Tara Rivers, Kim Hardy, Best Boy, Deborah Monk, Jessica Lewis, Serenity Carino, Maria Sokoloff, Annalise Somerville, Nikki Kelly, Amber, Angel Power, Tierra Mack, and Robin D. Whitehead. And one thing that's special about our book is that some of the survivors use an anonymous name because they're actually in hiding or they had to change their name due to human trafficking, due to sexual assault, due to different types of trauma. So they're all not here today, but I respect them and I honor them in the moment that we're here together because sometimes you just can't publicly come forward, right? And actually share your poetry or be in a front stage. So each poet has copies. If you would like to reach out to them, you can reach out to them, let them know you want an autographed copy and that you would like to buy it from them. And it's just a way that they can elevate as speakers and be able to share their story. And you can also purchase the Hush No More book at our website. And I'll have the link below so that you can actually see that as we go. So if you would like to order the copy, you can. That is the website. And remember that all proceeds for the Hush No More book goes to help survivors. This is our fundraiser. This is how we make money. We have the Hush No More book, we have the Hush No More poetry book, and we have the coloring book, Releasing from Trauma. So it's very important that we do things together, right? That we are able to just heal. And I'll show you an example of both. So this is the Hush No More book, and those are the stories of survivors, and it's also my story as well. This is my first time really speaking out about what happened to me on my journey. And then we had the Hush No More trauma releasing coloring book because I love to color. And so I made a coloring book because it just helps us to get through trauma. So, and then we have a poetry book. So the next book that we're going to be doing is a children's book. My grandson Braylon and I are writing a children's book for other children. And then it's up to God, but I think that'll be it. So first, I am going to just Thank you. I really thank you all for coming. It warms my heart that you all are popping in and that you're leaving us comments. Thank you so very much. I'm honored just to be here with all of you today. So I'm going to read my first piece that I wrote to share my story, and then I'll introduce everybody else, and we'll go from there. What is your favorite R. Kelly song or CD? Most people love his music and know every beat. Not me. Because when I hear his voice, I remember the day when you asked me to go to dinner and treated me like a queen. You were so nice, and I didn't think you could ever be evil. That is why I trusted you when you said, let's go to my room and watch a movie. Your dark arms turned into snakes as they started to explore my body. They were strong and overpowered my small hands. Your couch turned into a bed as you pushed me down. You took your pants down faster than speed of lightning. I couldn't believe that you were entering my treasure for only your pleasure. I just laid there with questions running through my head. Why are you doing this? Why are you hurting me? Are you wearing a condom? Will I catch AIDS? Will I get pregnant? Will you ever stop? I became lost in my thoughts as you took over my body without permission. I just laid there, not fighting back, with salty tears falling down my face. It was like you were running a race. When I tuned out your heavy breathing, all I could hear was, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. Homie, lover, friend, it seems like you're ready. Sex me, baby. And finally, 12 play. You rate me for the entire CD as if it was your theme song and hours long. So yes, I hate the sound of R. Kelly voice and your sound of your voice when you said, soldier, no one will believe you. Now I am healing, and I use my voice to help others escape the demise of rape. Today, tears still fall, but they are full of joy as they flutter down my face like beautiful butterflies. Your actions no longer have me bound, so I no longer frown. I have replaced R. Kelly with India Ari. Life is a journey, not a destination. There are no mistakes, just chances we're taking. It's a beautiful day. I am light. I am light. And now I'm ready for love. And ready to conquer the shame by placing it on you, because you should be ashamed of what you did to me. You were wrong. They believe me. And instead of fighting a war in Iraq, I leave the battle to God, who has my back. Signed, Private Vanessa Dunn Guyton. This poem was written to allow myself to heal and to stop my mind from racing. And I added this poem, the back side of this poem, as a way of reflection. So I believe that when you're writing and you're writing from a very dark place, that once you start healing, you should go back and add to your writing, go back and add to the story so that people can see and you can see the growth in your healing. So that's how I ended up with India Ari. So thank you for actually listening to my poem. And I am a survivor, and I am moving on and no longer let the old Staff Sergeant Infantryman have me bound. So thank you. All right, so I'll be reading some more pieces tonight. But next, we're going to have the beautiful Deborah Monk, and she's going to share with you and tell you a little bit about her hush topic, where she's from, and share her point. So thank you, Deborah. You're muted, Deborah. You went back to mute. I don't know why. You see it went back? There
Is
we
it
go.
there? All
Yes,
right.
ma'am. Now it's
Sorry.
time.
I'm from New Hampshire. I've been writing poetry pretty much all of my life, but really started through healing poetry in 2007 after a overturned Supreme Court conviction. I am a survivor of significant variety types of trauma: sexual abuse, rape, human trafficking, child pornography. Um, I've experienced a lot of really hard times in my life, and I didn't know what to do with that. And I knew that I had writing, and so I used that as an outlet. And over time, I found that the more that I wrote, the more that I was able to heal, and the more I was able to help others heal. And now I'm on a journey to really advocate and step out and share my story and do everything that I can to change this world, by my experiences, and make something really negative that really was a struggle for me for a long time into a positive. And so if I can help one person by my poetry and reading it, then that's what I would want to do. So I'm going to start with the last one that I have in the book, and it's called Me Too. And I wrote this right around the time of the Me Too survivor moment. So, someone once asked me how others could tell that if on the inside they were living in hell. I said, me too. Someone once asked me how nobody could know of the pain hidden within they tried hard not to show. So I said, me too. Someone once asked me how do they learn to live with all of the damage that somebody else did. So I said, me too. Someone once asked me how I knew that they had been damaged and broken from sexual abuse. So I said, me too. Someone once asked me how it felt to finally tell and have nobody help. So I said, me too. Someone once asked me, how do they do it? Trying to go on like there's nothing to it. So I said, me too. Someone once asked me how they survive with all of the hurt that they have inside. So I said, me too. And the one before that is called My Body is My Body. My body is my body. It is not for your mere pleasure. When you look at me, you don't see me. You see your pleasure. You see something to have power over, to control, to take from it what you want. You don't ask, you just look, and you take without my permission. You look with your eyes. You undress me. You never ask yourself how your thoughts, your actions could break me. If I knew your thoughts, if I could see your eyes drift down to places that are off limits to you, I would tell you how much in that moment you just stole from me. I am not just a woman, I am a person, and my body is mine. Does not your body belong to you? Do you look at your daughter that way? Your mother that way? Your sister, your aunt, your friend? I do not take delight in being a source of meat, your pound of flesh to take. When your weakness is all that you have to retreat to, when you're hungry, I am filled with my own shame, my own
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
There is a better way to get you and your company in the hands of potential clients 24/7. This is IntelliCard, today's digital business card. It is the ultimate sales, branding, and marketing tool. With IntelliCard, all of your information is in one place, making it easier to share and recall. IntelliCard is different. You get all of this in a highly secure web-based solution designed to get you results.
And most of my poetry is to capture an emotion or to make a point about healing and emotions, to capture the emotions so that others can just point, who can't find the words, can just point at my work and say, this is how I feel. She put into words how I feel. And so they can find their voice in their own words, but just to get it out, they can start there. And through my writing, especially this first poem that I wrote, is just kind of a response to what people have been telling me when they read my writing. And so I thought I'd answer them in this poem. And it starts off with, you have to be grateful. People tell me your experience made you who you are today. If you write something inspiring, if you're going to write about rape. Isn't the first rule of writing, write what you know? I reply. I write poems of my life, poems about my first, second, and third rapes, horrible and terrifying at only 14. No, my mother says, you didn't count the time when you were 9. Like most of my past, I must have blocked it out. My mother adds, or that time when you were 4. What sick freak rapes a child at 4? This I know. This is all I know. I'm a fighter and survivor. Rape should be talked about, exploited for what it is, an act of power and control and violence. There's nothing inspirational about it. I am not grateful for what happened. I could have been so much better without the experience, the suicidal aftermath, the nightmares and flashbacks, and the constant hypervigilance, and trying to live ignoring the fear of it happening again, because for me, apparently it does. Rape didn't make me who I am today. I chose to take another breath. I chose to hold on a little bit longer. I chose to reinvent my life. I did that, me. Rape is not inspiring. It only took from me. I will not be grateful for lessons no one should ever have to learn. Rape didn't teach me anything. I taught myself to survive, and I will write about it any way I like. And that's the first poem. And that was just kind of a answer, like I said, to people who brought inspiring, think that the healing process is inspiring, and without the aftermath about what you have to go through to get to that point of inspiration. And this next poem is a little bit about that aftermath. Less valued than a penny at the bottom of a well, love and trust turned to bitterness and anger. A beautiful life turned into a living hell, cast in a world of consequences for something I never wanted, forgetting I owned the key. Feeling such a deep wound as the protective layers start to unveil what they fought so hard to maintain. Secrets come to light. A million feelings crashing down, pools of tears, wanting to run away from myself. Hoping for a better past while battling depression and fear, a game that can't be won. Refusing to stay down, overcoming again and again. False realities shatter. Dark dependencies are forever broken. Finding the way out, becoming a light for others, saying the words, deeply moving stories of survival. Now empowered with strength and words, speaking my truth, you will hear me. And those are my poems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amy Anna. That was so beautiful. Thank you so very much. I love it. I love it. I love your work. As with everybody else on this platform, Amy Anna is also a speaker who shares her story and does a lot of advocacy work. So please reach out to her if you would like to purchase a book from her or to invite her out to your organization. So thank you. I love it. All right. One more. Antidepressant medication. Pills, pills, pills. Prescribed to remove my suicidal thoughts and cure my ills. I hate taking these various colors because temporarily I feel like another. Time slows down, but my frown slowly turns upside down. When it gets in my system, I feel less pain. I no longer have fears flowing like rain or feel insane. I can remove my mask, which before was a hard task. Latrice disappears and allow Vanessa to reappear. Some may say I'm crazy because I take pills, but I say I'm crazy for not taking meds that bring back thrills. Today, I'm proud to say that medication is why I am living today. I think it's important that other survivors know that we deal with PTSD, a lot of depression, different mental health issues, and it's okay. Don't feel like you're the only one. I'm no longer on medication, thank God, but I was on medication for years for depression. Now I do more holistic things in order to heal, but you're not by yourself. You're not alone. So don't ever feel like you can't go out, go talk to a counselor, go talk to a therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, and get some help because help is out there. And I want us to really eliminate this stigma and shame associated with mental health, mental illness, with suicidal thoughts, the ideations, so that we can get to the next level. So please, please get help if you are struggling with your trauma and as it relates to just your livelihood and how you feel. It's not embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you don't go. You sit there. To me, it's like it's never embarrassing. I don't want to say that, but it's not a good place to be in when you don't go get help. So I hope I encourage somebody today with my poetry. All right, next we have Obi West joining us. All right, Obi, tell us a little bit about you and why you wrote in the book and where you from.
Great. My name is Obi West. First off, before I get started, I'm a spoken word artist and I'm an advocate for abuse reduction, whether that's domestic violence, sexual assault, harassment prevention, etc. But before I get started, I want to thank Vanessa for this beautiful anthology. First, let's talk about the cover. All right, you see the cover is extremely abstract. There's a person covering her face. It's a multitude of colors. I'm not sure what her thought process was, but those colors can represent mood swings, something that people deal with when they're going through, when they're dealing with trauma. Inconsistent behavior. It can also symbolize bruises, different colors. A person's face can turn when they have been abused, and it could also symbolize the different facades, different faces that people have to wear when they go out in certain settings in order to kind of try to camouflage what they're really feeling from what they're showing people. So I love the cover. And the inside of the book is very, very important. I had a friend of mine who had a situation that required him to write out his abuse. And he wrote it out maybe 20 years after it had happened. He wrote it on a piece of paper, and him writing it out served as a heightened level of liberation. It made him feel like he had actually talked to somebody. He didn't know how writing it out would free him. So in this book, Vanessa has given a ton of people an opportunity to write out things that are very important to them, and the level of liberation that is contained within this body of work is incomparable. So I want to thank you for the book, first of all. And now about the poem. The poem that I wrote, it talks about, it's called Learned Behavior. It talks about domestic violence. And it just covers in about 60 seconds or a minute and 30 seconds, it just covers a lot of the components that contribute to a trauma bond. You have people who, when you don't understand the psychological stronghold of abuse, it paves the way for you to be very insensitive. But when you understand that, you can understand how a trauma bond exists. Maybe you have a lack of resources. When we have a lack of resources, we don't have an escape route. We learn how to live within the situation we have. Sometimes we're embarrassed, so we don't want to step out. So that's what this poem addresses. And here it is. Big red lips, cheekbones bared this burgundy-like blush. Eyeshadow was laid on sort of heavy, seemingly by a set of heavy hands. Her IG caption read, "Face beat by boyfriend," who wasn't a makeup artist. Well, was sort of a makeup artist. He would make up arguments to defend his violence. Every tune, sad music like a violin, house or horrid choir, and he was the lead singer. He'd lead with a bunch of blues-infused apologies, and she would cry off key in the background. A dysfunctional duet, wanted to leave him, but wouldn't do it. Wouldn't fare well with family and friends who were unaware of the family affair. She didn't want to ruin the Huxtable-like image. She didn't know how to explain that Mr. Huxtable was spiking her drinks with abuse. She spent most of her days in a daze, punch drunk. When in public, her smile hurt like pulling teeth. His public image was polished like new shoes, so the world worshipped the ground he walked on. They didn't know that the same hand that he waved with, he had a special way of cutting off her airways. She'd get choked for swallowing too loud. So when he was in a rage, she'd try to ease away while saving her spit, paranoid that he'd use a pair of fists to put her to sleep. And their two boys would watch the abuse like boxing on pay-per-view. When the winner was through, he'd tell his opponent, "I love you." So when these two youngsters are all grown up and they find love, what do you think they're going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I always love to hear you recite. You always give me chills. Like God created you with the voice to actually be able to recite poetry, and I love it. And I thank you because I think men write a lot of poetry, but we don't always know it, right? We don't always see a male presence. And so I thank you for being one of the males in the book. It means a lot to me. And if you all would like for Obi to come out to one of your organizations, especially if you're in the military, he does a lot of military organizations. He is available to come out and do training, speaking engagements. Send him an email, contact him, reach out to him. And he has books also if you would like a signed copy. So thank you so very much for that. That was pretty good. I loved it. All right. I got a longer poem, and it may be offensive to some people, and I hope it's not, because it's my writing and it's reality, and I'm telling the absolute truth. And so here goes. Sexual slaves, a perspective from my ancestors. Imagine a wooden boat floating in an ocean of beautiful blue water. You can hear the waves, but can never see them because You are chained in the bottom of this vessel, hot, sweaty, hungry, and lying in your own feces. The journey takes months, but you survive to step on newfound land. Slavery captured my ancestors physically and mentally. They were raped, beaten, lynched, castrated, forced into incest, and raped again. Husbands were forced to rape other women to reproduce a child born into slavery as property. Wives were forced to make love to master and have his mixed breed children, only to be hated by the missus. The children who were consumed through rape were sold and never seen again. Brothers and sisters were forced to have sex in front of master and his company for humor and entertainment. Men were raped by poachers to emasculate them and remove their pride so they never run and hide again. The missus was just as bad. She had her choice of black men on the plantation who she forced to satisfy her, at times for her own pleasure, and other times as revenge because she knew Mr. had his fun. This epidemic has not stopped. The secret continues, and the results are seen in our culture and families. Do not try to act like it didn't happen and silence or ignore the abuse. Do not act like you can't understand the separation and hatred seen in our culture. Do not act like you can't see how we are still getting fucked in society by master and the missus, who are still the bosses in organizations and who still pay us less than our counterparts with less experience in education. Don't act like you can't see the self-hatred of our bodies, hair, and skin color by some of us. Don't act like you can't see how we are still in prison at higher rates and receive more prison time for similar crimes of white criminals. Not to mention the high rates of our people who have been found innocent due to DNA and withheld evidence. Trauma passes through generations in many forms, to include domestic violence. The pain of slavery has not been erased or properly addressed in our society. Will you take a stand with us and speak against these injustices? It is time for us to stop getting raped over and over again. Imprisoned, wagon trains, boats, horseback, tree hangings, cross burnings. Beatings lead to more beatings with domestic violence. It is a sickness that needs to be healed. Rise with us to hush no more, signed our ancestors. And I wrote that piece because I could still see so much rape and shame, embarrassment in my family and families of color where we don't talk about it, right? And there's a lot of families, and I'm not saying it's not spoken about in other families as well of different colors and races, but I can only speak about mine. And a lot of times people will say, well, why? And I look at our history and see that this has been happening forever, and it's really time to stop. When you can go back centuries and see the injustices of sexual assault, the abuse, the domestic violence, and it's still happening, there's a problem. So how can we stand up and eliminate that? We can when we decide to hush no more and speak of our own stories and no longer hide it in our families and our communities. And so I encourage all of you to do the same. And I'm trying to change the generation that I am in, right? I can't fix the past, but I can do something about the future. And that includes raising awareness. So thank you. All right, so we're gonna brighten it back up a little bit. All right, I have Maria Sokoloff is coming up next. Thank you, beautiful. So tell us a little bit about you, your hush topic, and you can share your poetry.
Okay, thank you so much, Vanessa, and yeah, for the book and everything you've done to get us here too. I guess my hush topic is sibling sexual trauma, and I forgot for 32 years, so I did repress that memory as well, and I feel very strongly about speaking about both of those topics because they are very hush topics, and even within the sexual abuse in general, I feel, but that's my personal experience. I'm sure everybody has their own as well. But so I did, I wasn't one to write poetry or write anything except technical things when I was an environmental scientist until I remembered when I was 42 years old. And then I just started writing and compulsively writing my story. And like you said, Vanessa, this was just part of my healing. I didn't even know that it was at the time. It was just coming out of me. It was pouring out of me. It took me 12 years to write my memoir that came out 2 years ago. And that was just a huge part of my healing. And as I was doing that, I realized later in retrospect that was such a big part of my healing. But as I was writing, I just felt like I wanted to speak out and tell my story, because it was hidden in me for so long. And then I just thought, how many other people are hiding as well? So I felt like I had the ability to speak out, so I couldn't not. So that's where I am now. And I've written a few other poems, and I have a website where I have a blog on that with a few other poems, but I've tried another one here. So thank you for including it. Mine is called Journey to an Internal Place. Scared to reveal the truth underneath, the shame all consuming, the fear hard to breathe. The secret I'd held from myself for so long, it needs to come out. I've got to stay strong. I shake in my boots. Will it ruin his life? Or will it indeed salvage my mortal soul? In an email, I ask him, what if I speak out? Through his own fears and shame, trepidation and dread, he says, do what you need. I guess, sure, go ahead. If it'll help you, I get it. Do what you must do. And maybe, just maybe, it could help me too. My brother, my perp, was a victim as well. Serving his sentence, he too was in hell. What happened to him, he passed on to me. But he gave me two gifts, supporting my speaking, confirming my truths. As we worked through our pain, via notes back and forth, it took 13 years till we spoke voice to voice. Of a word seldom heard. Incest, you see, is a term often feared, but that does not make the effects disappear. We live with the impacts every single day. Whether hidden or not, in our bodies, they stay. But with patience and work, getting a call, so sorry. But with patience and work, facing all that's taboo, we can move more toward healing. Believe me, it's true. I've gone from riddled with pain and unable to share to using my voice and moving with flair. So I tell you my story in hopes that it helps, whether taking long strides or just baby steps. Each person's unique, my journey's my own, but I pray that we all find an internal place that's safe to call home. So like Vanessa said, I that was the journey. That's where I am now. And it took a long time to get to where I am now, and a lot of writing and a lot of other work, psychological body work. Chronic pain is what's really been my main symptom of PTSD. So yeah, so that's where I am at this point. And it's an ongoing journey too, still.
Thank you, Maria, because it's really hard to talk about sibling incest, and we don't talk a lot about that in our communities, in our families, but it happens, right? And so I honor you, because that's a very hard topic. Incest is a hard topic in itself, and especially when it's by a sibling. And a lot of times parents don't even realize that that's a possibility. And so I think it's important that we pay attention to that, pay attention that abuse happens within our family, right? Thank you. And one thing that Maria focused on is healing from chronic pain. If you are struggling with trauma and you also have chronic pain, check out her website, healingfromchronicpain.com. She does a lot of information. Great information is shared on that website about pain. And trauma causes pain. Trauma causes depression. It does a lot to us internally. So we really have to heal from it holistically and just get it together. So I think it's important to just check out her information. And you can also invite her out to your organization. And she has books as well that you can get an autographed copy from her. So thank you so very much, Maria.
Thank you.
Butterfly freedom. I want the butterflies to stop by because I'm amazed that beauty can fly. I admire how they transform from a cocoon, then freely bloom. I admire how they are free. Free to be an individual that is different, like me, dedicated to all the victims being held captive. Human trafficking is real. domestic violence is real. Sexual assault. Even when you're in a family of incest, you feel like you're trapped and you can't get free. You can't get away from that. And so be encouraged that you can turn into the beautiful butterfly. You can get away from the trauma that's in your mind. Just be optimistic. A lot of you see that I use butterflies for everything. Butterflies represent a lot for me in my life. Just transforming. I did feel like I was in a cocoon, and now I feel like I'm a beautiful butterfly and I'm flying free. So freedom is available. There is an opportunity for us to get to the next level and actually heal. All right, Tara Rivers is up next. It is your turn, beautiful.
Hello, everyone. I am a retired Sergeant First Class with the Army. After 32 years of serving, I'm embracing retirement. Poetry has been my therapy. It's actually been my lifeline. Being a survivor, I tend to avoid everything that would trigger me, that would remind me of what I've gone through. And so I write poetry to keep my mind busy on other things. And this is the first time that I've actually wrote a poem that actually addresses my abuse. And the first time I've actually performed it. Before I read the poem, I just want to say thank you, Dr. Guyton, for allowing me the opportunity to share my voice and my story and be a voice for someone else who may not have the willpower right now to share their story. But I encourage you to do so when you're ready. So if there's anyone out there that hears me now and you're struggling with things, try to find some help. Try to find some mental therapy that can help you. There are some great therapists out there. Find one that's right for you, and that's very important. Find a friend, spiritual guider that can help you through the situations that you go through, help you through your triggers, help you with finding your new normal. I am doing that now for myself, is finding my new normal. This poem is entitled Sleepless, the Invisible Scar No One Can See. It's one of the hottest days of the summer, and nighttime comes soon. Did you know scars can be painful? I do. Some scars are better left unseen. I've kept mine hidden for years. I put on a smile as if it was makeup, trying to hide them. But just like a soda, when my body tries to fall asleep and my mind relaxes like a Coca-Cola bottle that's been shook, the contents shoot out vivid details in my dreams, it seems. Wait, shouldn't dreams be pleasant? As a child, do you remember before going to sleep, your mom saying, pleasant dreams? Where my unpleasant dreams became screams and I screamed, awakened by the nightmares. I relived my reality for decades as my mind and body keeps the score. I lay awake, sleepless once more. Left with the remnants of stained panties and pain down there, I was 13. I awoke groggy, feeling pain from forced entry into my womb. Now I could never offer virginity to my future groom. Stolen was my power and ability to consciously and freely give my consent. In a daze, not quite sure what had happened to me, I'm somehow imprisoned by this reality. After, afraid of what, afraid that I would not be believed but blamed, so I blamed me. I was only a child forced to live my reality in silence. I felt powerless and dirty. He was an adult. Who would believe me? My innocence shattered and my silence gave wings to the perpetrator to escape like a thief. Now I'm afraid to fall asleep. My mind on replay, wondering would it ever happen if I was awake? Would he still enter my room and enter my womb? Thoughts crowd my mind, and I watch time go by too scared to sleep. I count sheep. Now it's daylight, and I still can't sleep. Ashamed, I blamed me. Fear silenced me. And I felt guilty for having a developing body. Now scarred and sleepless, I lay awake watching the door, listening to the nighttime noise that doesn't lull me, still sleepless. God, please just make it go away. I cried silently. As the days become weeks, the weeks become months, and the months become years, the tears kept coming. And now I'm 23. Footloose and fancy free, I'm in the military. You see, now I thought I was skilled to protect me. No one would ever again hurt me. Little did I know, not all military personnel could be trusted, as I had become accustomed to. Unforeseen, I failed to see that his hidden agenda was my destiny. Summer months used to be my favorite. Now it's just another trigger that goes off like my 9mm. Didn't happen again. This time I was sleeping. Oh, wait, not really. But I must have been. Or why didn't I see what was about to happen? His weapon of choice was a friendly demeanor. I was caught off guard and weaponless. His fist slammed into my hand, and my keys flew down the hall into darkness. Before I could formulate a question why, I felt the air being choked from my windpipes as I was dragged and slammed onto a bed. My hands trying to fight for freedom. He yells, "Don't move, or else." God, please, let me wake up from this nightmare. But when I open my eyes, he's still there. I'm struggling to breathe and scared to move. I beg for my life as quiet tears fall. His response was a gun to my head. I waited for what seemed like hours as he continued to rape me. I always thought that I would die fighting, but I lay there praying he would let me live to raise my little girl. So I kept quiet. The uncertainty if I would live to hold my daughter again had me frozen in place. Tears stained my face. Thoughts of my daughter growing up without me, I couldn't fathom. So I lay there with my will broke. I wanted to live, you see. I needed to ensure that this was not my daughter's destiny. I denied my body the ability to move or breathe. My chest tightens. I struggle to catch breath. I look into the eyes of a stranger who I thought was once a safe friend. His face and voice still haunts me as I close my eyes, shallow breathing, and I blink out. A survivor. Did you know a scar is defined as a mark left on the skin or within the body after wounds have healed from physical injury or surgery? But what about the mind? Can it be scarred? Thoughts crowd my mind, and I watch time go by too scared to sleep. I count sheep. Now it's daylight, and I still can't sleep. Wait, is this a repeat? Am I dead or alive? Reality tugs at my throat by hands that remind me that I was not dreaming. He released me, and I ran for my life, not looking back, just in case he changed his mind. If I die, I would die running towards freedom and what will eventually become my new normal. But my life really isn't as normal as it might appear. You see, I'm just existing. As the sting from the painful scars remind me of what was but feel like is, and when I dream, I can't distinguish between what the past and the present is. My body keeps the score and my mind the triggers. It is one of the hottest days of the summer. Nighttime comes soon, and I'm sleepless. So I hide behind the four walls of my room with locked doors, searching for my new normal, while the invisible scar no one can see waits. Thank you.
I am so proud of you. Oh man, like I'm gonna say that you ain't gonna make me cry because my makeup on, you gonna make me cry. But I'm so proud of you because this is not easy to sit here and to tell our trauma, right? A little crap that doesn't happen to us in our lifetime. So I'm really proud of you in this moment. And you took your power back. All of us take our power back when we share our story. And I hope that everybody is encouraged and that you all just love on all the poets in this book because they really did share something that was just happy that happened that was crappy. So thank you. If you would like Tara to come out to your organization, you can send her an email. Her information is there. She is an amazing victim advocate. That's how I met her. And a lot of times, a lot of us are victim advocates and we've been through trauma, right? And so we help other people. And she's one of those that help so many soldiers and civilians and family members on a day-to-day basis. So I thank you and I honor each and every one of you. And thank you all for y'all nice comments. It makes us feel so good that you're here and that you're commenting and that you're supporting the poets that are here with you tonight. And like I said at the beginning, some poets are not here because some are in hiding. Some had to change their identity. Some had other things that they had to do today, but some of them cannot even be able to, not even ready to recite publicly. And so I honor them in their absence as well. And I want to read everybody that's a contributing author again. It is Tammy Nicole Myers, Tammy Nobles, Jacqueline Renee Gonder, Ledesma Desi Terry, Edward O. West Wilson, Amy Anna Soto, Sarah Valenstein, Charnel Hamlin, Tara Rivers, Kim Hardy, Best Boy, Deborah Monk, Jessica Lewis, Serenity Carino, Maria Sokolov, Annalise Somerville, Nikki Kelly, Amber Angel Power, Tara Mack, and Robin D. Whitehead. And Robin was actually the editor that helped me out so much with the book and helped me get it done. And so I thank her, especially, well, she can't be here tonight, but I thank her so very much. And I thank every author that gave me their poetry because it's something so personal, but they trusted me. So you all are telling me thank you, but I thank you because I didn't want to do it by myself. I didn't have enough poetry to fill up a whole book, right? But I thank you for joining me on this journey. And the website is available. I put the website in the chat box for those who are interested in purchasing a book. You can purchase the book from the website. All proceeds go to Hush No More. That is our fundraiser. All of our books are available there. You can order it there, and we send all the money back to the organization. All the money that we make helps survivors. So this is a fundraiser for us. You can get the Hush No More book, the Hush No More poetry book, the Hush No More coloring trauma, releasing from trauma book, and just support the cause because we give a lot to survivors. If you need any assistance, Hush No More is always here. We help you no matter where you are around the world. We have free counseling. We do art therapy every Thursday night at 7 p.m. If you would like to come, we would love for you to log on with us via Zoom for our art therapy. But we do a lot. We have a lot of groups, a lot of programs. We do safety plans for those of you in domestic violence, but you're not alone. And no matter what area you're in, we can find an advocate to help you and to support you along your journey. And so I thank you all because you're just so special. Like you're just, y'all mean the world to me. So, and I know I keep saying that, but everybody don't share their work. So just based on tonight, do y'all have any comments or how do you feel after sharing your poetry publicly?
So I have a comment, if I may. It's not about the poetry. I just saw something in the comments that I would be remiss if I didn't address. I think it was Miss Victoria Kelly made mention of she has a brother who is not her abuser, but he has inherited a certain amount of guilt because he wasn't able to stop the abuse. And first off, best blessings to you and your brother. I think as long as your brother understands that you don't hold him liable, then he has a fighting chance of healing. Naturally, whenever a person that we care about is abused within our arm of reach, we're going to feel some guilt. I wish I was taller. I wish I was stronger. I wish my hands were all the things we wish we could have done in order to help. That's natural. But as long as the person we care about doesn't hold us liable, then we have a chance of recovering, right? We're all against victim blaming. But I'm a firm believer that there's a self-imposed victim blaming as well. So we have to give ourselves the grace of not blaming ourselves. We don't want to be our own victim blamer. So again, best blessings to you and your brother. And again, as long as you don't hold him liable, he has a fighting chance of healing.
Thank you for addressing that, Obi. I've had some family members that said, "Why didn't I tell them?" And actually got mad. I didn't even tell my parents. So it's hard, and our family they are affected by what we go through sometimes. So it's something really to consider. So I thank all of you. Joy, I have the website. When you go to our website, the Hush No More website, if you're on your phone, you might have to scroll down to get to the bar, to the section that says shop. But it's on our website, and I also put the link so that you all can be able to go. And this video is recorded. It is on my personal Facebook page, the Hush No More page, and it's also on our YouTube page. So you can share it, and you'll also be able to listen to it on our Hush No More Champions podcast. That is available on all streaming platforms. We would love for you all to follow us on our podcast. If you would like to be on our podcast and to share your story, you can go to the Hush No More website, click on podcasts, and fill out the application and let me know. Several of the poets have already been on our podcast before, because I am big on sharing the stories of survivor, because it takes awareness and knowledge to heal. That's what leads to prevention. People need to know what's going on. So if you would like to be on our podcast, you can go to our podcast and fill it out and follow us. And you can also join Hush No More Champions. That is a small group, which I'm hoping that it grows, of individuals who want to champion for others, who want to just learn how to be there for other survivors as they're moving forward. All right. Does anybody else have any last comments before we get out of here?
I would just like to say thank you to everyone for your comments in the chat box. I appreciate those. And I hope that something that I said will be able to be encouraging to you by me sharing my story, and know that my story is giving me back my voice and allow me to be able to champion for others to be able to take back their voice and their power. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the scariest thing to share. Well, boy, it is so freeing. Like, it feels better. It's hard to do it, right? Every time I share my story, it's hard. Don't think that it's just easy for me and I could just get up there and talk. It's hard. I always pray. We prayed before we started today. So I believe in praying before I share my story, but it's not easy. So thank you all for taking your power back. It means a lot. I'm trying to show all the comments because on different platforms you can't see. So I'm hoping that I'm getting all your comments. So thank you all. It means a lot. So Hush No More, you can reach us at hushnomore.org. You can go to our website, look at all the events that we're doing, all the resources that we have available, and reach out to us. We're also...
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Marlene Sanders Show and podcast, where we have real talk and real conversations. Welcome to it. If you're new to the channel, I would love for you to subscribe to the channel, turn on your post notifications, and of course, leave me comments because I love those comments. And before we get started, let's start with the commercial for the channel. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome to the Marlene Sanders Show and podcast, where she will be bringing you real talk and real conversations. The Marlene Sanders Show will upload, premieres, and go live every Friday, 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure to subscribe and turn on your notifications. If you would like to be on the show, it is a $10 fee for a guest appearance. Serious inquiries only apply to the information you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Marlene Sanders Show and podcast.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining me for another round on the podcast. So today I am really looking forward to this discussion, and I'm sure you are as well. I shared that on the community post and also over on Anchor. So thank you guys over on Anchor. And also shout out to my podcasters on the CTR Media Network. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Tina. So we're going to get right into this topic today. Today's topic is powerless to powerful. We're going to have a great conversation with Scott. I'm going to invite him up, and then we're going to ask some questions. We're going to get right into it. And of course, those who are my replay gang, make sure you go ahead and leave a comment in the comment section below so that I can know what you thought about the discussion. So without further ado, let's get right into the topic and invite up our guest co-host. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Fine. Thank you so much for being on the show. So I'm going to let you introduce yourself to the channel, and then we'll get into the topic.
Okay. Well, thank you first of all for having me. My name is Scott Keithley. St. Petersburg native, born and raised Floridian, 50 years old. And my life has been of great extremes. Really, really happy to share experience, strength, and hope with your listeners and viewers about how my life's gone. So, I grew up in this area, and I had a normal, what you would call a quote normal life. Good parents, good school. Had all the opportunities in the world, but for whatever reason, at an early age, I was introduced to things that were detrimental to me as a child. Should have never been introduced to me, not through family members, but through people. Started off with just experimenting with drugs as a young teenager, and realizing at some point in time that having the ability to be in that lifestyle with people that were using allowed me to kind of fit in areas where I just didn't feel like I fit in before. And, that really took over a large portion of my life for a long time. Before I knew it, it was dominating my life. The ways and means to get more and to use more became part of my life. It caused me to lose military career and opportunities and my freedom for a lot of years. And as you said, powerless. I was completely powerless to control my addiction. And the lengths and breadth that it took me are no thing. But at the same time, I know through my experience that the God of my understanding allowed me to go through the things that I went through. So I now have a message. I can maybe reach somebody that not listen to anybody else that hadn't actually gone through it. I don't know where to begin, but the long story short is that it took me to the depths of going to prison 8 different times. I had no hope of getting anything out of life other than what I had at that moment. And at any point in time, my life was suspect to be taken from me.
Right.
And
before I hate to cut you off, but before we get into all of that, let's backtrack a little bit and start from the beginning of your story. So like you say, when you were growing up, you had a pretty normal childhood. Can you tell us a little bit about how was your childhood?
So my mother and father divorced when I was just about 2 or 3 years old. And I never saw my father again until I was 25. But my mother remarried when I was 5. And that man adopted me, gave me his last name, and he raised me as his own. And we have a wonderful relationship. Life was normal. Other than I bounced around a little bit, we moved from place to place because of my dad's jobs. And so I was never really settled in one particular place. One of the things I can remember from being from early ages, I started school a year early because my birthday's so late in the year. And then I skipped a grade because I tested really high. So where I thought that my folks would have thought that was an advantage, probably was a disadvantage because I was 2 years younger than everybody else growing up. And it's a big age difference when you're in first grade, but you really should be in kindergarten or preschool, you know? So put me kind of in a disadvantage with my growing up. But I mean, life was not bad. We weren't rich by any means. We had food on the table every day, and mom and dad were home every night, you know, and they taught me good manners and put me in Cub Scouts and swim team, and just play on the water all the time. I lived on a lake, so from the time I can remember earliest on, I had a little canoe. I could run around and be out on the water by myself all day, you know. I grew up born in St. Pete, but grew up in like Tarpon Springs area for the most part, and used to go to church on Sundays with my grandma. She would take me to church from time to time. I remember the best part about it was the glazed donuts as a kid. That was my favorite reason for going. I don't know.
So okay, you did say earlier, you know, your parents divorced when you were younger. Do you realize now being an adult, did that have any impact on you, your parents divorcing?
Not the actual divorcing part, because I never knew. I was too young.
Okay.
But years later, knowing that I had another dad out there that I had never seen and never contacted and had no photos of or anything, that definitely affected me. There was, you know, like any stepchild, you know, I would have some resentments and be like, well, you ain't my daddy. You can't tell me, you know. Right. But the truth was the man that raised me was my dad. So, yeah, I'm sure that had a lot of effect. There was times as I got a little bit older when I guess I would do things that would be a mirror image and remind my mom of my birth father. And she was trying to raise me to be anything but him, and I was growing up to be just like him, regardless of him being there or not. So, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. So, when you got to be older, did you ever have any conversations with your mother about your father?
Yeah, most of them were not very positive. Most of them were like, you know, you're just like your dad. Yada, 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 yada. And I, won't say the words, but
right.
There was that, she always told me that he loved me very much. But he just couldn't stop doing what he was doing. That was, put a wedge between us. He was kind of a wild child, a biker, and in that bike gang life and drugs and all that kind of stuff that went along with it. So I think at some point in time I had like an idea, an image of what this wild, rebellious, kind of badass guy was, and I wanted to be just like him, although I knew nothing about him. If that makes sense.
Wow.
And
that's amazing. Oh, continue.
Well, so what I was going to say is when I finally met him when I was 25, it was like me meeting myself in a mirror, only he was a lot bigger. I used to tell people if I ever met him, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to hit him right in his mouth, not coming around my birthday. I'm going to get him. When I met him, I looked at him. He walked in. He was about 6'4", 280. I was like, hi, sir. How you doing? That's a big old dude. But, he had gotten it.
When you I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but before, like when you met him, weren't you like, how did you feel in that moment, seeing him finally?
So I felt an instant connection. Like part of me that had been lost was there. I had just come home from the Navy, and for some reason I was just searching for him. This before the internet. The only way I could search was to call all information and call every area code I could find and try and find him. And if you would remember back then, that was expensive to do that, right? So my roommates were not happy. I racked up a big phone bill trying to find my dad, and I finally gave up. And out of the blue, I had a pager back then still, and out of the blue, my pager was going off and wouldn't stop. And I'm like, I got to go to the payphone and find out who this is. And when I answered the phone call, it was my dad's best friend, who was my mom's best friend in high school, that had introduced them together, and he was looking for me, and I had no idea how my mom had given him my pager number. They hadn't seen each other in 20 some years either. And so when I met him on the phone, he said, I want to come see you. And he turns around, he was right across the street from me at a payphone at a gas station in Newport Richie. Yeah. And I was like floored, like this was some, tear jerky, like reunion of some type of somebody I really didn't know, but I knew legend of. And when we got to meet, he was with his daughter, who was my age, who we were crib babies together, and they had just reunited.
Wow.
And so when I get to talking to them, I started asking them, like, kind of real trepidatiously, like, do you know anything about my dad? Is he alive? Is he dead? Is he, is he in prison? What's going on? Do you know anything about him? And they're like, we just left his house. We just had dinner with him. All this time he was living an hour away from me for 20 years, and I did not know. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was powerful when we met. I ended up living with him for a year, him and his wife and his stepkids. And it was good for a while, but I was young and kind of wild too, so I wasn't really.
Do you guys bump heads because you were so much alike?
A little bit more, not so much bumped heads, because I think in a lot of ways he was trying to make up for his guilty feelings of lost time. So he didn't really come down on me probably as hard as he should have.
Probably what you needed, right?
Yeah, I probably needed a big kick in the butt, and he was trying to hug me,
Yeah.
But it's like the nature versus nurture conversation. Like, I was not raised by him at all. I was 100% exactly like him. Wow. I was completely opposite of my father that raised me in so many ways. But my birth father, we both sang the same. We both did the same kind of work. We worked in the same cities across the country at the same age timeline, like if we were mirror images. It was really kind of uncanny. But then he left and went out. They moved, and I didn't see him again for 20 years again. And but we stayed in touch. And over the last several years, we had developed a very close bond and relationship. And fast forward, and when I came home from prison the last time, he was expecting me to come out and see him, and then we found out he had terminal cancer. So I was only able to go out and see him one time before, or two times before he passed. But I'm grateful that we had the time, because I got to learn a lot more about me by learning about who he was.
Wow. So how was that, finally connecting with your father after all these years, to turn around and lose him?
The hardest part about it is that I wish he could see how far I've come since then. I know he knew I was clean and sober, and he knew I knew the Lord. And for him, that was all that mattered. I had those two things. And he got to meet my wife prior to us getting married, and he was really vibing on her. He really liked her and knew she was a good person for me in my life. She's also in recovery for a very long period of time. So it's bittersweet, it's bittersweet. On the other side of it, though, the man that raised me, my father that raised me, he and I have gotten so much closer over the last 5 years or so that, it's like, it's ironic. I didn't have the dad I wanted when I was growing up, right? And the one that was there, I didn't appreciate as much. The one that wasn't there, I was always looking to be after and be like. At the end of the day, I was grateful. I'm grateful that I had two fathers that loved me in their own way, and that's more than a lot of guys have.
Yeah.
A lot of guys don't have one father that cares and loves them. So it's the funny thing is, I can take the strengths of both of them, and it's making me a much better father. So I got grown kids and grandkids, and I got a 9-year-old. So I'm getting this second chance to be a better dad than I was the first couple times.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So let's do this again. Let's go back a little bit. So
you spoke openly about your addiction. So what was it that caused you to become an addict?
Well, so again, I mentioned that I started school so early, and I was younger than everybody else growing up. I never felt like I fit in. When I was trying to play sports with the other kids that were my age, or in my school grade, they were 2 years older than me. They were physically more advanced. They were more grown. And so I never could keep up. I wasn't as fast as, I wasn't as strong as. When it was time to start trying to date girls, I was everybody's little brother. I wasn't a boyfriend material, So I had all these little things that, in retrospect, looking back, made me feel less than and not as included in group activities and things. So when I was about 14, this older fellow that lived where I lived, much older, he had kind of enticed me to be his driver, drive him around in his fancy car because he couldn't drink and drive anymore. And he started showing me the ropes about drinking and doing cocaine and other things like that, which I thought he was really cool because he had the flashy car and the flashy girls and a lot of money. And so what happened was some of the older kids that I used to want to hang out with, they would always kick me to the curb. About 9 o'clock, they were like, "All right, kid, you got to go. We're going to the candy store." And I never knew what that meant. And eventually I figured out they were going to the city to buy the cocaine. And I said, "Well, you ain't got to go all the way over there. I can get it." And all of a sudden, I was everybody's friend, right? There was the love affair started because I was on equal footing. Now it wasn't just equal footing. I was the rock star, so to speak. Everybody wanted me to be around because I could get what they wanted. And so for me, drug use became acceptance. It became a way of making me not 2 years younger and a foot shorter, right? It made it was the equalizer. So I chased after it, If a little bit of that was good for me, a whole lot more would be better, right? And as we come to realize in our modern days and knowledge, addiction is something that can be passed down from generation to generation too. There's some spiritual part of it. There's some physiological parts of it. So one person might use the substance and it never trigger them to use it ever again. They might hate it. Me, I could do something and hate the feeling and keep trying it until I like it. There's a difference. So
Right.
I think that's what started it.
That's what started it. Okay.
And a family history of it. My dad was an addict too, my biological father. So
yeah, so there was a history there of that from the past that you didn't even know about growing up.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. Okay, so after your addiction, at what point in time did it get to the point that you became incarcerated?
I think the first time I went to jail was shortly after I met my birth father. I was like 25, 26 years old. And, convinced a girlfriend of mine to take some money from the place that she worked at and give it to me. And she got arrested. I got arrested too, as an accessory. And the truth was, it was my fault. She was a good straight girl. She would have never done it except for me. So, at an early age, getting a felony mark on your back, it's kind of like, well, what's one more? I already lost this right, lost that right, and I'm never going to get that back because at that age, I can't see very far forward. Not far forward like you can when you're older and looking back, right? So, it was kind of like, well, this is what it is. All right, I'm in it. And when you spend any time incarcerated, that's a college for criminals. There's no programs that are really going to help you to not go back there. It's a whole lot of dead time hearing stories from the older cats and trying to be a little slicker and a little smarter, beat the system. So I would say mid-20s was when it really started rolling downhill.
Yeah. So at what point did it become your lifestyle now after your first incarceration? I've heard stories of people that get incarcerated and then because of it, the effect that the toll it has on their family, they say, I don't want to do that anymore. Was that the case for you?
No. I was on my own and the truth is I wish the first time it happened, I wish they'd have smacked me upside the head really hard. I wish they'd have thrown the book at me. But the truth is, what they do is they put you on probation, get you out the door right away. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Then you violate and you sit for 30 days or so, and then they put you back on probation. Oh, that wasn't so bad. So they kind of nurtured it along to where it didn't really have that much of effect. Of course, I was estranged from my mom and dad. They didn't agree with that behavior. That wasn't tolerable. That wasn't acceptable. It wasn't like they didn't send me commissary money and keep me fed while I was in there. They put tough love with me. Like, you put yourself there, deal with it. But the drug, my drug of choice at the time was so powerful that if I put it in my body one time, I wasn't able to stop until I got locked up again. Like, I try to get clean, try to stay clean for a little while. But, they say people, places, and things. I would be around the same people in the same neighborhood, living in the same places with the same stuff in my face all the time. That's really easy to gravitate towards.
Right.
So it was a long time when I really wasn't trying to change. Like, I was just trying to get away with it some more. I just wanted to get high because I thought that's all I wanted to do, because I thought that's all I could do. Like, I really didn't had all the intelligence and the capability to do something different, but I had no idea how to do that. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like I have a whole box of mechanic tools at home. That doesn't mean I know how to fix an engine.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's like you're a very intelligent person. You came from the right background, but sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes you have to go through the hard knock life, hit your head against the wall a few times before you say, I don't want to do that anymore. So once you got incarcerated and you were around the same people, living in the same neighborhood, like you said, what was it that caused you to one day say, I don't want to do this anymore?
Well, there was a lot of time when, I could delude myself and say I was having fun living that lifestyle. But there was a lot of time when the rubber meets the road where I was really sad and miserable and lonely and hurting. And estrangement from my family was very difficult on me. I think having periods of time when I would be clean. Thank God I went to jail as much as I did, because it gave me some time to stop me before I overdose or die or something bad, worse would happen. But I would have times when I would really, like, I'd be incarcerated and I'd find myself with nowhere to turn but to look up, and get the Bible and start reading and open a connection and start feeling a connection to God. It was working on me, just working on me, but it didn't take root real deep. It was always there. So I don't know exactly when I made a conscious decision. I know that the last incarceration that I had was really bad, and it made me absolutely trying to come in. It turned me around where there was absolutely no way whatsoever I was ever going back again, because it was the place that I was at was very violent, and I watched a lot of really bad things happen, within 2 or 3 feet from me, many times, and I'm not doing that again. So it took me a long time. So I guess I started when I was about 25, going off the chain pretty bad. And I was 43 when I finally got it moving in the right direction. So coming up in January, I'll be celebrating 7 years of clean time. And
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think
Go ahead.
I was going to say, when I was in the county jail on my way to my last prison bid, they had an outside group of people that would come in to bring in a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. And one of the gentlemen that was chairing the meeting, for the first time, I really gravitated towards another man and said, man, I like what he does. I like the way he carries himself. I like what he has to say. And he has a similar story to mine. He did 10 years in prison in one shot up north. But now his life was so much better. And I thought, man, I really like what he's got. So I asked him when I got out if he would be my sponsor. And he said, well, this is the meeting that I go to every Saturday. I chair this meeting. Do you know where this building is? I said, yes, sir. He said, you come down and see me and we'll talk about it. So when I got out on a Wednesday, I went to a halfway house that's owned and operated by some friends of mine who, ironically, I used to use with. This couple is a powerful couple in the recovery community. They've both been clean for like over 12 years now. So they took me into the halfway house. And then when I went to the NA meeting, I met with the gentleman down there and he said, you did show up. And so immediately I got involved with him and started working the steps and 12 steps in Narcotics Anonymous and attending meetings and facilitating meetings in a rehab facility where I used to be and just giving back. So that's the road that I took so that I could give myself enough clean time on the streets to make sure that I could stay doing it. And so now my life is amazing. Like the drugs are not ever an issue. I don't ever have a problem staying clean. It's not even a remote thought to use. And now I just learned to deal with other life issues. Keep moving.
Right. That was the question that I was going to ask you. That who is Scott today?
I'm a grateful child of God, first and foremost. I am almost just choked up just then saying that. Like God is powerful in my life. I'm a husband. I got married to a woman who I would have never in a million years. I've known her for a very long time. I knew her when she first got clean 15 years ago. And I would have never even thought we would date, much less be a power couple. And we are that. I was blessed by a gentleman that I've worked for on and off for many years to seek me out when I got out and bring me back into his fold. And the long story short is we worked into a program where I now own 50% of the company that he started 38 years ago. And as of right now, today, I'm 100% managing partner. He just flew to Australia to go sail the Great Barrier Reef for 2 months because he doesn't have to worry about nothing here. I got this. I took a company that was, down doing nothing to over a $5 million a year company. And I hire guys that I know that come out of prison that are that are staying clean and straight and need a shot. And I'm a father. I have 2 grown kids in their mid-20s and grandkids and a 9-year-old son. And I didn't know about my 9-year-old son. I didn't even know he existed until I came home from prison and found out about him and quickly became a father and figure in his life. His mother hasn't seen him in 5 years. I have full custody. Got him out of a bad situation. And my grandkids, they call me Grandpa. My wife said she's too pretty to be grandma. She's Grandma, so I'm now Grandpa. Not the most manly name, but I love it because it's my kids, my family. You had to say, who am I? I'm a good son. I'm a citizen. I'm a productive member of society. Sheriff Grady Judd heard my story. We and him talked face to face out there in Polk County. And he put his arm around me and hugged me and said, you're the kind of person I want to meet. You're an inspiration to come from where you came from to what you're doing now. And that was powerful to me because I used to run from the cops. They were the enemy. They were the enemy. For the past couple of weeks after Hurricane Ian, my family and I have been loading up my truck with as much as we could afford to buy and just going down and spending the weekend cutting down people's trees for them or cleaning up their yards or handing them bottles of water, food. And my experience is that my giving back it's my privilege. It's not a chore. It's not a job. Thank God I get to, I have a whole lot of get tos today. My job is phenomenally successful. I run a construction business and a remodeling company, and we do hurricane protection. And leaps and bounds, we're growing, but I know that none of that is for me. I mean, it's my effort, but my God-given talent and my responsibility. So who am I today? I guess it all boils back down to the first thing. I'm a grateful child of God that will go to great lengths on a daily basis to show my love to the rest of the world.
That's amazing, Scott. I love your story and your testimony. There's going to be a lot of people that I hope listen to this and are encouraged by it. And I just want you to, in the final words, the wrap up, is something that you can encourage somebody that may be in your, how you were? Give them some encouragement, speak to them in their heart, real talk, to let them know that they can get out of that life.
Okay. So to the sick and suffering addict that's still out there, you're not alone. And you too can create a whole new life for yourself. I'm a prime example that I'm somebody that society said was no good. My record said I was no good. I was powerless to get away from drugs and alcohol even for one day. But now, and but God, with God, I am able to say that I'm almost 7 years clean. And anybody, if I can do it, if a junkie like me can do it, anybody can do it, right? There's no way to stop it. So many guys that I met up the road who always complain about, the system's got me down. I got an X on my back. I ain't never going to be able to do this. I can't do that. I can't do that. There's a whole lot of I can't. There's still a whole lot of things I can't do. I can't own a firearm. I can't hold a state license. I can't do this or that or the other. But I can create wealth for myself and my family. I can create opportunities. And if anybody can do it, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I was the lowest level, bottom of the barrel junkie, and today I have people that are cops and judges that don't even know, but I'm doing work on their house and they feel safe and I'm secure and I'm trusted. And so I guess the message is just don't give up. Don't follow the lies. Get involved with some recovery groups. Get involved with a church or NA. Find people that are like doing what you want and gravitate towards that. Put in the work. If you put in a quarter of the effort into get clean as we put into staying high, there's nothing you can't do. That's it.
Amazing, amazing. So this is the last thing I want to ask you. So after everything that you have been through in your life, is there anything that you would change?
If there's anything I could change, it would be how I affected negatively other people. The negative things that I put on myself, I'm now grateful for because they shaped me and molded me to who I am, right? They show me God's power. But I would take back some of the hurt I gave to my mama, or some of the disappointments that I gave to people that loved and cared about me. That's about it. The rest of it is it's all part of God's plan. It's not mine. Like Moses was not a good guy, at one point, but look who he became. I modeled myself after the Bible that way. Can't be grateful. We don't, our literature says we don't regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it, but we just wish to gain knowledge of where we came from so we can see where we're going.
Right. Right. I'm all about that. I'm so grateful that you allowed me to be the space where you could share your story. I hope this meets the right person and encourages them. Thank you so much for your honesty and your willingness. Really appreciate it. And I would love if I get somebody else, because what I do is I speak to women who have been in domestic violence relationships. I'm into those who have substance abuse, those who have suicide stories, because that's my why I got into this, to let people know that there is life, to not give up on that. So if I have somebody else who maybe needs some encouragement, is it okay if I give them an email or something to reach out to you to encourage?
Absolutely. I'm one of the things that keeps me clean is the principle of I got to give it away to keep it. So I'm all about helping anybody.
Right. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Scott. So if anybody needs some encouragement from Scott, I will put the information in the description box below. Oh, somebody just came in. Hi, support. Welcome. I'm just about to end it, but please watch the replay. So thank you so much, Scott. Thank you for your time and your openness.
Thank you, Marlene. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. And give my love to your family.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm just going to end this show with the commercial for the Marlene Sanders show and podcast. I thank you guys so much for coming. And I'll see you guys on the next one.
Welcome to the Marlene Sanders Show and Podcast, where she will be bringing you real talk and real conversations. The Marlene Sanders Show will upload, premieres, and go live every Friday, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Make sure to subscribe and turn on your notifications. If you would like to be on the show, it is a $10 fee for a guest appearance. Serious inquiries only apply to the information you see on the screen. So, grab yourself a virtual seat and take this ride with the Marlene Sanders Show and Podcast.
I want to thank everybody for tuning into today's episode. Thank you so much to Scott K. His information will be in the description box below. Thank you for tuning in. Please go ahead and like. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also leave me a comment so I can find out what you have to say about today's podcast. And of course, I will see you guys on the next one. Welcome to the Marlene Sanders Show, where we have real talk and real conversations. And you're welcome to it. See you on the next one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Business Assets with Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I heard there was a secret legal code that David knew, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care about the law, do you? It goes like this: the law is good, the battle king composing, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the good business coach. I want to spend a little time speaking with you today about what I call V4. And it begins with your vision, your value, your visibility, and your valor. I want to tell you a little bit about my story, and I hope it is okay with you that I begin at the beginning. So, I am the daughter of an Episcopalian priest, and also he happened to be an attorney. And my dad was what I would call a community lawyer. He helped everyone in the community. He helped the butcher, he helped the seamstress, he helped the vegetable store owner, he helped the dry cleaners. And his office was the front porch of our house. So you can imagine that every day when I came home, there was usually a group of people at the front porch listening to him, asking him questions, and he would advise them. And he never asked for money directly. He would say, if what I've given to you today is of value, please leave something in the bowl so we can share it with the church community on Saturday and Sunday. And that's how I grew up, learning at my dad's feet. And one day I came home and dad was not there. And dad never showed up at the house again. Now, my mom was beautiful. She was brilliant. She was an artist. She painted these lovely paintings, and she was a poet. She wrote beautiful poetry. She was also a physicist, but no one hired a woman physicist back really in the 1970s. I don't know where NASA was, but they didn't contact mom. So for me, I was born in the Caribbean, in the island of Dominican Republic, and I was raised in Brooklyn, New York, very much like Alexander Hamilton, born in the island of Nevis, really grew up in New York City. So I learned at a very young age, I was 9 when this happened, when dad never showed up again, that without money and without people willing to truly help you, you lose everything really, really fast. And my mom lost a house very quickly. And we wound up at friends' houses, at neighbors, at family, but eventually we really wound up in shelters. And we stayed in shelters for a long time. The church is primarily the place that we would go, but we will often wind up in city shelters as well. And you get one cot per family back then. And my mom got the cot, so I got the floor. Little Liddy got the floor. And I was scared, I was cold, I was lonely. I missed my dad. And I would cry myself to sleep almost every night because I was so sad. And I would begin to sing because singing brought me comfort, and it still does. And as I sang, you could hear other people around the shelter singing along with me. And it was just a little beautiful memory for me. And I want to share that song because you will find that I like to sing. One, it makes me happy, but two, I find courage in my songs. And I hope that my songs touch you as well to gain more courage than you could ever imagine that one person could have. It's all within us. So the song I used to sing when I was a little girl in the shelters, and please join in if you know this song, is "This Little Light of Mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. No matter what they say, oh, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine." And it was the most beautiful sound to hear the other homeless people singing the song for hours. It just kept bouncing around the room. And that brought me comfort. Then one day, I got a scholarship to Columbia University. And they found out while I was filling out my award letter, it asked for my address. And I put down the shelter, the church's shelter. And they couldn't believe this. And they immediately gathered together and something changed. They got my mom a small apartment on campus for me and her. Isn't that amazing? And I watched this, I said, oh my God, how blessed am I? And I want you to begin to believe, if you don't already, that things can change in an instant. In an instant, you're healthy. In an instant, you're sick. In an instant, you're homeless. In an instant, you have a place to live. And the flow of life is never certain, but it is a journey that we are compelled to ride. So for me, the challenge as I was in college was not so much the work, but that I was broke. I had no money, and the wealthy students had a lot of things that they were able to do, and all I did was work. I worked everywhere. I worked at the front desk at the dorm. I worked at the library. I worked. They called it work study because you're supposed to be studying while you're working. Well, I was working while I was working, and that was a gift, because the parents that came to see their kids recognized that I was always there working, and they felt more confident and comfortable with me and trusted me with everything, with money, with clothing, with food, with special notes for their children. And one day, one of the parents said, Liddy, where do you work? Because you're just such an amazing person. And we would like to thank your supervisor. And I said, well, you can write a note to the school, but this is my work study. I have to work here at the front desk. And they said, really? And they said, don't you own a business? And I said, a business? I'm like, no. So parents at the Columbia University taught me how to start and operate and sell a successful business. So what was the one thing I knew how to do? They said, what's the thing you do the best? And I said, take care of others. They said, great, that's a babysitting service, and we've got some other kids at home, so you can watch them. So how much do you want to charge? I said, I don't know, $5. They're like, absolutely not. It should be at least $50. I'm like, $50? And as time went on, $50 became $100, became $200. By the time I left, I was $300 an hour. And because the demand was so great by other families that wanted a trusted person to leave their little children with, I wound up hiring 15, 17, maybe at one point even 18 college friends of mine to do the same thing. And I got a percentage of everything that they did. Years later, we sold that business to a Swiss company. And that's when I learned what real money was really about, that it wasn't how much you could earn, it was how much you had the ability to have others earn that are in your structure. And that's a lot about how business works. How do you multiply yourself? How do you multiply the work? How do you multiply the money? And that is something, unfortunately, we're just never taught, right, in school. We're taught to do what in school? Come on, say it with me. Become an employee and work for someone else. That's the American structure. So to step out of that, you've got to do something different, something unique, something fascinating, something that they don't teach you in a classroom. And that is what we are here to do. We're here to teach each other about the things they're not teaching you in school, because then you'd go out and be a successful business owner rather than becoming an employee for someone else. So what was the challenge for me? The challenge for me is I didn't know that there was an alternative other to being an employee, i.e. becoming a business owner. And it took someone to tell me, to show me, to implement it for me to accept that I can do this. And a lot of what we do with Dominionaire Life is that we teach each other how to do the things that we don't know how to do to become successful business owners. We have a host of training with regard to how we do that. I handle the law. Why? Because it is my heritage. 14 generations of my lineage were both priests and lawyers. I am not a priest, but I am a lawyer. And my gift is I have the ability to process that information that we call legalese and make sense out of it for others and create processes for you to be able to benefit from the law. We call it legal training within Dominionaire Life, and I run that division in terms of protecting your original ideas. We call that intellectual property. We are the only country in the world that in our Constitution, the US Constitution, we put in that every man has the right to protect their creative original ideas. We call that copyright. It is the right to copy. You have the right that is given to you by the federal government, and you can give others permission, transfer that right for them to copy your stuff. We call that licensing. So I train on these things within Dominionaire Life. And we have other fabulous people that train on money in terms of your finances, that train on mindset in terms of getting your mind right. And I say that not to be funny, but to acknowledge that oftentimes there are things that we see or that people teach us that just leads to nowhere. It leads to you being sad. It leads to you being demoralized and not being confident. So what do you do in those moments? So when we came together, when amazing Steve and Scott and we came together, it was to build something different, something that would empower individuals and families to dream again. We stop dreaming. We just go to work. And the ability to dream is so powerful. The ability to see what is not immediately in front of us, but it is coming, is amazing. And when I was a little girl, there was a song that I absolutely adored that helped me dream bigger dreams, even though I had nothing. And that song, and if you know it, come on, sing along with me on this one. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. And they do. We've stopped believing in our dreams because we've had so much failure that we don't think our dreams are valuable. So that leads me into my first V. V1, you have value. You don't have to believe me. It says so in the holy book. You are so important to our Father. So lovingly, He created you. And somewhere while we are living our lives, we fall into the trap of believing that we're not valuable, which is a fallacy. It's wrong. It's incorrect. But we believe it nonetheless. You are valuable. You are so important to Him. But you've got to believe in yourself as well. I can tell you as much as I want to every day how valuable you are, but until you believe it, it'll never take root. It'll never be grounded. And sometimes you need to surround yourself with good people. So Steve, Scott, myself, we are good people. We value on doing good, which is why I'm Liddy, the good lawyer, because there's some bad ones out there. I know. Please don't start saying, I know. I've experienced some myself, and I choose to do good. I choose to use the power and leverage of the law to do good and not evil. That's a choice each of us has. So your value is important. We need your value in the world to elevate our human existence, to do some good for others. How can you do it? As simple as giving a sandwich to someone who asks, as simple as working on your business to really make it successful, as easy as attending training so you empower yourself with knowledge so you can be a resource and a value to others. So value, you have it, share it. My second V that I love so much is vision. What is our vision? What is the vision that you have for yourself, for your family, for the world, for your business? Only you know that vision. And one of my favorite sayings from the Bible, from Habakkuk really, is when God told one of the prophets to write the vision and make it clear upon tablet so those that read it can run with it. For the vision is not for now, but it is for the appointed time. Wait for it. It shall come. And when I first read that, I had no idea what that meant, right? So write the vision and make it clear on tablet. What tablet were they talking about? I guess back then it was clay tablets. They baked them. They put a little pencil mark. I mean, I can't read the Egyptian hieroglyphics. But isn't it interesting that we have a product now that's called a tablet? Actually, I'm taping this video on a tablet. Isn't it interesting that centuries ago that God talked about make it clear upon tablet, and here we are in the year 2022, and we've got tablets that we make things clear, video, right? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it powerful that our all-knowing God knows these things? So the vision for you is to write it, create it, bring it forth from your spirit, the thing that touches you the most, because that is your gift and it's meant to be shared. It's meant to be clear on tablet. So those that see your vision can run with it. Isn't that beautiful? That even though you created, others can see it as well and will know what to do with it. That is vision. My third V that I want to share with you today is about visibility. I am horrible with visibility. People are shocked when I say that, but I don't do all the things that I should be doing with regard to putting my vision, my value out there for the world. I'm not really that visible. I'm not really on social media. I struggle with that, but I have asked Dr. Tina Ramsey to help me with that. So she said, great, Liddy, we're going to give you a podcast and we're going to give you a streaming television show. And by the way, her CTR Media network reaches like something like 350 million people around the world. I'm like, what? This is my client, and she's now telling me. So, and I spoke to Steve about it recently, and we're going to do some more visibility with Tina. With Dr. Tina. When I first met her 2 years ago, she was Coach Tina. And I said, girl, go get your degree. And 2 years later, she is Dr. Tina. I love it. I absolutely love it. See the vision. And she is such a wonderful spirit. And I mention her specifically because visibility is something that we could all strive to have more of. And it's important to have it with good people that care about you and care about the message that you bring to the world and care very much about making sure that we're adding value to the world. And I love working with my sisters of faith. It is simply a powerful presence to be in when we come together and create amazing things. So your visibility, is it that you speak? Is it that you write and you publish? Is it that you are on Facebook or on YouTube? Get it out there. Let people know that you are here. And again, I do a horrible job at it, but I admit that freely. I need to do a better job. But I can imagine that many of us need to do a better job of being visible and sharing what we stand for, sharing what will help with what we need help with and what we will help others with as well. So visibility is one of the things, one of the areas that I think is very important for us to focus on a little more. And there are tools out there and people out there that make it easy. And my last V for us is valor. And when I say valor, people often say, oh my God, what is Dr. Liddy talking about? Well, for me, the simplest definition of valor is courage beyond knowing that you will succeed. It's the confidence that you step forward, not knowing where the next step is going to take you, but knowing that you have to take the step. It's trusting in God that your steps are guided and measured, and you are courageously walking into any situation, knowing that you're not alone, knowing that the Spirit of God infuses everything that you do, and that you are valiant. You stand for good. You stand for good people, for good things, for good knowledge. You take a position that you do not back down from because it's yours. It's your vision of what can be. And there's a whole army that stands with you, good people around the world that support that valor that you have. Understand when I say valor, oftentimes you're going to walk alone. I know I say you will have an army, and then I said, what? You're going to walk alone. Well, the army will come, but they'll only come when they are convinced that you are convinced that you will stand strong in your courage. Then they come forward. So if there are things that you care deeply about, stand for them. If there are people that you want to support that others are not supporting, support them. And know that your presence of standing firm in that belief will show the way for others to stand with you. So my work around the world focuses primarily on what I've shared with you. I use law to bring value to people. I use the law to bring vision to people because they don't know what they don't know. They can't see what they don't see. I use law to bring visibility. I argue cases in court. I do arbitrations. I also set up businesses. And I help people to sell them and fund them. I do all that fun stuff for me, but I know that I do these things because I saw my father do these things for others. So we are all part of a lineage. There's a history that comes with us, whether we know it or not. It comes with us, and it is imbued in our very cell structure to make us who we are today. Good or bad, it is who we are. And valor. So much of what is happening or what happens to us is without valor. No one courageously steps up on our behalf. You have to be the person that steps up on your behalf and behalf of others that you care about and causes that you care about. And which is why I love Dominionaire Life, because so many of us, Steve, Scott, myself, we stand up for others and each other. And that's a beautiful collaboration to have, knowing that you're not alone, that you're never alone. You've never been alone, and you never will be alone. Just because you don't see people doesn't mean they're not there in spirit and support of you from miles and miles away. So I share these things with you because I want you to know that you are important in the plans that unfold for your business, for your family, for our futures. And I want you to know that Dominionaire Life was created for people just like you that wanted a different way of life, that didn't want to worry about money because you're working on your business and that's bringing you the money, because there's training for you to learn and excel, because there's good people that have come together to say, let's band together to make a difference in this world for other people. And if you can hear me, then you know that what I am saying is true. You know that there's a vibration when people are doing good things, right? Some people get hot, some people get trembles. I get happy. I love it when people do good things. And it hurts me when I can't help everyone. And I know that. So I choose, right? When things come in my path, will I help? And if I can, I do. And sometimes I simply can't. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't know how. And I think that's a lot of us, right? We don't know how to help sometimes. So I want to share two thoughts. One is the Mayans have an ancient saying that says, if it is to be, then it is up to me. If it is to be, then it is up to me. And I've adopted that as my own personal philosophy. I'll go first in many situations, not knowing sometimes what the end will be or not knowing exactly what to do, but to know that my presence is important. And I'm so sorry that I can't be with you today. If it was anything other than a medical situation in my family, I would be on the ground with you, as I like to say, boots and stilettos on the ground. But I will be there next time. And I am here now. I'm not far away. I'm a phone call, I'm a text message. Oh, by the way, text message, I meant to share with you. I promised that I would give a gift to you. So on your cell phone, if you send a text to 26786, 26786, and if you type in the word law, LAW, I have a gift for you. It's an infographic of a copyright, meaning it's a picture of what the copyright process looks like. I am adamant about all of us copywriting our original creative ideas because they're good ideas that are worthy of protection and monetization. But the monetization part is for another discussion with you. So I want to say that I believe in you. I believe that there's a pathway for all of us that leads to goodness. And that means locking arms with each other at times and stepping out on our faith and strongly declaring that we are people of faith, we are people of God, and we believe in good business for everyone. I am Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer, and may you always remain as blessed as you are now. Until we meet again, please stay safe, please stay inspired, and please stay absolutely marvelous.
So come join her, monetizing you and your business at a Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com.
on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we have our special featured guest, Dr. Patrick Dix. He is the automation king. He is going to tell us how automation is going to affect our jobs right now and in the future. So tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST to see this interview. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I am so excited to have today Dr. Patrick Dix. If you want to know about automation and how it is going to affect you and I in the now, then this is definitely an episode for you. We have been telling you about this for the past couple of weeks because we know that this is valuable information that you need to know in order to stay ahead, to get ahead of the curve. Dr. Patrick Dix has a Doctor of Science in Information Systems and Communication from Morris University College. He has a Master in Business and Administration with an emphasis in Information and Technology Management. He also has over 25 years of experience in the technology world. So he worked with several government agencies and universities and private companies. So he's definitely an authority in this particular field. He's also an adjunct professor, which have had the privilege of teaching over 20,000 students, whether inside a classroom or remotely. So clearly, this man has the information that we need. And I'm so happy that he decided to stop by the Tina Ramsey Show on today. So let me bring him on. Welcome to the show, Dr. Patrick Dix. I'm just so excited to have you because I want to know about this myself. Oh, one moment. Unmute so we can hear you because we need to hear you, brother.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. I appreciate you allowing me to come onto your show and accepting the invitation. And I'm here to share my knowledge with everybody.
I am so excited to have you because this matter of automation, I know as individuals, I mean, you are a thought leader and expert in this field, but for everyday people like myself and our audience, we may see things happening such as our grocery stores changing more into automation, our jobs having more computers than normal. We may not understand what's going on. So could you please tell us what is automation so that we can understand what this is?
Pretty much a generic description of automation is the replacement of humans by a process or a machine. That is automation. There's no other simplified way to explain it. Basically, to take the human interaction and the human out of the process.
Wow. I mean, that's as simple as you can put it in layman terms. So it's basically the removal of humans from positions that normally we would do, and they replaced it with computers or robots. So in that, when we think about the current situation with our jobs, because I know my family comes from a background of 3 different areas. Either we were a teacher, we're going to the military, or we're going to the factory. That is what I was accustomed to growing up. And so we either went in one of those 3 fields. So when you think about this automation, how it is really going to affect the current jobs with all this automation that we're seeing now?
Well, I'll start off with manufacturing since I am from South Carolina and still live here. I wrote my dissertation on them automated manufacturing in South Carolina and the effects on rural communities. Manufacturing is going to be hit pretty hard. The southeastern United States is a predominantly manufacturing area. And you think about those repetitive tasks of someone doing this all day or moving their hands. We can use machine learning, we can use artificial intelligence, but ultimately we can automate that process to say, once we find out how to program what the human is doing and shave 5 seconds, and to the listeners or anyone listen live, they have what they have, Lean Six Sigma. It's pretty much trying to save money. So if we could save 5 seconds off each movement during an 8-hour shift, that is a strategic way to not only raise profits, but reduce waste. And the company could see a return on investment on the automation system or robots. With teachers, online learning has taken a very, very strategic move. The thing now is a lot of people were out of work during the pandemic, and many of them decided to re-educate themselves to get a new skill set. And the thing about that is with automation and the computer systems, most of the work is done. I teach asynchronous classes. Basically, I'm not presently there, but all the schoolwork is there. And see, it gives a student the flexibility to not to have to sit in the classroom. They just have to have all their work done by Sunday or Wednesday and their discussion posts. And in the education field, you know, many of the students now are using iPads.
Yeah.
It's kind of good and it's kind of bad. They're not really learning, but they're using the software to learn how to do things faster. But I say with the iPads, they have a negative side to them because now you're allowing your child or your student to learn how to just look at a screen versus interact with a human. And in the military, the drones, they are already testing a lot of the missile systems. Currently, a lot of the missile systems are autonomous. I mean, they'll lock onto a target once a pilot or a soldier hits a specific laser beam, not a specific laser beam, but aim the laser beam at a target. And the rocket does the rest. It'll deploy and it'll ignite on impact.
Wow. So I heard you say 3 things. And basically, the reason why this topic is so intriguing to me is because this is a topic that affects everybody. Okay.
Yes.
This is something that is universal, no matter who you are. You're going to see something that's how it's going to affect you. So you mentioned the military with using the drones, you mentioned education within our classrooms, and you also mentioned the factories that we're accustomed to down in the South, and maybe in other areas too, but I know it's very heavily in the South with factory work. And so so from a business standpoint, if you're the business owner, you are presented with this saying, hey, I have this automation system. It's going to help you make more money. It's going to help you save on probably health insurance for a human being. And they're looking at it as a great marketable way to remove humans, but increase their margin line. But it's hurting the families who depended on that income. Oh, wow. And you saw it. Wow.
Yeah, one of the things is a company, anybody that does taxes, any accountant, they can use the money and say, we'll invest $200, $2 million and write it off. Pretty much it counts as investments. And they can say, we'll take $2 million, program us a robot. And what they'll do in software programming, you'll do what you do. You'll do what is called beta testing. So first of all, we will beta test with one software package and say, this is the proficiency of the robot. Let's put it on a line and see what it does. Once they can fine tune it, it's pretty much over for the workers on that line. I can remote in, for instance, if a company had a virtual private network, I can remote in from where I'm at in South Carolina and get into the factory settings of that robot and change them and never have to go to California.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah. So basically, life as we know it 10, 15 years ago is going to cease to exist in regards to the type, because basically I remember having cousins and uncles and aunts that retired from factory work. So when we're thinking about your age and my age, is that even a possibility for them to be able to plan their lives around
20, 30, 40 years in a factory like maybe their father did? Because it just seems like it's not going to be with everything.
No, that's not possible. Even in the manufacturing facilities, I don't know if you've heard of this or the listeners, they have something called advanced manufacturing. And they'll say, well, what's advanced manufacturing? That's high level STEM, that's engineers and computer science, people like myself, that still takes the worker out of the equation. And people will hear that and say, well, they might need people. They don't need people. And the other thing is that those days of working in a plant 30 years, not only does it physically ruin your body, your knees, and your back, you won't be able to work in a facility. I mean, you have to think now with other companies in China and other countries, we don't have to have work done locally anymore. You can ship it and import it and export it in. So those days of retiring from a manufacturing facility are over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And this is going to dramatically affect, especially rural cities where the main, usually foundational piece is factory work. I mean, everyone knows everybody. They go to the same place they work. It's generation and generation working at the same place. Woo.
Yeah, and not only the rural areas, it's going to branch out into the urban areas. It's going to affect a lot, even from your transit systems. If you've been to the Atlanta airport, that train is automated. I went to the Phoenix airport. They're building that Skyline, I think what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
They now have people taking people from the airport to get their rental cars, but you could see they're building the shuttle system to where these people won't have a job. So look around you, and I tell everyone the self-checkout aisles, they are great. A lot of facets of your life are really about to be upside down, from waitresses to waiters, driverless cars. We're in what we call the fourth industrial revolution. I just want everybody just to look around at the advances in technology and see what's going on.
Wow, the fourth industrial revolution. That's what you said?
That's what we're in now, the fourth industrial. The last revolution was in the 1970s or 80s. Mm-hmm. I just want everybody to remember we have not made technological strides since the 1980s with the CDs, the Apple One computer. You have to think about Microsoft in the 70s. There are a lot of technological advances. So the world has to move forward. And that's what we're currently in, the fourth industrial revolution.
Wow. We have someone from our virtual studio audience that just checked in. Hello, Miss Jerry. How are you today? She said, wow, so true. And I noticed that this is also happening within the transportation industry. You even mentioned about the transportation. And so trucking, we can see how trucks are starting to have automation, a computer driving the truck. So it's something that this is just mind-boggling.
They're already testing the self-driverless trucks. They really have to perfect it down because you have hazmat loads on the self-driverless trucks. So it's kind of safe, but the biggest proponent of them switching to automation is with everybody not wanting to work right now. And I expressed this to everybody. The pandemic really, as they say in the old saying, it caught a lot of companies with their pants down. That will never happen again. They will never cease production. They are going to make sure if an epidemic or a pandemic, whichever one you want to call it, happens again, production will go forward.
Yes, because literally the whole world. And so they had to figure it out. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to dive a little bit deeper into this conversation of automation. And I'm so happy that you're here because this is something in the now that we need to hear, but we may not want to hear. But now that we know that this is happening, what we can do about it and how can we change the trajectory of our families and what we need to do. So we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a moment with the Automation King, Dr. Patrick Dix. We'll be back in a moment.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just want to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in this week and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
Hello there. My name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO. Tina Ramsey had me on as a guest a couple of times this year with her show, and as a result, I have been able to recruit authors for book projects that I've been involved with, as well as speakers for my upcoming event in September. Tina is a certified VCM. She's all about helping individuals with their visibility, with their connections, and with their monetization. So that basically means she's going to help you get in front of the right people so that you can promote your service or promote your product. So again, if you've not had the opportunity to connect with Tina, she's really great at what she does. Again, my name is Tiffany Bell. I'm with Nonprofit CEO, and you are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show. Thank you.
And just like that, we are back, and I am back with the Automation King. We are touching on some deep topics on today because one thing we want to do, we want to have fun, but sometimes it's time for us to really get down, like my grandmother said, to the nitty gritty, especially when you see the world is shifting and some of us are not aware of the shift. So we need experts like Dr. Patrick Dix to come in to explain this to us so that we can make a decision on what we're going to do with this information and how we're going to proceed moving forward. So let's go ahead and bring him back on. Welcome back to the show. And during the commercial break, we had some more comments come in. She said, exactly, we must be prepared, and I want to prepare my kids as well. So, Dr. Patrick, I heard you say multiple different things about the automation and the robots and how they have the ability to learn. Let's dig a little bit deeper because literally we used to watch Star Trek or all these different movies and we see them talking about the robot can learn and now it has artificial intelligence. It learns as it grows. Like, are we in that era really, really right now?
Yes, it's called self-awareness. If you saw I think it was a couple of weeks ago, Google, one of the engineers got fired or leaked that the robot became self-aware. One of the things about artificial intelligence and a robot, once it can become alive and know that it has feelings and emotions, it's kind of like the movie from 1984, 85, Maximum Overdrive. Have you seen that movie where the trucks revolt and they shoot at the people at the gas station and everything? And I watched that movie numerous times, and that's one of the first things about the robots revolting. And one of the processes that they use is called machine learning. Basically, if anyone has ever watched the video games or if you watch any of the games they create now, they have a actor with a bunch of sensors. They are using machine learning to mimic and pinpoint and use data points for action. So what we can do in a manufacturing environment or whatever we want to replace, we can pinpoint on a computer screen, create sensors to say the robot is working, or you also will use a collaborative robot to work with somebody to mimic and say if they're doing this, it's keeping a detail and it stores the file. And all we got to do is get a programmer, or we use artificial intelligence to generate the code, and it'll go. It might miss once or two till we refine it, and it continues to do it. And if there's 100 people on the line, we can get rid of 80 of them and have 20 of them. That's all we need. And then once we fine tune it again, we might only need 10 people and 90 people do not have a job.
Wow. Oh my goodness. So all of those blockbusters, well, you know, I'm aging myself when I say blockbusters. Let me see, can I say something else? Let me see, can I say something else? Okay. So all the movies that we have been seeing since, I mean, I'm saying Star Trek because I remember seeing Star Trek and before the tablets and our cell phones, and we couldn't even fathom having to be able to communicate with something this small when computers used to be the size of a room. Okay. And so now I'm noticing a lot of these old movies, a lot of these old television shows that seem too futuristic, quote unquote. Now we're seeing this stuff before us, which is
mind-boggling, and how you broke it down on the sensors. Yes, even down to the games that our children plays, the headsets that they might put on.
Yeah.
All of that is actually, oh my goodness, they're learning how to be human.
Well, and then too, one of my favorite movies is RoboCop 1, 2, and 3. RoboCop is a reality. Basically, I've stated this to people.
Mhm.
I've done other podcasts and say we can help out with law enforcement. We can have a car drive around. I don't know. Have you ever seen the Google car before? The big camera on it.
Yes, I have.
Okay, that could be a law enforcement vehicle. The camera is gathering data using facial recognition, and this thing goes deeper and deeper to like with facial recognition. So we could have a RoboCop driving these very dangerous neighborhoods, get all the data, get tag numbers, pinpointed and tied to one database. People standing in the street, it can do facial recognition, and then it can analyze it in a couple of nanoseconds. It pinpoints, spits out a warrant, or it says that person is wanted for in another country, and we got them. And they have already using this technology, like with the repo business. They drive through the neighborhood, they gather barcodes. So if you see the repo cars with all those those are cameras, high-speed cameras gathering data. That is just like a tenth of what is going on.
Wow. So
Yeah.
basically the cliche or the statement that a lot of people say in entrepreneurship is that data is king. But we didn't realize that it went this deep. Okay. So we have these processes and these cars collecting all these data in a matter of seconds that takes human beings sometime hours or days or months in order to do. So it's from a business perspective, from big conglomerate companies, Fortune 500 companies, it's a good business move for them, but it's terrible and crippling for our economy of what we're used to in the now.
Yes. I grew up on a farm. Farming is computerized. If you drive by a field, I remember when we were little, we would have to drive the tractor and look back and the roads would be messed up. You can go on YouTube, watch some of these channels. The tractors now are guided by satellites. All I would have to do is let the machinery drive the tractor, press it down, and the satellite drives the whole tractor. It could be 20 acres straight, and it'll tell me everything that's wrong with that tractor. So there used to be handymen on a tractor on a farm. Those are obsolete. You can't fix these computerized machines. John Deere, we had New Holland and Ford tractors on the farm, and Massey Ferguson. All those things are computerized. Even car mechanics are becoming obsolete. Cars are computerized. You cannot fix old cars. What we call them shade tree mechanics. You can't even fix cars anymore unless you have computerized software. So when I talk about automation and the invention of with the artificial intelligence and the invention of other technologies, it's covering everything.
Wow. It's basically changing the whole structure and the fabric of what we're used to into another, I mean, I don't want to say dimension because it's not that, but it's just a new era. I would say a new era. And we actually have a question from my virtual studio audience. Miss Jill, she says, who would be valuable in the fourth industrial revolution? That's a good question.
People in blue collar, a lot of blue collar professions cannot be automated. They cannot automate the lay down electrical wire. Plumbers cannot be automated. You saw today the trains, they passed the strike. They were striking. They cannot automate those trains. A lot of blue collar HVAC, buildings, landscaping. A lot of blue collar fields are very safe, and a lot of those people make a lot of money. They just have to keep their credentials up. Other people that will be valuable, people that can read data, people that can, I hate to say it like this, think for other people. If you look in society now, people really don't want to think for themselves. So if you can read data and think for people, you are very valuable. People that are great problem solvers, people that can analyze data. I just mentioned that again, but I stress looking at data, pinpointing and what is wrong. And people that holistically can put things together, like from A to B to C. Those are the types of people that'll be very valuable in the fourth industrial revolution. That's what we're currently in. Those are just some of the fields. I probably haven't named them all.
Wow, that's powerful, because the ironic thing is when you mention the blue collar workers, such as the plumbers, the ones who had the ingenuity to work with their hands to fix things, you know. If you go back if you go back 20, 30 years ago, it was a shift in the regards to how we felt. It was enlightenment towards education. So it was pushing more young people to go to college. And I'm not against college. Get that. I'm not against it. So I am for education. But due to that shift in the world, it caused us to lose the people who work with their hands, the industrial side of it. And so now we need those people, and now we need to build those skills. So this is so profound. So basically, you guys, you need to be a problem solver in order to make it through this fourth industrial revolution. You need to be able to fix and do the data and understand how to read it. They're going to need people to fix these machines. Okay.
And you're going to need people that can be leaders. I don't mean any of that funky, crazy stuff either. You got to really be a leader. Not a how do I say it? Not a partial leader, but a full leader, because you're going to have people that really don't know what to do. It's really about to get real. And I've stressed to people, I said, in less than 60 months, this world is going to look different. And, you know, when I went to high school, and I'll tell folks, I barely graduated high school 20 years ago. And I let people know high school is just high school. How we're lying to kids right now, we're letting them think they excel in high school, they're gonna make it in life. Life doesn't work like that. Life requires a whole different skill set. So I said that to say the kids that even graduate high school with these high GPAs and like, oh, I have all that, you're back at zero now. Now you're about to get a dose of the real world. You have to have people that really can strategically plan and execute. That's the biggest thing. Coming up with a plan is good, but do you know how to execute? Do you know how to, talk to people? Another great thing, the people that will be very valuable. People that have social skills and people skills.
Communication.
A lot of people don't even know how to talk to people. And people that are not extroverts, you know, those days of working in an office, not talking to people are over. You have to talk about the political spectrum. You have to talk about the social issues. You got to be able to talk about religion. You can't work anywhere. You know, that old cliche, don't talk about religion. No, you got to talk about that stuff at work. And people that really just have a will to succeed and a good work ethic will be valuable. And people that just really have transferable skill sets and also people that can learn quick. Those will be your most valuable people.
That's powerful. We have a comment coming in from YouTube from our virtual studio audience. She said, critical thinking is key. What would you do instead, and how do one optimize the automation and AI to his or her advantages? Great questions.
Yeah, critical thinking is key. What would you do instead? I would really just look at problems and try to break them down. The critical thinker, you also have to be analytical. I would look at problems. One of the things I learned at a young age, you don't have to know everything, but if you can piece together what's going on, take a problem, they call it problem solving skills. Take a problem piece by piece and figure out how it works. Because you're going to be faced with problems in life that I don't know everything. As smart as I am, I don't know how to fix everything. But if I hear something, I can put two and two together and say that doesn't sound right. And the other question about how does one optimize automation? Get ahead right now and learn how everything works. Read all the books. Data analytics. That's one of the things I teach classes in that. I talk about the people about R programming, Tableau. There are some other ones. But there is so much data that is being harbored right now. People don't know what to do with it. And I express to people, if you learn how to use these skill sets, you can make yourself very wealthy by telling people what to do. It's been proven psychologically. People want to be told what to do. And they did a study. Basically, if somebody walks in an office and see a diploma or degree on there, they're going to say, oh, well, they're certified to tell me what to do. I'm going to listen to them. People would not believe it, but people really want to be told what to do. We have a lot of people that do not want to think for themselves. And that's some of the ways you can use the stuff to your advantage to get ahead and show people the ways of this is how this data is being used. This is how you can use it to elevate your life or to make other things better.
Wow. Okay. So we have another comment. She said those this was must be when we were previously speaking on the job. She said those are fields that we don't teach kids anymore. Yes,
Yeah.
that is true. That's true. So she said how many months? I think he said 60.
I said 5. I said less than 5 years. I would tell folks we have about 60 to 120 months with all this stuff. And this stuff might be full-fledged in 10 years. But we're talking about in 5 months, you're gradually seeing the changes already. They have the robots at the University of Tennessee. On my website, I have a YouTube video to where the robots are going in delivering pizza. Basically, they have it in California already to where the grocery delivery robots are bringing the goods to the people. You scan it and open up and get your stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And this is happening right before us, you guys. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break. I want all of you to let that marinate for a moment, get your bearings. And while we're taking this small commercial break, get your pen and paper, because normally I don't write notes during the interview, but I can't help it because he's saying so many valuable information in regards to we have to stay ahead. And if you do not have these transferable skills, you need to learn how to do it. So this is your wake-up call right now on this episode. Don't never say he didn't tell you, because he told you. Okay, we'll be back in a moment with the Automation King, Dr. Patrick Ditts. We'll be back in a moment.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
And just like that, we are back, and we are going to get back into these juicy topics, okay? I know this is a little bit more deeper, and I specifically wanted to have him after I had a conversation with him. And I was like, this man is profound at what he's speaking of in the now, okay? And this is some information that we're universally all connected to what's going on now. So now this is your chance in order to hear this information, be able to set your children up for success and yourself so that you can prepare for what's happening right before our eyes. It's not a game anymore. This is not just television. This is real life. On that note, let's bring back in our featured guest, Dr. Patrick Ditts. We are back. So with all of this that's going on right now, what does the future of our workforce look like?
The future of the workforce, you're going to have your blue collar fields. Mm-hmm. You're going to have people that are able to hybrid or work from home. And that's pretty much what is, from my observation, it's going to be those two work fields, because what happened is, the white collar and the blue collar, my bad.
Yeah.
And you're going to have it to where if you're not in those two fields, you don't have a job. You're obsolete. And I've expressed this to people. You're going to become obsolete very fast. You're going to become obsolete and not even know it because your skill set, you don't retrain on it. And that is the future. A lot of companies with the pandemic, they gave up their big leases. And so they have everybody working from home. And a lot of employees now really, really have the ball in their court. They can negotiate to say, I need to work 2 days a week or 3 days a week. And with the labor shortage, companies are saying, well, we need to keep labor. We're going to have to do it. And a lot of the companies are really going to have to sit back and realize we need to go to a 4-day work week, and we're going to have work from home, the white collar and blue collar. Those are the only two fields left. If it's not really STEM related or doing something in research or blue collar, you really have to ask yourself, this is the main question I ask people. Are you in a field that is helping move society forward? If you're not in a field that is moving society forward, you are obsolete.
All right, you guys, it's time for some tough love and self-evaluation. I need everyone who watch and supports the Tina Ramsey Show. I need you to share this out to everyone on your timeline, everywhere, because people need to know this information, also know how to connect with the expert. Please don't ask me any questions on this because I don't know. He's the expert on this. Make sure to connect with him on all of this information. He's not a doctor for no reason because he took his time to study technology, took his time to understand what is going on. And you actually complete your dissertation on this very topic. So what made you decide, out of all the different things that you could speak of, that you just, because a dissertation is a lot of work, people, for those of you who do not know, that is a lot of work. So what made you decide to not only speak about this, but write your dissertation on this?
Because this is a life-altering event, and I know people that are personally going to be affected by it. I found a note from 9/13/2017 on why I decided to write this dissertation. I looked at it the other day on my computer, and life is advancing. You know, this is even before the pandemic even happened. I think I was blessed to have one of the God-given talents of vision, and I see things. And this was 3 years before this even happened. I remember telling people this in May or March 2018. I said, they are about to automate everything. We didn't even know what a coronavirus was. And this was 2 years prior. And just deciding to write about that topic, you know, it really touched me. And I wanted to give information to people. And as you stated, doing the research is a lot of work, but it was worth it to share something with people. And the thing I would like to share with everybody, it doesn't matter your race, religion, gender specification, this is coming for you. And the two groups, you know, that this is really going to affect are minorities and women. The reason, I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but you can Google this. Women are going to be affected because women work a lot of administrative tasks. Minorities are going to be affected due to their lack of education, credentials, and the willingness to encourage themselves or other people to go back to keep their credentials up. So those two groups are going to be completely devastated. Every other group in America is going to feel it, but these two groups are going to feel it the most.
Wow. We have someone from the studio audience said, Dr. Dix is the man. Y'all better listen up. And said that you always on Erica's broadcast. Yes. Everyone, all jokes aside, you need to listen up. You heard what he just said, and I'm going to reiterate it because sometimes we have to talk about these tough topics in order for us to move forward. He said the two classes that's going to be affected the most is minorities and Black women. Okay. And I'm just gonna say women in general, but also because we're minorities, I said it wrong. Minorities and women, because we have more administrative jobs like secretarial jobs, and stuff like that. And so as women, this is our wake-up call. If you find yourself in that type of position, there are so many different certifications that you can now take that's in data analysis, that's in metaverse, dealing with meta. Some are free, some are paid. What are your skills right now? What problems can you solve that is viable in order for mankind to move forward?
You know,
consider that and then move forward in that. So thank you for being like transparent. I mean, sometimes we don't want to hear it, but we need to hear it so that we can get ahead.
Well, those days I can tell, like you said earlier, and I really mean this, those days of playing around are over. And what's going to happen? A lot of people are going to find themselves sleeping on people's couch or being in a homeless shelter, men and women. I said, this stuff is moving fast because the median rent price is $2,000. And I asked people, how many people you know make about $8,000 to $9,000 a month? How many people clear $108,000 to $120,000? That's not gross, it's clear. And I don't want people to say nobody told me about this once this becomes widespread. But the days of playing around are over. The days of being thotting it up, as we call it, listening to all this crazy music and just taking pictures for the gram and stunting on Snapchat and all these social media platforms are over. You're going to find yourself taking pictures saying, my life is in shambles. And the biggest thing is you got to take responsibility for yourself. So that's the biggest thing I tell everybody. Take responsibility for your life. You still have time to prepare for this stuff. But if you don't take heed to what I'm saying and other people are saying, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to survive in the upcoming years in the future.
All right, you guys. This is one of those episodes where we're giving you that tough love. This is something that all of us need to hear in the now, especially the whole world. But what hits me is because I come from a small town in South Carolina, and I know our roots is factory work. I mean, everybody that you knew worked to a factory, and knowing that is becoming obsolete. Thinking about a lot of our children, they thinking that was a viable option, but it's not. And so now we know this information. Now you need to take in this information, and then you need to apply it with action. Just don't sit on the sideline listening, thinking you have all this amount of time, because basically the pandemic sped up everything that was already happening. So now it's working expeditiously, because those business owners, like Dr. Dick said, they're not gonna get caught with their pants down no more. They were like, wait, if it happened again, we have everything in line, whether with you or without you.
Exactly. And companies won't tell you this is coming. A company won't tell you they're automated. They don't want people to quit. And one other thing, I don't know if you know this, I'm part of the millennial generation. There's a 15 to 20 year workforce gap because millennials are not having kids like baby boomers. That's another serious issue. There are not enough people to replace baby boomers that are going to die off or retire. And we are the gap to the next generation. I don't have kids yet, and I know a lot of other people don't, but people are not realizing there is a huge workforce gap. Most people are not having 4 and 5 kids anymore. Some people are having 1 kid. Some people are opting to not have kids. And there is a workforce gap. That's automation. They'll say, well, in 10 to 15 years, we'll just automate the whole facility. So those are other examples of how this technology is going to manifest very fast.
Well, I can't say this online. I am a millennial, but I'm at the older end of the millennial. I am in the bracket. They consider me a millennial, but I'm the older part of the millennials. Okay. And you're exactly right. You don't have children. I have 2 children. And I was like, I'm not having a house full of children. That's just not for me. And so, but we take our situation and we put it back 20 years ago. If I was 20 years ago living in that time, I would have probably had 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids. But this is a different generation. We're like, wait. If I'm gonna have some, I'm gonna control it. I'm gonna have 2, and I was the only child. I am the only child. So my parents only had 1 child. So, and that's highly unusual for baby boomers. Okay. But you're right. And so I never even thought about how not only is machines replacing things that we normally could do, but also the fact that it's not human beings there to replace the ones who are currently there. And we are not building the skill set, the problem solving, because everything is so readily available. You can Google your phone, pull it out. You don't have any communication skills. I remember I was sitting down, I was writing, and I was like, I forgot how to spell this word. I said, what? I said, wait a minute. It's the automation. It's the automation. So I said, oh, not again. So I said, okay, I'm going to start writing everything out again and stop relying so much on this touch screen stuff, because it handicaps you, to be truthfully honest.
It does. It handicaps you. It makes you. I'm also one of those people, spell check on the phone or the computer will finish the words for me. But we have very serious problems that are rising. I mean, I know what the economy, inflation and everything, we have some serious problems, and people really, really got to stop playing around. One of the things I tell folks is to look at your life. I've been on the Erica Williams show a lot, and one of the last things I said to people, you want to know if you're successful, look at the numbers. Go look at your Social Security statement. You can go now and log in. I said, you're going to see what your taxed at Medicare and what your taxable income is. I looked at it the other day. If that number is not moving up, you don't need to be talking to anyone. You need to be working on yourself, because we live by numbers, and we have too many people out here giving advice to people that are not looking at the numbers. Somebody will argue with me and say the numbers don't dictate what Dr. Dix is saying. Well, when most people in rural areas drop out of school and only have a high school diploma, how are you going to train them to program? Because everybody can't be a programmer. Everybody can't go into cybersecurity. And that's what people are not looking at. There is no quick fix to life, and you cannot cheat the game of life. There's stairs to the top. There is no elevator.
Yeah, that is a true statement. Right now, everyone, this is a wake-up call. This is a shake you up, to make you think, and not only make you think, but most importantly, this is a episode to steer you to action, because many times we hear information, sometimes it's shocking, and you want to close your ears, close your eyes to it. But even if you decide to do that, it's still going to happen. So you can do that all you want, but right now it's time for you to have action, because right now you're in the driver's seat. 6 months, 12 months from now, that may not be the case. So start now looking for options for not only yourself, but for your children. And also remember, data is king. The numbers, anything that we do is based upon the numbers, whether it's our income, whether it's graduation with GPAs, everything wrapped up in numbers. Our bills is wrapped up in numbers. So look at it. Be honest with yourself. You can change it right now.
Exactly.
Dr. Patrick, is there anything else that you would like to share with us? Because right now you're helping us, give us the skills and the information so that we can prepare.
Well, one way the listeners and the people that are going to listen to the rebroadcast, they can find me on not LinkedIn. You can find me on Instagram. Dr. Patrick Dix, and King of Automation is the name. I'm pretty sure once this is posted that they'll be listed, the links. But that's the main way to get in touch with me. We have a TikTok that a person in my staff is working on, but that's the main way to get in contact with me. Because I know people are going to have questions and say, how can this happen? But all the videos are listed there. My YouTube channel has a bunch of videos. Dr. Patrick Dix. My website is automationawareness.com. I have the same videos there posted. We're going to update information. But the biggest thing I could tell folks is take a step back and realize this is serious. This is not a game anymore. I cannot stress that enough. Society now is based off of two parties. Well, not two parties, two types of people. You either going to be rich or you're going to be broke. You got to pick your struggle. And the thing is, you have to remember, things are going to get tougher. The price of living is not going down. It's going to increase, because the United States and whatever country you're in, some countries are just keeping up with the rest of the world. When you have unexpected things, you have to make sure that you're able to provide for yourself. You have to have an income. just really dig deep and think about, where do I want my life to be at, and get around supportive people. Your family or your friends cannot be supportive. They could not be supportive, but you got to get around the correct people that are trying to win. Otherwise, it's going to be extremely hard for you to climb the ladder of success. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard. I can go ahead and tell you from firsthand experience.
Well, you guys, we have someone from my studio audience, Mr. Singleton. He said, better learn how to fix things, plumber, carpenter, electrician. Amen to that. And Mrs. Presley, she said, King of Automation. She is actually referencing his YouTube channel. And she said, give yourself permission to succeed. Yes, you definitely do. Listen, this is the time now. This is my mother would say, sometime God would come tap you on the shoulder, but then sometime he'll come and shake you like, wake up. I'm trying to let you see what is happening, because honestly, it's a select few that can see this happening before it happened. Most people are just mindlessly going vicariously day to day, just doing the same thing over and over, not having they have tunnel vision. They have their blinders on. They don't see what's happening. So it takes individuals like yourself that can see it before it actually comes to fruition to warn us, but it's up to us to listen. So you guys, literally, this is a warning. This is a wake-up call. This is a time for us to take action in regards to getting the skills that we need in order to sustain the level of comfort that you became accustomed to. And keep in mind that some of that may change, because the world has literally changed. Okay, so woo! Thank you for coming on today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being so honest and transparent. One thing that I appreciate is transparency. And sometimes we have to talk about the tough stuff.
That's the only way I know how to be in life. I cannot go around lying to people. This is coming and is already here. And if I know something, I try my best to share it with everybody.
Well, I'm truly thankful that you decided to not only share it, but decided to come on over to the Tina Ramsey Show and share this with our audience here. We have someone in our virtual audience that said this was a great conversation. Yes, I 1000% agree with you. This is a great conversation. I'm going to go back and reiterate and look at all my skills after this episode, because it's some things that I saw, because I see some things that's shifting, but you actually gave clarification on some of the reservations that I was feeling, some of the things that I was seeing, but I didn't understand it. But now hearing what you're saying, it actually put the other empty puzzle piece together. I was like, I was right, but I didn't have the name on it. I didn't really know how to communicate it so eloquently like you did, because this is what you do. But now I said, okay, I was right. I did see this. I kept telling people, you better leave the brick and mortar and go to click and order. You better start getting yourself digital. You better start getting yourself digital. And I didn't understand the full gamut of why I was saying that, but I just knew I saw the shift with entrepreneurship. I saw the shift of how people and consumers and businesses was accepting information and connecting with you. So someone said, hey, Dr. Dix, I don't have any kids either. Okay, so we got some humor today. All right. All right, so we're going to get that little group together that don't have no children. That's
I don't have no kids I know of, but I'm pretty sure I should not.
Okay, well, hey. Hey. We had a little bit of laughter today. It was serious, and then we had some laughter at the end. So everybody, listen, Dr. Dix is also a public speaker. So if you have an event, if you have students, a summit, a conference, I would highly recommend that you book him for your next event. All children and adults need to know about this information about automation. We can't sit on this and vicariously feel like if we don't do anything, it's not going to happen, because the truth of the matter is it's already happening. It's just it's already happening. So it's up to you to decide what you're going to do with this information and how you're going to use it in a way in order to position your future.
Yeah.
It's only going to be the rich or the poor. The rich or the poor. There's no medium.
No middle class, rich or poor. That's where it's going to be.
Yes. Oh, wow. Wow. And it was like this before, but now it's to a greater level. So everything is shifting back. So you have any books or any current speaking engagements or events that you want to tell our audience about so they can go and support you or listen to you? Tell us about that now, because I want to make sure that everyone can get in contact with you. And if you do consultations, if that is something that you do, let them know, because literally they need to get in contact with you. They need to be calling you, using that digital phone for more than a Snapchat, and get this stuff together.
We have a couple of things planned up we're working on, but the Calendly, I do consultations. You could contact me, calendly.com/Dr. Dix, and I do consultations. We have a lot working on. We have a lot that we're working on behind the scenes, but I'm open for speaking engagements. I'm open for a lot of things, business, schools, about education, etc. You contact me, and the PR person that I have will reach back out to you, and we will get everything squared away.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, King of Automation is the best way to reach out to me via Instagram. The automationawareness.com. People can find me on LinkedIn too. They can they could go to the website. You could go directly to the website, and once you put an inquiry in, you could go all the way to the top and says contact me up at the right hand corner on a mobile device or your desktop computer or laptop, and it'll come directly to my email, and I can respond. Yep, go to contact me. Yep, and you fill in the fill in the information and hit submit, and it'll come directly to me.
That's the easiest way that you can get in contact with him. So go to automationawareness.com, hit the contact me section. You know that I'm a visual person. Everybody that knows that follows me, I am a very visual person. I not only like to say it to you, if possible, I like for you to see it too, so you understand that you're in the right place, because you have so many people now out trying to duplicate somebody else's blueprint. So I want you to see where to go. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Oh, one other thing. If you're also on the webpage, if you go to appointment right there, if you click on it, it'll take you to where, just click on that one, Tina. Yep. And you can book your stuff, or it'll take you directly to it too.
See there? See, we got you covered. So go ahead and book your 60-minute consultation with Dr. Patrick, so that if you need, because I know you're going to need some customization in regards to this whole automation. This interview was very thought-provoking, very thorough, but at the end of the day, you need to know, how is this relevant? Because you know it's relevant, but now what can you do about it? And like he said before, let's keep it 100. It's a lot of people out here calling themselves an expert, and they just have 2-3 months up under their belt and you need somebody that really that took the time to study this information, and also have the experience at the end of the day. And not only that, the education to back it. And Dr. Dix definitely have that. So I need you guys to really get ahead of this. Many of you have been hoping, wishing, and praying, trying to figure out what you need to do next. Well, here's your answer. You're trying to figure out what to do. How can you make yourself viable in the now? How can you continuously take care of your families, your children? What type of future this is going to look like for our children, the ones who do have children? Well, now you know. It's time for us to take action in a good way for this. Miss Presley said, great interview, Dr. Mans. Well, let me tell you something. A good interview is only as good as the featured guest that you have. Okay, so I couldn't have a conversation like this with myself. So he helped me with this.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so someone said, if we have a Facebook user, and then we're going to wrap this up, said, what do you think about trucks being automated?
They're already working on driverless trucks. If you go on the YouTube NBC News self-driverless trucks, they did a recent news thing about it. It's already here.
Wow. Yeah. I actually saw one. It was a blue truck, and it was actually I thought the driver was actually asleep. And I was like, oh, I need to call 911 because he fell asleep. Then I realized this truck driving itself. Now I heard about it. I did. I heard about it, but I never saw it. And then I realized, oh no. I said, automation hit the trucks now. So like you said, it's affecting every part of our lives. It's no place, no rock that's unturned in this atmosphere, this fourth, and say that phrase again,
fourth you'll call it the fourth industrial revolution or the fourth IR. To the listeners, anybody watching it, just Google fourth industrial revolution. It'll talk about like industry 4.0. It'll talk about web 4.0. It'll talk about cryptocurrency. It'll talk about the metaverse you was mentioning that. It'll talk about artificial intelligence. It'll talk about facial recognition, biometrics. That's what all that stuff is.
Well, I am going to do this, and I'm going to add this to our homeschool curriculum because we need to know more about this because this is in depth. So we definitely going to be adding that to what we're studying for this year because I have an 11th grader, young boy, and so he definitely needs to know some more information. So we're going to be adding this on, and he's very good with his hands. So, got to give him something that he can do. So thank you so much. Like I said, again, you're welcome to come back on the show anytime. Keep us in the know of what's going on with you. We definitely would like to continuously share what it is that you're doing because this show is all about resources, about shedding knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, life, and education. And so as you see things unfold, keep us in the know so that we can share some more things. Also, make sure that we have, anytime you see me on social media, or I would say my team on social media, make sure to, you have open permission to tag me to what you're doing because we have to get this information out to everyone so that they can be ahead of the curve a little bit, sort of.
We'll definitely do that.
You have the permission to tag us all you want. With that being said, everyone, I know that this was a lot of food for thought. He spread a lot of different gems, Dr. Patrick. This automation thing is no joke. It's time for us to stop sitting on these couches, watching all these TV shows, talking about chilling all the time. It's time for us to get off the couch, and do something. Okay? Yep. You're going to be chilling and life going to be done past you by.
Oh, you're going to be chilling on the outside because you ain't got nowhere to stay. That's what's going to happen.
That episode on Martin when they was outside.
Yep.
So we had to get some humor in here before we go off the air. But listen, you guys, all jokes aside, get ahead. This is your moment. This is what you need to hear in the now. And we're so happy that you decided to stop by. So as we said before, make sure to tune in next week. We're going to have another episode of the Tina Ramsey Show at 7:30 p.m. EST, giving you some food for thought. But this automation, this is something that you need to listen to over and over and over again. And most importantly, please reach out and get a consultation with him or follow him. Hit that subscribe button on Instagram so that you can stay in the know, and also YouTube as well, so that you can stay in the know of what he's doing and how his information can help you. Everyone, have a great, amazing rest of your night. Thank you for everyone who tuned in for my virtual studio audience and everyone that's going to be listening later on radio as well as TV and all that other stuff. We appreciate you, and remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. Have a great, great, amazing night. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Three Rivers Trucking School presents the Re-Up Atlanta, taking place Sunday, September the 25th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., where you will learn how to start a trucking company, how to start a trucking school, intermodal and port activity, dispatch and logistics, box truck contracts with Amazon, and so much more. With your host, I am Larry Coughlin. With the keynote speaker, Boss Man Brewster. First female of freight, Cody OTR. Only Ryan knows best. Maddie Daddy Time. Ashley Keep Trucking. Box Truck Shouty. Pick up your tickets today. And if you want to learn how to drive a truck, then join Three Rivers Truck Driving School CDL class now. Sign up by simply calling the number 1-800-315-7022. Again, that number is 1-800-315-7022. It's time for you to get in the driver's seat at Three Rivers Truck Driving School. See you there. Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on Amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
Stopping you. It's your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now that not even giving your business an of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I can do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities. And you will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. Only thing you got to do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities, and it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. The only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities, and it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. The only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities, and it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. The only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm capable of. I'm gonna just give it 10% of my capabilities, and it will change your whole life forever. Most of y'all people watching right now have not even given your business an honest 10% of your effort. You spend more time watching Netflix. You spend more time scrolling through social media. You spend more time driving back and forth to work than you do working on your company. You don't even give your company 10%. The only thing that is stopping you is your own procrastination. It's your own fear. The only thing you gotta do is say, I'm gonna just give it 10%. I'm gonna give it 10% of what I do. I know what I'm.
Designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families. Join her, monetizing you and your business at a select.
If you're seeing this video, then I want to thank you for registering for the free special first class that I'm going to share some special training with regard to how to crack the tax code for small businesses. And I am gifting you that first class of the special training because I genuinely believe that you want to make more money. I genuinely believe that you simply need to learn from someone who will honestly will show you how to do that. And the reason I believe that is because I know what it is like to not have any money. I have been poor. What I want to share is that the information that I'm going to share in the tax class is powerful. The reason it's powerful is because it's designed by the federal government to give tax breaks and incentives and exemptions and deductions if you're a small business. We're a country that was built on small businesses. The founding fathers were all business owners. None of them were employees, right? Benjamin Franklin had his printing press and he was an inventor. George Washington was a farmer. Alexander Hamilton was an attorney like me, and he loved the financial structure, and he built the financial structure of the United States. So I'm involved in the financial structure of the United States. You get to the feeling that I love Hamilton. Yes, I do. These are the secrets of the rich, and the secrets of the rich are really powerful. And I tell people this all the time because they're learning knowledge that works, that's being passed down from generation to generation to them. So they're not guessing at it. They're not hoping and praying it happens. They know it's going to work. And that's some of what I'm going to be teaching you as well on the training. So I've designed cracking the tax code for small businesses for me to be able to share the sections of the tax code that work for you, that work for the rich, that they constantly use, that we need to start using. We need to be bold about how we use it because they're bold about how they use it. So I want you to learn, I want you to implement, I want you to save at least $5,000 on every time you do your taxes using the information that I will teach you. So what does that look like mathematically? Since I have a PhD in finance, I love the numbers, right? So if you live for another 5 years and you use the skills that I teach you in the course, you're going to save at least $25,000 on your taxes. If you live for 10 years, you're going to save $50,000. If you live for 15 years, you're going to save $100,000. If you live for 30 years, you're going to save $150,000. If you live for 40 years, you're going to save $200,000 with a one-time investment of $997. I'd say that's a pretty good return on your investment. And that's just for you. What if you taught your loved ones how to do this, right? What if you taught them, your children, your friends, your other family members? That's a multiplier, as we call it in math. You're multiplying the returns, the savings that they're going to receive as well. My dad was a business lawyer, and he worked with the community, and he helped everyone. He helped the butcher shop owner. He helped the seamstress that made the dresses. He helped the little supermarket, a little corner supermarket. He helped the tire shop guy, and they all would come to the house after working to the front porch where my dad would answer their business questions. And I loved it. I sat there and I absorbed everything. And I was so happy. I felt so wonderful. My dad was also an Episcopalian priest. And my dad believed very much in the concept of each one teach one and each one save one. So if you're wondering why am I giving the first training for free, it's in honor of what my dad did for all those small business owners back in Brooklyn in the 1980s that I am paying forward with regard to the beauty and the power that that has given me. But it wasn't always like that. From the age of 9 to the age of 16 in a shelter, my dad disappeared one day. We never heard from him. And that caused my mom, who was a mathematician and an artist, but had no job and no business, she did not have the means to continue supporting me and my little sister. So we wound up in those shelters. Family helped a little bit. I don't want you to think that we didn't have family, but as you know, when things go really bad for you, family will help for a little while, but it's hard for them too. And then they stop helping. Vast majority of our time was spent in shelters, halfway houses, and in the housings, oftentimes the basement of churches, which is why I give so generously to the churches now, because I know the work that they do for those that are homeless or just those that are in need. So I come from a space where I genuinely believe that what I have been given, I share generously, and that goes on to share with others and others and others. And hopefully the information that you will learn during the course will show you how powerful some of these secret techniques are, and I want you to share it with your loved ones, your family, your children, your friends, your clients. Why not? If people choose you to teach them, then choose them to share with them what you learn from me. So when I was a child, my favorite movie was The Wizard of Oz. It was scary, but it was also equally fabulous. And it literally blew my mind. The Wizard of Oz. Good Witch Glinda was my hero. I wanted to do good for others because that feeling of knowing that you help someone is so powerful. And I also knew that no one really showed up to help me and my mom. I wanted to be that person that would show up for others and be a champion for others that would help them in their difficult times. I wanted to become Glenda, the good witch, but I was little. I was 9. And I had no mentors. I had no coaches. I had no one to guide me. I had no one to teach me. So my dream remained a dream for a very, very long time. Then something happened. I got a full scholarship to Columbia University. And the wealthy parents that would come to leave money, gifts for their children would always leave them with me because I sat at the front desk and I said hello and I promised to make sure things got where they were. And I did. I was so happy to be of service. And the wealthy families saw something in me that I did not see in myself. When they decided that they would help me learn how to make money. And they taught me one thing: making money comes from a simple concept that you do really well. Whatever that simple concept is, to learn to replicate it, to learn to be excellent at it, and then replicate it, and then increase your prices as you get better and have better results for others. It was at that point that I realized, oh my God, I was doing good, and that I could be like Glenda the Good Witch. And I chose at that moment to become a good lawyer, because most of the dads were lawyers that I was working and babysitting for training me. They were lawyers. And I chose to be the good coach because most of their wives were coaches. And I wanted to bring the two together. And so I did. So I began my journey of becoming Dr. Liddy, the good lawyer and the business coach, when I was in college. And to this day, I feel honored that I accomplished those things. I feel more honored that I'm able to work with families and individuals and businesses to show them to do what I do, that they should dare to dream their dreams, that it really will come true. So we're going to have the first class, which is my gift to you as a free class for cracking the tax code. And we're going to learn so much together that day and for 5 more weeks after that, right? So the special private training, that's going to start on Tuesday. I'm calling it Tax Tuesdays, right? April 5th. The course starts on April 5th. And what I've decided to do was to give a start fast bonus, right? There's some folks that are like, I want to register now. I want to register now. I'm like, okay, what do I do for my people that know that they want to do this, and but the tax class doesn't start for a couple of weeks? I'm going to give you a discount. So if you're one of those folks that says, I know you can't fit everybody, which is true, we have limited seats. So if you want to go ahead and pay early, I'm going to give you a $200 discount off of the course. That's right. So the course is now at $997. Go ahead, register for the course, enroll into the class, save the $200. Welcome to the inner circle of Dr. Liddy, and my friends are your friends, which means if you have a need, let us know. We are champions for small business owners just like you.
So come join her, monetizing you and your business at Connect with Dr. Liddy today by visiting drliddy.com and at Linktree /
Oh, hello, everyone. Oh, I am muted. Oh, no, I'm not muted. Okay. Welcome. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am your host. So welcome to the CEO Corner, right? And so I look forward to spending another evening with you all. The goal here at the CEO Corner is to introduce you to CEOs that are making a difference in the world. And so I got a great guest for you. But as always, before we move into the heart of the show, I want to make sure that you guys are aware of this fabulous journal that we have out, right? So it's called Affirmations of a Woman on the Moon, right? So again, this is all about helping women, through the process of journaling. The goal is to help her truly focus and to plant positive, life-giving words into her heart, into her mind, right? So we all know that repeating is learning. And so the goal here again is that day after day, 76 days actually, she as a journaler, she'll have an opportunity to really learn and to glean from 39 women from all across the world that have come together and given their favorite affirmation, their favorite their favorite power statement, sometimes their favorite quote, sometimes it's a favorite scripture, just whatever it is that they thought really made a difference in the way that they think, that has helped them to be successful in life, that has helped them to move over mountains, to come out of the valley and really be able to make positive steps towards their future. This is what this journal is all about. And so again, 76 days worth of really great life-affirming statements. And you'll have an opportunity in here to be able to connect with all of our authors, okay? So with that, I am going to move into the next segment of our show where I can introduce you to our next guest. So our next guest for today, after experiencing violence, she took a portion of her life that wouldn't be forgotten and harnessed it by birthing April M. Jackson Hunter, LLC. She transformed into an award-winning author, speaker, and advocate. She also founded Mercedes Closet, Inc. You guys are going to learn a little bit more about that once we actually get into the interview. But for now, please welcome with me April M. Jackson Hunter to the show. Welcome, April, to the CEO Corner. So glad to have you here. So, April, I would love just to kind of, the thing that I like doing, I want people to kind of know more about April when you're not serving your community. Tell us, what does your day-to-day life look like when you're not working? Like, April the friend, maybe April the mom. Like, what is it that makes you you? I'd love you to just begin to share a little bit about that, and definitely tell us where you're coming from.
I am coming from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, yeah, you just
I'm a Georgia.
Yes,
I'm a Georgia peach.
uh-huh.
But yes, I am. I have 3 kids. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm a grandma.
Mm-hmm.
I also drive a special needs school bus for Gwinnett County.
Oh wow.
So, yeah, I do that. It's my Clark Kent. Writing is my Superman. So.
I love that. So, how did you get involved helping special needs kids? I don't think I've heard. I'm not sure if I were aware of that.
Yeah, I actually have a master's in Preventative psychology, and some of the disabilities and things I was learning about in class, I wanted to get a hand-on feel. So I took a job driving a special needs school bus, and I loved it, and I didn't want to stop.
Okay, all right. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't really take much for them to win a very special place in your heart. So again, nice. So you mentioned, tell me, what was your area of study again? What did you have your degree in?
I have a master's in forensic psychology.
Okay, all right. And then I'm definitely curious as to why you chose that field.
It's just my son was having some issues, you
Mhm.
know, with some things, and I started reading, so I said researching what it is that he was experiencing,
Mhm.
and it
Mhm.
just went from there.
Okay. All right. And so, how have you been able to use that course of study? Like, how does it fit into your everyday life?
I'm gonna just try to get some coping mechanisms for him, as well as myself. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm also a survivor of a sexual assault, and
Mhm.
currently I am dealing with post-traumatic stress. I have
Mhm.
anxiety disorder. I have panic attacks, and I have insomnia. So
Okay.
it's just like my day to day is like have to wake up and gaze what my day is gonna feel like.
Mhm.
So I can pretty much try to help myself manage my day to day feeling, my day to day mood, just to be able to, streamline myself, into
Mhm.
having a good day.
Okay. All right. So, I'm assuming that Mercedes Inc. Closet, no, Mercedes Closet.
Closet.
Tell us a little bit about that. Yeah, tell us about what's the mission, what's the purpose. How do you use that organization in regard to just changing and make a difference in the world?
Okay, Mercedes Closet, our mission is to empower survivors of violence in the LGBTQ community to
Okay.
help them rebuild to lead fearless lives. Because
Mhm.
as you know, we're already our back is already against the wall, being
Mhm.
in the LGBTQ community,
Mhm.
and we don't feel like we have a lot of outlet to just be who we are, and to go to a support group with people who don't readily identify with who we are and
Mhm.
already have set up biases about
Mhm.
what we should be in life.
Mhm.
How are you going to get treated fair? How are you going to get treatment? How are you going to proceed in your healing journey if you
Mhm.
can't focus on what you need to focus on?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I started out to be the help that I was looking for.
Mhm.
So we have a free virtual support group that we do every second Saturday of the month.
Okay.
And it's just like a bunch of people coming together. We
Mhm.
share coping techniques. We share different mechanisms to help everyone else gauge through, their healing journey, as well as myself, because I'm also on a healing journey. And
Mhm.
it just we also do other things like we donate, we give clothes. We actually had I don't know if you're aware, but April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and
Okay.
right now we have a fundraiser going on to raise money to purchase survivor kits. Last year we raised over $1,000, and we were
Okay.
able to give kits to Gwinnett County PD as
Mhm.
well as Grady Hospital. The
Mhm.
kits have change of clothes in it. It has toiletries.
Mhm.
It has a bear. It's a what you call it? A freedom bear. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a
Okay.
freedom
Gotcha.
bear.
Gotcha.
My tongue had got tied. It's
Oh
a
no,
freedom
that's all
bear.
right. No, I was telling you before we got started. Mine gets tied easily and quite frequently, so I get it.
And it has a handwritten note of support
Okay.
from other survivors in
Oh
there because
wow.
at my journey, my sexual assault, I did not report.
Okay.
But when people report their sexual, their clothes are confiscated for evidence, and they often leave the hospital in hospital gowns.
Oh
And
wow.
I did not know that.
I,
So when I heard that, it kind of like broke my heart. For someone, I know how it feels to be a victim of a sexual assault, and then to add insult to injury by having to walk out victim again.
so April, you're cutting out. I need you to say. I need you to say that last statement one more time.
Which part?
Um,
I can't
all
remember.
I heard, I know I heard that you said that you weren't aware that that people, oftentimes they leave, the hospital, they've had to compensate their clothing for evidence. I heard all of that
Yes.
very clearly, but if you whatever you said right after that, I missed that. So say that for me again.
It was just like it's just like re-victimizing them again. So
Okay.
they're actually being re-victimized.
Okay.
So I just felt like it broke my heart because I know exactly how it feels to be a victim of a sexual assault.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to be there for somebody else going through what I went through.
Gotcha. Oh no, I love that. It's interesting enough. Again, I'll be honest, I've never really given thought to to that side of things. And I may have shared this with you. Like part of my personal story is that my mom was raped, and so and in that I was conceived, and she had to, of course, kind of figure out what course of action she was going to follow through with, and so ended up being adopted. But I was adopted, like with a lot of our African American families, a lot of times we will adopt within our family, and so turns out, basically my great aunt ended up adopting me and raising me until she passed. So maybe like third or fourth grade, I think is when she ended up passing. But I've never given thought. I've thought plenty of times just about the after effects as far as the mental piece of that. The heart piece, honestly, and how a woman would feel, and then even the PTSD that might follow as a result of that. There's just so many layers. And so with that, if you are comfortable sharing, of course, and if you're not comfortable, there's no pressure. I would love for you to kind of, how would you advise a woman that has experienced that, as far as this measures that she can take, as far as coping, as far as healing and being able to move forward. And again, I'm assuming that even with the bags that you're working together with the police station, right? That's how they're distributed it out. Okay. And then like, how do people know where to go as far as just getting resources right after experiencing something like that?
Absolutely. I would advise going to the ER because they will have a laundry list of resources to give you. We've also given bags to the hospitals because, of course, people go to the hospital to get rape kits done. So my first thing is not to be quiet, not to be silent, because your voice is your power. So go to the hospital, get yourself checked out, make sure they do a rape kit, because those things will help you into capturing the person that hurt you.
Okay.
And you have to do the work. I know I say that might sound harsh, but you are the person that's going to enable your healing. It's going to have to be you. So you need to make sure that you do whatever it is in your body that you need to do. Take your time. Don't rush. Don't let anybody tell you how to heal or how much time it takes for you to heal or what you need to be doing. Listen to your body. I didn't take those channels. I didn't say anything about mine. It happened when I was 15. And I have lived my life going through one toxic event after another to the point where I'm having to take medication to even go to sleep at night. This is something I don't want to happen to someone else. I self-medicated. I did alcohol. I took pills, anything to help me get over what I was feeling in my head because I didn't say anything, and it just led on to other things. So I advise them to just be verbal about what happened to you and start a healing journey or a healing process right away.
So how at what point, what was the thing that caused you to actually seek help? At what point where you're like, hey, you know what? I realized that this event has had a much stronger effect on me than what I realized. And so at what point did you make the turn yourself? And then what did you seek out as far as ways of being able to move forward?
Many years later, I was having kids. The person who I was involved with as far as my children's father was my abuser. I had finally got away from him and I was living alone with my kids and he was constantly bothering me still. And I had got to the point where I was suicidal. And I was sitting basically getting ready to end my own life. And the Lord comes to you in many forms. And I'm sitting there, my kids in the other room. I got a bottle of pills. I'm just over it because I felt like I'm tired. I felt like death is better than what I'm going through here in life. And, I was just praying for the Lord to watch my kids, have them taken care of, not to go with their dad, but my daughter walked in the room. She was maybe like 3 at a time. And she didn't really say much. She just came up to me and wiped my face, wiped my tear, and was like, Mama, you don't got to cry no more. And that right there was a lot. And the next day I walked into a mental health facility, and I was like, I think I'm going crazy. I think, I think I need some help, and just
Okay.
went from there.
Wow. So how many years has it been, April?
My oldest daughter was 3. She's 27 now.
Okay. All right. Wow. So you've had a journey. You've had a journey. Wow. One of the things that I love about you when we do talk, I will say, unfortunately, you've definitely had some things that you've had to overcome. But one of the things I love about you is that you are determined to overcome. And yeah, not everybody has that attitude. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was agreeing.
Okay. All right. I thought I interrupted. Yeah, not everybody has that attitude. I think that at some point in life, and I've said this a million times, everybody falls into a pit, right? And so sometimes the pit is, is life happens, right? It's the hurricanes that are happening. It's
Yes.
COVID-19. Like, none of us actually asked for any of that. It's just things that are happening. We live in a fallen world, and as a result of that, we have to deal with some of the consequences that come with living on the inside of a fallen world. Then there are other times when you're really dealing with the consequences and the choices of other people, which is where I feel like you've really had to deal with this. It wasn't your choice per se to deal with that initial assault, and then having to deal with the regular violence on a regular basis. I'm sure it's not just physical abuse, it's the mental abuse that comes behind that when you're in a relationship with individuals that obviously are not healthy, right? So again, as far as the pit, again, sometimes you walk, life happens, you fall in it. Then the other times, again, when other people's choices are concerned, that means that they've literally pushed you in a pit, right? And then there are other times, right, where when I've fallen in this pit many times, where I am the person who has picked the shovel up, dug the hole, and jumped in. It's my own choices, that have gotten me in the hole, right? And so, but no matter what, now, and I really do believe that, again, everybody at some point is going to land in that pit, right? And so, knowing that, if you are, again, with most of us, either you're on the way to a pit and you're going to fall, or you're just coming out of the pit, you're looking forward to getting, just to being able to have that fresh start. Just know that you're looking forward to brighter and brighter days. But then there are women like right now who are in the pit. They have not come out, right? And then, the pit's so dark and so deep, they can't even see the light at the top. And they just really want someone, again, that can help pull them forward. So what I'd like to transition into now is that I want you to be able to talk to that lady that's in the pit, to that woman who's not real sure how she's going to make it. It's that woman that has lots of decisions that she needs to make, and she is not sure. Are you okay?
No, I cry a lot. I'm emotional, but it's just like,
okay.
I'm so emotional about what I do.
Yeah,
I'm emotional about what I do. So I cry all the time. I'm sorry, y'all. I do.
No. That just tells us that you are sincere. Your heart's in the right place, right? And so again, I want you to, to the best of your ability, I want you to take some time out, and I want you to talk about your affirmation in this book, because I feel like it would be wonderful. Like, it's going to bring life to the woman who's in the pit and needs to come out. And so with that, I want you to chat a little bit about that.
Okay.
Talk to the woman in the pit.
The woman in the pit is me. You guys, it is me. And my affirmation that I chose was, life will either make you or break you. I may be cracked, but I am not broken. And neither are you. Now get up. I chose that affirmation because if you are like me, if it's hard to breathe in the morning, if it's hard to get up in the morning, if it's hard to keep pushing in the morning, you got to get up. You can't let the past define your future. Been diagnosed with a lot of stuff during my traumas, And some days it's hard for me to even breathe. And I found myself questioning our Creator, saying, like, Lord, I know life is not supposed to be this hard. And like I said again, God talks to you in so many different ways. And I saw something on TV, and it said, you are seeking a painless life, and there isn't one. When I tell you I felt the Spirit move through me, and then I had to remember that our Father gives our strongest battles to his best warriors. And you are a warrior. That is why you chose this book, because you're on a mission to do bigger, to do better, to push yourself farther than anything that's ever happened to you in your past. That person no longer exists. The person who you are today is the person that you need to fight for. You can't take back what you've been through. You can't change what happened to you. You can't. That person is gone. We're starting from today. Today is your day to move past anything that's been holding you back. Anything that you feel like you can't take no more. You get up in the morning, gotta, just like Mary says, good morning, gorgeous, and keep it pushing. This is what this book is about. This book is about for the woman that needs that extra push in the morning to get the mission complete. I'm just grateful for Tiffany to give me an opportunity to share my life, to share my thoughts, to what get me through today. And like I said earlier, Mercedes Closet Inc. has a free virtual support group every second Saturday of the month, which will be this week, Saturday at 2 o'clock. If anybody that wants to come and jump in, you don't have to show your face. You don't have to say anything. You can put in the chat group what you want in the chat about what you want me to say, and I'll speak it for you. Just to get a place of relaxation, to vent, to cry, to scream, anything that you need to is able to be done in there. You guys can email me at mercedescloset@yahoo.com. If you guys want to be a part of the support group, email me with the subject line support group, and I will send you guys a link. Again, that's Mercedes Closet, yahoo.com. If you like to know about this support group, you guys want to check out anything that I do with Mercedes Closet Inc., check out me or any of my books. It is www.aprilmjacksonhunter.com. Again, that is www.aprilmjacksonhunter.com. It will give you the link to go to Mercedes Closet Inc. to check out what we do as far as our nonprofit is concerned, our fundraisers, our donations, people who help us out. If you want to be a volunteer, there's a tab on that as well. We'll be happy to have you guys, happy to be in the house with you, the fellowship with you. And again, that's www.aprilmjacksonhunter.com.
Oh, April did a fabulous job. She has a wonderful story. So good one to learn about her. But I love what she's doing, again, to make a real difference in people's lives. So as you heard, she talked about her affirmation. I want to make sure that you guys have one more opportunity. One, if you would like to connect with her, be sure that you visit her on her Facebook page, which was author April M. Jackson Hunter. Once again, if you want to connect with her on Facebook, it's author April M. Jackson Hunter. Now, I also want to make sure that I talk just one more time. You know, if you've not gotten your copy of Affirmations of a Woman on a Mission journal, again, it's 76 days worth of powerful, life-giving affirmations designed in order to help any woman who is determined that in 2022, she is going to remain focused, that she's going to move forward, right? 39 women have come together and they've given their favorite affirmation, their favorite quote, their favorite scripture, their favorite business tip, all of that, again, designed in a way for you to be able to take in, some really great advice, as well as plenty of room for you to kind of write and journal out your heart. So you want to get a copy of this. This will be at www.uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. One more time, uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. When you go to the website, scroll down just a little bit, you'll see all of the women that we've showcased that are part of this project, but be sure to grab April's page and be able to purchase directly from her. Again, if you were inspired by today, if you were inspired or touched by her story, her words of wisdom, her compassionate heart, again, feel free to connect with April. Buy this book directly from her. Again, uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. But you want to go and click on April Jackson Hunter's photograph. And when you do, it is going to take you to her website right on there. You can also connect with her by email. Her website's on there, her Facebook link, her Instagram link, possibly even LinkedIn. I'm not exactly sure about LinkedIn, but all ways to connect with her are possible through our website. So again, April, thank you so much for coming and connecting with us today. I thoroughly enjoyed hearing your story. I know women around the world are being touched by the things that you're doing with Mercedes Closet.inc. All right. So with that, y'all, thank you again. This is another episode of the CEO Corner. I hope that you've enjoyed being able to hear and to connect with April. And again, I look forward to connecting with you next week. This is Tiffany Bell, and I'm out. Bye.
People too. Show them the good inside of you. Give them praise for tasks they do. See their light as it shines through the light which comes from inside of you. Children need all we desire so much: the love, the hug, the kiss, the tender touch. The attitudes we express to them are the messages they learn to send. From examples like you and me, our children grow to be what they see. Do you show hatred, indifference, or love? Do you yell and scream no matter what, in spite of? Have you shared kind words with your child today? Have you truly listened to what they had to say? Or did you just ignore and continue on your way, hoping they get the message and go somewhere and play? Children are an extension of all that we are, and the most valued God-given gift by far. There are so many things they must grow to understand. We must guide and lead them with loving outstretched hands. Teach and treat children as people too. See their light shine bright through the light which comes from inside of you.
Going on? It's your girl Joy from Be the Difference Clothing. I am here to do another unboxing. Yes, another unboxing. Another product that I got from Amazon. I'm definitely going to put the link in the description just so if you like this, then you can buy it as well. But I am really starting to try my best to take my health a lot more seriously. So I went ahead and purchased a juicer. Now I tried this green drink, right? I actually have to post a video, but I tried this green drink, but I had more like a little blender versus a juicer. And that, you'll have to see the video for yourself to see what you think, right? So anyway, I said I needed to up my game from that experience. And I went and bought a juicer. So that's what's inside here. And you know what's so cool about it and what's so dope is, look, y'all. Ta-da! It's a compact slow juicer. Look at that. It's compact. That means it's little and it fits places. And you know what's so cool about it? It's compact. That's what I love about it. So look at the back. Look at the bag, guys. Look at all the pieces that it comes with. So I got this from Elite Gourmet, and let's go over some of the features, right? So it separates the juice and the pulp, and it has that function. There's a maximum amount of nutrients that you'll get. That's what it says on the box, okay? And a space saver, that's what I love. So when I was actually searching for juicers, I thought it was going to be the traditional juicer that's pretty big, at least takes up this much space. But this one right here, it's a space saver. And I think that is what caught my attention. I said, I need to get this. I need to stop playing around too. So let's take this out of the box. Look at how small it is. I thought there was extras in there. Comes with the brochure. And the cool thing is they have the website and all of these different important safety guidelines, how to use. But, we all know how to use a juicer, right? Ooh. This is the little brush when you're washing your juicer after you finish juicing. Look at how small this is. I might end up graduating to something bigger, but for now, this is pretty cool. For now, this is pretty cool for what I wanted. Oh, it's got a little suction-y. It's got some suction to it. I like that. Okay. Go ahead, Elite Gourmet. These are the cups. One is for your juice and the other is for the pulp. I'm not sure if it matters. They look like they're the same. Oh, this is so cute. Look. So let's see, how do we put this together? Let's put it together without the directions. So this evidently goes this way, I could tell. Oh, I'm so excited. Y'all, you see how I get excited over the little things? So little, so simple. Oh, this is where it breaks up. It separates the juice from the pulp. I like. Okay. It's my first time, so I'm a little nervous. And then this is, put it in. Okay. Oh, this is definitely, see, there's a spout here. So this looks like this will be the juice side. And this is the pulp side. So it spits out the pulp here and the juice when you're ready. That is so cute. Guys, I'm going to have fun trying this little thing out. Elite Gourmet, this is so cute. I like that it's compact, guys. Look at that. How long did it take for me to put this together without directions? Like 5 minutes or less. Definitely gonna have to test it to see. Ooh. Look. The brush has a front side and a top side. And this looks like you just scrape all of the nooks and crannies. When you're cleaning it, you just, that's nice. Get all in there. Get all in there. Get all in there. Okay. Get all in there. I think we should try this. Let's try this. Oh, more. They have recipes, pineapple juice, power juice. Ooh, afternoon delight. A detox. Yes. This is what I want. That green detox lemon juice. That's why I got this. Papaya. Oh man, this is great. So it can definitely do a lot. All these different kind of juices. Y'all, so cool. So cool. I'm going to take this with me to work, on my trips. Yeah, you can definitely take this places. I recommend you get this. Hey y'all. Okay, so I'm back. And I washed everything out. I have some celery because I don't want that out the box taste. Okay. So wash everything when you get it brand new. It doesn't matter if it was plastic or wrapped up or anything like that. Just wash it. So let's try this. So the power button is on the back. Let's see how loud it is. Ooh, it's so quiet. All right. Oh, it's so cute. Let's go ahead. Ooh. Look at that. That is so cute. That is so cute. Let's see how much juice came out. Probably not much, but that is so cute. Let's give it a little tilt. This is so cute. Guys, this is so cute. And then, okay, this is to take the rest of the pulp out. Oh, this is so cute. I'm going to love this and use this for the rest of my life. If you have a small place and you need to save space, okay, go ahead and get this cute little compact juicer from Elite Gourmet. I'm definitely putting a link in this bio. This gives you no reason not to be healthy because it's compact. It doesn't require much. Let's take it apart. Look, it's not that bad. It's really not bad. It's really not bad. Let me get the rest of that juice out. It's really not bad. I like this. Elite Gourmet, this is a go for me, okay? Let's try our juice. Maybe not celery by itself. But anyway, y'all, this was cool. I enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this unboxing and unveiling of this little contraption. This is so dope. My health game is going to go all the way up with this. But anyway, guys, please remember to like, subscribe, and share. Follow me on all social medias. Definitely, if you are into inspiration, go ahead and watch all of my videos because something will inspire you. If you want something to wear, you got t-shirts. This one is hashtag humanity first, my favorite, by the way. And you will definitely be inspired because that's what my aim is and my goal. I hope this inspired you too to go out there and get after your health and not worry about the overwhelming for just the overwhelmingness of a really big juicer when you can get a nice little compact one. You saw how it did this little thing, and I'm in amazement and I'm in awe. I love it. So guys, I appreciate you for watching. Definitely check out more things from Be the Difference Clothing. We are trying our best to do as many great things as possible. With your help, we will continue to move forward. Thank you for your support. And until we meet again, Get this juicer from Elite Gourmet. It'll change your life. Let me go back and get my little sip, my little shot. This was a shot of celery juice, okay? Mm. All right, y'all. I'll see you later. Yes. Yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Bell, and I am the host of the CEO Corner. I look forward every week bringing you guys somebody who's out there doing really great things in the world. And so today's guest, you're going to enjoy her, right? But before we get into that, let me talk just a little bit. As always, I always want to talk about, our books that we have out. And right now, I want to make sure that you guys, if you've not already gotten your copy of Affirmations of a Woman on the Move, you want to make sure that you go to our website, which is uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. One more time, uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. Now, when we're finished up with this, we'll also tell you a little bit about the journal that we have that our guest today is a contributor of. But again, if you are a woman who enjoys journaling, whether or not you get Affirmations for a Woman on the Move or our Affirmations for a CEO on the Move journal, you're definitely going to enjoy have an opportunity to just self-reflect. You're going to enjoy having some really powerful affirmations, power statements that are really going to help you to direct your thoughts, to direct your focus, and to help you move from point A to point B. Now, with all of that, we're going to transition in today's show. Again, I have a fabulous guest for you guys today to meet, and her name is Nisha Livingston. She has a heart for people, and her heart has shaped her nearly decade-long work as a licensed professional counselor and international speaker. She is known for meeting people where they are. She is that dependable friend and natural encourager and listener. Simply put, Nisha is a product of God's grace. Welcome to today's show, Nisha Livingston.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction, Tiffany. And it's such a pleasure to be on your show today.
I am looking forward to having an opportunity to chat with you. This is going to be good. This is going to be really great. So, all right. So let's just talk. I saw in a little bit of your bio. We didn't talk about this out loud, but I see that you have 2 degrees. Tell our audience just a little bit about your background. What is it that you do from day to day to make a difference in the world?
Yes. So originally I started out as a journalist. So I have a background in mass communication. Really loved, working with people, listening to their stories, but I was more of a copy editor. So I was able to write the headlines and, draw people into those stories. So God had me having a heart for people and having a heart for people's story early on. But then he switched me into going into the realm of being a counselor. So I also have a master's as a counselor. And so now I'm serving in this industry as a licensed professional counselor, meeting people where they are, primarily working with couples and individuals to help them to be able to process through challenges. We all face challenges. We all face, unexpected turns and twists that occur in our lives. And sometimes we just need a safe place to be able to process through. Because oftentimes we try to carry on our own. So I try to be that safe haven, that safe place for people to come in and to talk. And I reassure them I'm not here to judge them, but really simply to understand what's going on so they can be able to be a better version of self.
Okay, I love that. Love that. Now, I do think it's interesting that you started off as a copywriter, and writing stories to where today you're listening to stories, right, and then helping people to, again, as I say always, move from point A to point B. I would love to hear just a little bit more as far as your transition, like, how exactly did God draw you from copywriting to like counseling? Like, that's a big jump.
Yes, so it was definitely a journey. So I will say, being a counselor, I wasn't a stranger to hearing that. Growing up, I would always have people to come to me, strangers that would share their stories, and they would always say, "Nisha, I don't know why I'm telling you this. My family don't know this, but you just have a calming, embrace and warm embracing spirit that invites me to kind of tell my story." And I was like, oh, okay. Didn't know I was young, and I was just like, okay. So I was fascinated by watching people on the news putting a mic in front of someone's face and they tell their story, and I was like, that's what I want to be. I want to be a journalist. But I kept hearing people like, you're either going to be an attorney or you're either going to be a counselor, and I was like, no, I'm going to be a journalist. So I went, off to pursue that degree and loved it. Loved it. We'll talk and ask people, about different, hot topics. It wasn't hot topics at the time, but just random hot topics, taking pictures, putting in a newspaper. I thought that's where, I was supposed to be when I started out as a journalist at Southern University. Then I was able to move on to work as a instructor. And so I was enjoying that, but things kind of changed. Was working in several newsrooms, and the industry started changing. A lot of the content started moving towards online. So
Okay.
the newspaper industry was kind of, taking a different turn. So I was like, okay, Lord, what does that mean? Because I thought this was going to be my, profession, my where I land and end. And so people in the newsroom will always come to me and talk to me about, just random things that was going on in their life. So it was a running joke in the newsroom that I was I guess, the on-site counselor.
Okay.
And so I was talking with a couple of friends. I was like, maybe 10 years from now, I will go back to school and get a degree in counseling and kind of pursue and see what this is, because people keep talking to me. So I need to pursue this. That was in 2009.
Okay.
2010, God said, okay, well, I heard you in 2009. I was laid off from my job, and I was devastated. I said, Lord, what are you doing? I said, 10 years from now, I will pursue. He said, well, the time is now. And I said, but I'm not ready. He said, you're ready. So I started the program in 2010 of August. And from there, it has been a faith walk. It's been challenging, but it's also been rewarding. Because I've seen God, and I'm still seeing God, navigate and rearrange me from a path that I think I'm supposed to be on, and He's navigating gently, turning me onto other paths to pursue Him, but also to meet people where they are. So that's kind of how that transition took place. Was from me thinking I was going to be a journalist for I don't know how long, but in 2009 He heard me saying that I would go back to school and get a degree. So He kind of, put me on a fast track from 2009 to 2010, and here we are in 2022. And I launched my practice in 2020 in the midst of a pandemic. So
Oh yeah.
here
So
we
tell
are.
us a little bit about that. How did that work out for you? I'm sure, it's kind of ironic that you help people through challenges, right? And then you begin a new profession in the middle of, a worldwide challenge.
Yes. Again, one of those paths. I'm thinking I'm on the path, and I was working for a nonprofit where I was a manager, helping individuals that were either diagnosed with cancer or who were caregivers. And so I was enjoying my job, loved my job, meeting people where they are and providing services to meet their needs throughout those times of their life, throughout the cancer journey. but it kept being placed on my heart, like, okay, Nisha, you're fulfilled here, but there's something else more for you to do. So I kept asking God, so when do you want me to leave? When do you want me to leave? Or, what is the time? And I remember distinctively, it was November 13th, 2019. And he said, okay, on March 13th, 2020, that's when you're going to leave. And I was like, okay, all right, cool, Lord, that's what you say. But I will be transparent. I was disobedient because March 13th was on a Friday. And I was like, Lord, yeah, I don't want to leave on Friday the 13th. I want to leave March 12th, right? So I rendered my resignation. And as I was preparing to shift, here's all this talk about something was going on in California. And we have, different offices in different states. So the office in California was trying to decide if they was going to shut down. And so they're having this conversation, am I going away lunching on that Wednesday? And I'm sitting there like with the deer in the headlights, like, Lord, did I make a mistake? Like they're shutting down and I'm supposed to launch my business March 16th. So help me to understand your guidance. Help me to understand, what do you want me to do in this situation? Because I'm scared. So nonetheless, March 16th, I opened up my office. I had to close it that Friday because the world was shut down. And what God was showing me was, Nisha, yes, I told you March 13th was going to be your last day, even though you chose to leave on March 12th. But that was not just your last day. That was everybody's
world's last day.
And because I was shifting, not just you, but I was shifting, the world. And so hindsight, now I see that he was preparing me to be in a place where so many people needed a safe place, needed someone to not judge them, needed someone to be there to kind of get a handle on. Okay, I was just working last week, but now I'm working from home. What is this social distancing? What is this word mask? What does this all mean? Mm-hmm. And so while the world was shutting down, he was elevating, the field of counseling to be able to meet people at a vulnerable time. And so I was thankful to be a part of that shift and being on God's team for the opportunity to meet people where they are.
One of the things that I hear you say over and over again, you said that you've heard the Lord, right? And tell me just a little bit about how that plays in your role in the counseling room when it comes to helping couples, helping individuals with their challenges. Obviously you're a woman of faith, so I'd love you to kind of just share a little bit more of that.
That's a beautiful question. So I know when I was sharing with you when he transitioned me from working as a journalist in 2010 to go into pursuing a career in counseling, I was really at a low place. I didn't know what was going on because I thought I checked off everything on the box. I finished high school, I went off to college, even stayed and, got my undergrad and graduate degree, and I was working in my field. So I thought that I had checked off everything. So to get laid off, I felt like a failure. I felt like, I did something wrong. And I couldn't wrap my brain around it because I always would set goals, and I was able to check those boxes off. So when he, said, okay, we're shifting gears from being a journalist to going into counseling, I prayed the prayer when I was driving on the campus of Dallas Baptist University. And on the campus, when you drive on, there's a statue that says, will you follow me? And so I stopped there and I started crying. And I said, Lord, I don't know where you're leading me, but yes, I will follow you. I don't know what that looks like, but I do ask that you talk to me every step of the way. I'm here, I'm knocking. You said knock, you will answer.
Mhm.
You said, have our ears listening to you so you can hear my voice. I said,
Mhm.
Lord, I'm hearing your voice. And so I remember that, very, very genetic and very authentic, prayer to him when I was driving on the campus and said, let me hear your voice. Because I don't know about this counseling,
This is a
world.
major move. Yes.
This is new. So, meeting with people and trying to understand, what they're going through, I need to hear from you what you see. Help me to hear your voice in what they're dealing with. And
Mhm.
so he has shown up in counseling sessions. I'll be talking to a client and they'll say something and I'll say, I'll confirm or I'll validate. And it was like, wow, you was really listening. And I have to give credit. It's like, yeah, God was helping me to make sure I had the listening ear because I asked him to give me ears to hear as he does,
Mhm.
to see you as he see you in
Mhm.
order for me to meet you where you are.
That's such a beautiful, that's just encouraging to my own heart. I love that. I love that. I
Thank you.
love that.
Thank
And again, that was a part of your introduction that you do meet people where they are at, which, everybody, in all honesty, wants and desires that no matter what the situation is going on, we all want to be heard. We all
Yes.
want to be validated, that
Yes.
our feelings, no matter, whether in the valley of decision or, on top of the mountaintop and we're celebrating no matter what, we all really seek that, affirmation, confirmation, you know what I'm saying? And so, be able to give that to a person and especially when they're facing a challenge, because it all, what that does for me, it allows me to trust you. I feel as if you
Yes.
have, my, you understand what it is that I'm dealing with, and that you are literally, you're not pacifying me at all, but you're really validating that my feelings do matter. Even if I'm wrong about the thing, my feelings still matter. It's not about
Yes.
being right or wrong, but
Right.
so I love that, love that, love that.
Yes.
So your affirmation, I feel like ties in beautifully with this. And so I want to put your affirmation on the screen here for a moment. And what I would love for you to do is to read your affirmation out to our audience, right? And I want you to talk to them as if as if they are your client, right?
Okay.
And I want you to really minister. To be honest with you, I think that's probably the best word. If I were a woman who's facing a challenge, and you were to give me this affirmation, tell me exactly how I can use it. And then I would also love to be able to hear, how has this affirmation had an effect on your personal life, maybe your career, however, but, like honestly, just look straight into the camera and just talk to her heart, and help her find a path towards healing.
Yes. So my affirmation is I choose to commit to the Lord whatever I do as I embrace the promise of my plan succeeding. I'm going to read that affirmation one more time. I choose to commit to the Lord whatever I do as I embrace his promises of my plan succeeding. I don't know where you are in your life. I don't know what's been going on with you emotionally, financially, spiritually, relationally. But I do know that God has a plan for your life. He has been talking to you. Things may not have been aligning the way that you have envisioned it to align. But please know that God has a plan for you. And I know throughout the process of submitting and just relinquishing the weight of trying to figure it out, it will give you so much freedom to know that you're not by yourself. I can share a little bit about my challenges, not even from yesterday, but challenges today. That in knowing that when I say, Lord, I relinquish control, I'm seeking guidance from you. I'm trusting you. I don't know what the next minute holds, not even what the next day or a year from now holds. So what I'm asking of you is to give me guidance, because you're already saying that you have some plans and some directions and places that you're going to take me. So it's a choice. And I'm choosing to say, Lord, I relinquish and I'm committing to you, whatever the plan is. It may not make sense to me. It may not, I don't have it written down of what you're gonna have me to do. I'm walking out on faith and trusting you to do whatever you have in store for me. And I'm choosing to embrace, because your promises tell me that you're never here to forsake me, that you will never leave me, that I am the head and not the tail. So these promises and so much more, I'm holding on to that. And because of your track record, I'm choosing to commit whatever that is as I embrace your promises for the plans that you have in store for me, for them to succeed. So I want to encourage you, sis. I want to encourage you, brother. If you are at a place in your life right now where things are not aligning for you, things are not happening the way that you envision them to happen, to be able to sit back and reflect over some things that God has brought to light for you and things that He has allowed you to succeed, and look back over those track records and to be able to say, you know what, Lord, I don't know what it is that you're doing, but I'm trusting you. The other thing I want to encourage you is to be able to have an accountability partner. Have someone that you feel safe and talking with and saying, you know what, I'm struggling right now. I'm trying to commit to the Lord, whatever He has in store for me, but I'm challenged with this. And find someone that can be accountability partner, find someone that you can trust to talk to be able to say, hey, I just need someone to have a listening ear, an understanding ear, to be able to allow me to be able to voice my concerns, to voice my fears, and to be able to hold me accountable and say, you know what, stay the course. Stay the course and do the work, and your plans will succeed. Yes. Tiffany.
Again, this mute button gets me probably once.
Listen, it happens to the best of us.
I was just saying though, at first I was like, I love it, and I genuinely do. What I would love, I'd like to just kind of talk just a little bit. We're winding down to our last few minutes here, but as a counselor, I would love for you to kind of talk just about the power of affirmations and how to use them effectively to be able, again, to kind of help you maintain focus, or even moving from unbelief to belief. I believe that whenever we read through these different affirmations, what I believe, you may not believe, but you hope to believe. How would she be able to apply affirmations, no matter what the subject matter is? How, give her a practical way about how to use affirmations, so that, again, she or he would be able to move forward into a path of healing and hope.
So for me, an affirmation is speaking over your situation, speaking life into your situation, right? And so sometimes, we say affirmations all the time. We may not look at them as affirmations, but you may say, I'm a winner, or I am a go-getter, and I'm going to be successful. You may say those things over and over, but you never may see them as affirmations. Essentially, an affirmation is something that is a motivating message It's a positive message to help you to be able to navigate through, whatever it is. It may not even be a challenge. It just may be a situation that you're going through, that you're trying to finish school, or you may be trying to prepare yourself for marriage. You may be preparing yourself for launching a business. But finding something or a phrase, if you will, to be able to help you to stay the course. So, case in point, the affirmation that I use actually came from Proverbs 16:3, right? And so it says, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed." So all I did was, okay, Nisha, what are you choosing to do? Because I look at life as choices. I can choose to sit in a situation and be frustrated and mad and allow those negative messages to play over and say, you won't succeed. You're in the midst of a pandemic. People are not going to come. I could choose to sit there and allow those negative messages to play over and over and over in my head. Or I could choose to say, yes, these are facts. Let me acknowledge that these are facts. We're in a pandemic. Times are challenging. We're gas prices are going up. There's an inflation, all of those things, right? But if I choose to stick there in the negative space, then I'm just being stuck. So I say, you know what? While those are truths, now let me find what are some positives. Well, I do have the ability to listen. I do have a choice to say, how can I find, something positive in the midst of the situation? I can choose to say, I'm going to commit whatever I do. And I'm going to trust that whatever I put in place, that God will guide me throughout that path so I can be successful. So it's not only making a choice in choosing to either have a playlist of words that's going over and over that's negative, or choosing to have a playlist of messages and words that are positive. That's one thing. The next is I want to encourage you to write it down. Write it down and make it plain. For me, I'm a visual learner. So not only do I hear it, but I have to see it. And so what I did was I put it on mirrors, I put it on my phone. So I'm not only saying it, but I'm also seeing it. And then the next step I want to encourage you, because it's one thing to say it, but do you believe it? So if you have it on your mirror, not only have you said it, but you've written it down, now you have it and you're saying it out loud to be able to say, I believe whatever I commit, that I will be successful because of God's promises. And for me, I even go a step further. After I write it down, I put the date, I put the time, because I like to be able to say, at this date and time, this is where I was. I was, not seeing where God was taking me, or I didn't see, the benefits of the work or the labor that I was doing. But I had to affirm myself. I had to encourage myself. And so if you say today is March 14th, 2022 at 4:28 p.m., I choose whatever that is. What are you choosing to be able to put some things in place so you can be able to affirm yourself, but also be able to encourage yourself in the process? So again, write it down, make it plain, say it out loud, and recite it to be able to believe it and encourage yourself.
Yes, as you're talking, it kind of reminds me. I was in a mastermind last Friday, and I heard a couple of things that kind of back up the things that you said. One of the statements that was said is that the hand is the digital recorder for the mind. So as you write it down, you're helping to imprint it in your mind. And then just the daily confession scripture. And I can never quote this right, but faith comes by hearing and hearing by the word of God. So the repetitive hearing of that word, whether we're talking scripture or if we're talking, the affirmations. In your hand, it was the affirmations really written out. It's just a paraphrasing of the word, but
Yes.
technically, saying that over and over and over and over again, the regular confession, it helps your mind to hear and to believe. And so, it becomes a part of your heart, and you got to keep with it. And then I love this statement too. It was motivation gets you started. When we start a new thing, we're normally pretty excited, right? But we might not see that thing. We don't necessarily have the same motivation, throughout. You kind of go up and down. So motivation gets you started, but affirmations keep you going. And so just knowing that, like, that's just a reminder, like, hey, I started here, I started at point A, but I'm not going to give up until I get to B. In the daily confessions of the affirmations, they keep you going. They keep you pointed in the direction that you set your heart and mind as far as that finish line. So with that, I realized we're at our stopping point. Nisha, it has been a pleasure just getting to know you. What I'd love for you to do now is take out about 30 seconds and let our audience know where they can find you. How can they work with you?
Yes. Thank you so much again, Tiffany, for the opportunity to join you and your audience. Yes, I can be found on tranquilitycounselingtx.com. And I can also be found at talktonisha.com. And that's Nisha.com.
All right. So talktonisha.com. She has given lots of wisdom today, just and a very great practical application. So be sure to connect with her on talktonisha.com. Put that back on the screen for me real quick. I just want them to be able to have that visual. Talktonisha.com. One more time, talktonisha.com. All righty. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for tuning in today. Be sure to go to our website, which is uncommoncourage.cc. At that website, you can, one, get a copy of this journal, but you'll also have an opportunity to get a copy of the affirmations of a CEO on the Move affirmation, which Nisha is a contributor with. So thank you again for coming on today, Nisha. Definitely enjoyed getting to know you. And I look forward to seeing you all next week. You guys take care. We'll see you soon.
Take care.
We finished battle rapping them. 10 more guys stepped up. I battle rapped all 10 of them, bust them out.
Wow.
And after I done that, the owner of the club said, I like the way you sound and you're a good battle rapper. What we gonna do when you come in the club, we want you to host the club now. So when you come in, we give you the mic, Nino Brown bottle with the straw in it, with the spotlight on you, and you walk around and host the club.
Wow.
So we just walk around hosting the club, and then we took a break and went to the bathroom. This is how I met Teddy Riley. We went to the bathroom. We're in the bathroom trying to use the bathroom, and this guy steady tapping on my shoulder trying to battle rap me while I'm using the bathroom. Bathroom, bro, I got you. Give me 1 second. So the bathroom turned around, ate him up, head to toe. He had his little couple of his guys with him, ate him up head to toe. When I turned around and looked, everybody in the club was in the bathroom almost. And in the hallway. Wow. And then they said, make a hole, make a hole. They made a little hole. Here come Teddy Riley. Hey, I want you to come to my studio and record a song because I like the way you get down. Do you got anything in mind? And I was like, yeah, I got a song for you. It wasn't called Just Shake Your Rump. It's called something else, but.
Yeah. Well, wow. I love it when we get that behind the scenes of things and how things happen.
This is a very important message. Today, we have so many things bombarding us that put our health at risk. So many that we do not even think about them. And let's face it, we cannot live in a vacuum. I think many people have had a false sense of security with social distancing. I'm not at all criticizing cleanliness or maintaining safe boundaries, but with all these extra precautions, there are still so many risks getting through to us. How? All the contaminants in our air, our food, and our water. Think about it. The air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. This next year, I'd like to see all of us really level up on our health. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we want to keep you informed. Little changes make all the difference in the world when it comes to staying healthy. Think about this. Most of what we buy in the stores isn't good for us. A lot of the soda, all the processed snacks, most of the energy drinks. The more we become aware and link arms and raise our voices as consumers, we will put our dollars to work. Together, we will shift to healthier beverages, healthier snacks, and healthier foods. And we need to get the word out. Word of mouth is still the best form of communication. So share important information with your friends and your family. Here at the Movement for Global Health, we are here for wellness, prevention, and a new era of health. Let this be the decade that healthy products become mainstream once and for all. We've made a good start, but we have a ways to go, and we can only do this together. Subscribe on our website, learn and take action, and most important, be well and live your best life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is the Homeschooling Magazine podcast, in which we bring you the best of the best in the industry of business, homeschooling, education, wellness, and life. And today we have such an amazing guest backstage. She is amazing, Shirley Rump, and she is doing something that I think is truly amazing, because this is a line, or I would say the industry, that you just don't really think about, but you know you need it. If you understand what I'm saying, you don't really think about it, but when you need it, you need it. Okay, so today we're gonna have her on the show. So go grab your family, go grab your family, go like, follow, and share. And we're gonna have her in the room in a moment. This is the Homeschooling Magazine podcast. We'll be back in a moment with our featured guest.
Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
And just like that, we are back. Let me tell you something. I am so happy to have Miss Shirley in the backstage today. Why? It's because she's a fellow South Carolinian in all her amazingness. You know, I interview a lot of people, but too many South Carolinians. So this is near and dear to my heart because we are one and the same. So let me bring on the amazing Shirley Rump. Welcome to the show.
You. Absolutely. It's a pleasure. I am thrilled to be on your homeschool show today.
Oh, I am more excited than you because, especially during the times that we're living in now, this topic, even though sometimes we may not want to discuss it, but it's something that we need to discuss because it's so prevalent today. And the fact that you're not only speaking on this issue, but you're also uh, passionate and you're mission driven and you are helping us protect our families. But before we go into it, we have someone from our virtual studio audience in the house. Hello, Muhammad. How you doing? She is also an amazing podcast as well. Check her out on CTRMediaNetwork.com. That is the Queen Candy podcast. All right, so let's talk for a little bit, or I should say discuss. You are on a mission to empower women, children, and men with safety. What made you decide to go into this area of business, and why is this so important to you?
Absolutely. And that's a great question, Tina. My passion for Denzel in Defense was I was a individual, independent representative for another company. And I was in and out of people's home. And I didn't have any protection. Nothing but me, the Lord, at that time, a bag phone that didn't work in rural areas. And I had nothing to protect myself in the event that if the unforeknown had to happen. My second reason was I have or had two sons, and it was hard having the conversation with them about who they were, the do's and the don'ts all the time. So I Dental in Defense was just like right on point because we have some amazing books that's called Safe Heart. And Safe Heart makes the conversation much easier to talk about. And then thirdly, Denzel in Defense has a Denzel home where they help protect young ladies that are being sex trafficking to different states. And so that was dear to my heart as well. And I said, you know what? I can be a part of this to help this mission. So that's what drew me in to Denzel in Defense for myself, my family, and to help others. I wanted to, pass it forward,
Yeah, well, I want to just tell you thank you because, like I said, this is a topic that we normally don't discuss about sex trafficking, what to do in the case of an event, and you need to protect yourself. Having those much needed conversations with our children about which involves safety because child abduction is on the rise, and bringing the awareness, but bringing it in a way that is easy to digest. The way that your company actually presents the information is not intrusive, it's not overbearing, and it's not overwhelming, which will make people run away. It's very inviting, and it's also providing you that confidence that if an unforeseen occurrence occurs, that you are prepared.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what we're about. It's not all about sales. It's about having that awareness because like you said, we don't think about it until it happens.
Yeah.
You need to always have a plan. And I know concealed weapon is also high on the rise right now, but we have to understand we can't always take a concealed.
Oh, we lost her for a moment. Yeah, all right. That's okay.
We can't take a concealed weapon everywhere we go.
That's true.
So you have to have that extra layer of protection. It's just like our officers. People don't think about them. They have more than just a concealed weapon. They have a flashlight. They have a stun gun. They have pepper spray. They have a flashlight. They have layers. And so we have to understand too, we have to have layers of protection. And with that said, you know, our college age women.
Yes. Okay. So she is getting an incoming call right now. So giving her time to come back on and piggyback off of what she was saying. We need layers of protection, especially now in the times in which we are living in. And we have to have these conversations. So before she had to step away for a moment, this is what really pulled me towards her business, is because it's actually talking about what they call the safe hearts. And this is her company's educational products in regards to safety. Okay, sometimes it's difficult for us as a parent to figure out the right words to say to our children to help them be self-aware and self-assured, but not overly afraid. And so they made these products, board games, they made these bags, they made multiple different things that's cost effective so that it will make the process of speaking about safety and child abduction and what to do in the case of a stranger trying to do this or that. What can you do? And as women, it actually helps us because who want to carry a bulky, cumbersome, let's keep it real, ugly contraption with our ensembles? When we dressed up, we want to we don't want anything to clash with our outfits, right? And so what I love is that it's very concealing. You would never know that this is a self-defense item, and some of these things that you have, that is actually two-sided. It can help you with a flash, but also help you with defense. So all of it is amazing. And now we have her back, and I want to just keep them going while you wasn't able to be here. But that is one thing that I actually like too, because I actually carry some various different things with me. Now, the public don't know what it is, but if I need it, I have it.
That is wonderful. And thank you, Tina, for stepping right in. You're just amazing. And you did a fabulous job in explaining the product. I heard you talked about the concealed weapon purse. And you're absolutely right. It is a purse, and it allows you to carry your firearm in the back of it, and no one will ever know that you have it. So that's an amazing product as well. But like you stated earlier, the Safe Heart products, and that is why I wanted to be a part of your homeschooling network, because the 8 books that we have, they are phenomenal. They're very easily read, very easy to explain. Your sons and daughters could possibly read them on their own, and then you ask them questions about how they felt about the topic that they read. And that just kind of opens up the conversation, because also, I'll say 15 years ago, I worked in a legal office, and it was heartbreaking to see so many parents bringing their children in for just a pat on the hand, trying to help them get out of a situation. So those books are just phenomenal. We have a game that you can play with them, like a Monopoly, that they actually go through the different steps and ask questions about them as well. And then for those, because you're homeschooling, we have the lunch pail box for them, and the little stickers, and those items as well are in the group. Yeah. But for the parents, you're showing the other items that I have, which is the pepper spray, the socket to me, It also has their, I think you're showing one of the stun gun, but also amazing, Tina, in your audience. We also, which I want to give everybody tonight, a free app. And the free app is actually called Shield Community. And you can download it from your Apple Store or Google. And it allows you to put in 5 contacts. And within those 5 contacts, in the event that if you have an emergency and you hit that alarm, it will alarm all 5 of those individuals, letting them know that you need help. It's no charge, but it does connect to one of our pepper sprays. Also, you can download that to that. So if you disarm that pepper spray, that too will set off the alert of that alarm and let somebody know that you need help. And then you have the option of turning it off when you're safe. So it's just a phenomenal tool as well. And our pepper spray is actually better than our officers. It is, no one needs to be within 16 feet of your space.
Wow.
Okay. So just imagine if you're shooting your pepper spray, it will arm 16 feet away from you. And it has a UDI in it, where if you spray somebody with it, it actually stays on them for 5 days. They can bathe, shower, whatever. So in the event that if they have to go, they're caught and they have to go under the blue light, that dye will still be in on their skin. So, I mean, so the police know, okay, well, you were involved in some form of a crime, you know. And so, like I said, we as individuals need to have just another level of thinking, an exit plan. Granted, be at home with our children, spouses. Everybody needs to have an assignment of what I want you to do in the event if we have an intruder in our home or whatever. If you're out with your friends or whatever, everybody needs to know what we're going to do if something should happen. Who's going to be responsible for calling the policeman? Who's going to be responsible for saying you need to get out? You know, just have some form of a game plan so that you can exit safe. Because what's more important, when we leave our homes in the morning, we have 2 goals in mind. We want to get back home to our loved ones. And in the event that if we have to have that defense, and we have to defend ourselves, we want to be able to tell our own story. We don't want someone else to have to explain what happened to us.
That is so, so, so true. And I want to say hello to our virtual audience. We have Adrian Riley in the virtual audience. Hey, she said, hey, my sister. I'm assuming she's speaking to you.
Yes, hello.
All right. So welcome to the show. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break. And then after that, we're going to speak a little bit more about these, just elaborate more on the importance of the safety and having these helpful, or I would say healthy conversations, not only with our children, but with fellow relatives and friends and family, because sometimes as adults, we don't do what we need to do because we don't want to even think about the unthinkable. And so this episode is all about having that self-awareness and also just talking about this and discussing this. We hope we never have to deal with it, but if we do, then you have this available. So we'll be back in a moment.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Anderson, and I'm the owner of the Potter's Computer System. What we do is we build computers, repair computers, and upgrade computers. Where? In Lugoff, Camden, Elgin, and in Richland County. Now, since we're going through the COVID epidemic right now, our goal is to pick up your computers, repair them, upgrade them, and return them back to you. Sometimes you don't like us coming into your house, so we can meet you at a separate location and get your computer from you and get it done for you. My telephone number is 803-667-5348. And we've been serving the community out here in Lugol, Camden, and Elgin for about 7 years, and Richland County for about another 7 years. So, if you have any needs, please give us a call. Once again, my name is Tom Anderson, Potters Computer Systems. My website is www.potters, P-O-T-T-E-R-S, computers, C-O-M-P-U-T-E-R-S.com. And remember, most of all, you'll have a positive day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
We aren't selling a lifestyle or a fad that will fade. No promoting an agenda to the easily swayed. This isn't just an opportunity or a subtle cause to make some money. This isn't just pretty lights and late nights or a way to have some fun. See? This is awareness, protection, healing, connection. Where free thinkers gather, a place of purpose, reflection. This is mission, passion, where new beginnings start. This is family, community, a home with a heart. Where you have a voice and your story makes sense. This is Damsel in Defense.
This is Damsel in Defense, and we have one of the most amazing independent representatives inside with her business, the amazing South Carolinian Shirley Rump, and we are going to bring her back on because before the commercial break, we was actually discussing the multiple layers of not only defense, but education, and how her mission is to protect the families. Okay, we know that this topic is not always easy, but especially today, we need to have these healthy conversations that, in light of a situation that may possibly happen, you and your families will be protected. And one thing that she said before we went to commercial break that I thought was just wow, mind blowing, with their pepper spray, and that is more powerful than what our police officer used. And then another thing that resonated in my mind, what you said before we went to the break, Miss Shirley, was that it has something in it that actually, if you spray it on the individual, it stays on the skin, and up under the light. If they're looking for the assailant, they can see that, hey, you was there. Because wow, that was a great idea.
Yes, it really is. And the thing is, Miss Tina, they don't know.
Yeah.
They don't realize that it is still within their skin. So that's a real amazing thing. But what I want the audience also to know, Miss Tina, is that we are not trying to frighten them. We just have to be aware, because there is so much going on today in our world, and particularly with our children. Now, the pepper spray and the Sock It To Me, of course, is not items that our children can use or carry with them, because you have to be 18 years or older to have those devices. But we do have a his and her alarm that they can carry. And of course, it is extremely loud and it is acceptable. But what I didn't bring some products with me because I didn't know we would have time. But what I do want to share is one of the products I did bring. I don't know if you can see it. It's actually a pen, and it's called To Whom It May Concern.
Okay.
But this little pen right here is so powerful. This is the only legal device that we have that you can carry in a federal building and on an aircraft. And the reason for it is because it is a pen. But this little pen, and I'm going to try not to blind no one.
Oh, wait a minute.
Light. It's a flashlight, and it's a little beacon light as well. But the other good part about it is if you can see those little ridges around there, probably can. It can be used as a striking tool. But the little ridges, if you were to scrape an individual with it, it actually collects their DNA.
Wow.
So that is very prevalent for, and for the police, because it has their DNA in it that they can test. But and it's actually a pen. You actually can write with it daily, and it's a good tool for college students. On campus, young ladies, guys, whatever, in an attack, they have something that they can actually use to defend themselves. But it's an amazing. But there's 3 things that I would like to share with the audience that I want to remember, and it's 3 acronyms, and it's A, E, and D. And what it means is, A means that you want to avoid a situation. In the event that if you see someone following you or whatever, you don't want to put yourself in a predicament where that individual could attack you. So you want to avoid it. The other one is E, and that means that you want to escape. Okay, you don't, how some people, they want to get engaged, but you don't need to be in everything. You need to get away from certain situations. And then the other one is D, and that is defend. You need to have to defend yourself, and so you want to have the proper tools in order to do that. So that, like I said earlier, we want to get back home to our families, and in the event that if something should happen, we want to be the one to tell the story about it. So, that is the goal. We just want people to learn to protect themselves, to protect their children, and more so to protect their babies, to, keep them safe, because they are vulnerable and they don't know. So it's our job as parents to be transparent and to educate them and others as well, because it takes a village. We got to get back, step back from the way, oh, it's my child. All children are all of our children, and all of them need to be protected. And like I said, that is one thing, that was one of the passion that drew me in to Danzell, because of the Danzell house, because there is so much, sex trafficking going on. It is just unbelievable, what is happening to our teens today.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And so, again, I want to thank you for your advocacy, for you speaking and educating on this topic and doing it so eloquently. I have been in multiple rooms discussing this topic in regards to sex trafficking, abuse, domestic violence within the community. And the way that you explained it, it brought no fear. It actually brings comfort. So I really can tell that you're passionate about what you're doing, and the way that you explain it is very, very comforting. We actually have someone over on LinkedIn, Miss Terry Bell. She said, great information. Thank you so much for tuning in today.
Thank you.
So, all of this has been amazing. And as you can see, everyone who is actually watching this interview, and because some of you are listening, some of you are watching. So if you want to see it, you go over to CTRMedianetwork.com, and you'll be able to see that revolutionary pen that she was actually giving us a demonstration on a few moments ago. I mean, it looks just like a regular pen, and the fact that it's multi-purpose, you can use it as a pen, you can use it as a flashlight, and if you need it, you can use it as a line of defense. It's just totally remarkable, the ingenuity and the thought processes that went into making it blend into our regular day-to-day life, making safety normal.
And very not, because nobody would ever think that it could be used for a defense weapon.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. All right, you guys. So I know you are pretty much like, wow, this is remarkable. I 100% agree with you. And as a mother, a grandmother, a wife, and a businesswoman, you would think this is all that she does. Well, no, she actually has another business that she is actually helping us with down here in the Midlands in South Carolina. What exactly is that business, you might ask? Well, you will find out about it after this commercial break with our amazing guest, Miss Shirley. So after this commercial break, you're going to find out how else she is helping the community. See you guys in a moment.
Listen up, everybody. I am so excited. I just finished a course and got certified on how to start a podcast and monetize it. Thanks to my amazing instructor, Tina Ramsey. My heart right now is overwhelmed. My dreams have been fulfilled. And if you are looking to take your company to the next level, then choose the best. Tina Ramsey, owner of the CTR Network. You don't want to sleep on this. If you want to invest in yourself, start today so you can monetize your business and get what you deserve. God bless you. Don't sleep. Get it done.
CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
And just like that, we are back. We have the amazing Miss Shirley, a fellow South Carolinian. I just took a pink with this because I'm talking to another South Carolinian today on the show. Okay, let me get myself together. Before we went to the commercial break, she was actually educating us on how we can have multiple layers of protection, not only for us as women, but also men, children, basically our families. And what we're going to do, we're going to talk a little bit about something else that this revolutionary woman is actually doing. You know, she is making sure that we are safe, but also is she keeping some of our other stuff safe as well? And you're probably saying, well, how is she doing that? Well, you're going to figure it out right now. But before we jump into it, I want you to give our audience your website on how they can actually go to purchase your products and services, because we actually have someone in the studio audience that said, wait a minute, do you have a website to order these products?
Absolutely. I would be delighted to. If you will, you would go to mydanzel.net/ShirleyRRump.com.
Yes, and you would. And then in the top right hand corner, when you know, this is how you know you have the correct website for Miss Shirley. You will see her name, Shirley Rump, in the top right hand corner here. You will see her phone number and you will also see her email. Once you see that, you know that this is her website. And then the only thing that you do next is just simply purchase the items in which you have that you want to purchase. And it's just as easy as that. The company will mail you these products confidentially, and you won't have to worry about it. It will be concealed, mailed to your home, get it out your mailbox, or maybe your mail carrier will actually, depending on how big the box is, will actually deliver it to you on your porch. Very, very cost effective. I mean, I personally have some of these products. They're very doable. They're pretty. They're lightweight. and no one knows that you have them. Now, I never had to use them, thank you God, but I have it just in case. Just in case. All right. So let's go into what you do, another business that you do now. Okay, so you're protecting our families with safety and education, helping us speak about the uncomfortable to make us comfortable. And now you actually have another business, which is called what?
Rump Notary Service, mobile services, put that way. I come to you to assist you with signing your documents that you have. And I'm so excited about this mission because we are just not as knowledgeable as we should be or where we should be in making sure that we have our legal documents in place for our family in the event that if the unbeknown should happen as well. So I have incorporated Rump Notary Services along with Denzel in Defense, along with an amazing attorney to assist me with your documents that you need prepared. And we'll be happy to make sure that you're on the right track. To have, so that your family, if need, not have to make those uncomfortable decisions.
So you guys, as you can see from the website, so give them the website out so that they can actually go to it.
For the
Notary.
Okay. My notary website is http rump notary services .business.site.
Yes. So that's or they can put in www.rumpnotaryservices.business.site. Okay, so this is what you would do to get to her business of notary services if you need notary services, all of which is very, very important, because in the light of this is put right here. Here's the website because I want to make sure that you guys get it very, very well so you can actually see it out, because I'm a visual learner as well. So you can actually see that you have to actually put a .business.site so that you can actually find it. Of course, once you get to the site, you will see her amazing testimony or story. And also you will not only see her, Mrs. Shirley, but you will also be able to read the testimonials from some of her previous clients in regards to her services. And the fact that it's mobile, as a mom, as a business owner myself, as a daughter, as a friend, we are so busy, right? So if someone can come to you to mark off one thing that you don't have to do on our numerous list of to-dos every day is amazing. The fact that you're mobile. So thank you for that. So tell us a little bit more. You have anything else you would like to share with us about your business or businesses, either one, which I think you're keeping us safe on the legal aspect. You're keeping us safe from the physical aspect. You're just the safety woman.
That is what I aim to please to do. And the reason for is because I was in that situation where I had to make decisions, my husband and I, for our son. But thank God we had documents in place to make it easy, because believe it or not, when you have a loved one in the hospital, you don't want to wait until they get in the capacity where they can't tell you exactly what they would like to do. And to have to make that decision is hard. So having that conversation with your mom, your dad, even your children, because my children at the time, we ended up getting POA for them, which is power of attorney for them, when they turned 18. And the reason for it, because they're teenagers and things can happen. And unfortunately, that's what happened to my younger son. And I just thank God that those documents were in place for him. And, I just want to be able to just bring different topics to the community, our surrounding area, to make people feel more comfortable. And if we need to come to your home, talk to you one-on-one, we'll be happy to do that. And of course, we are still in a COVID state, so we're masked when we visit your home. If it's not comfortable for you there, we do have an office space that you can come to as well. We just want it to be convenient and the information get out to the people to make them aware. We don't want the situation to happen and then you need that service and then you have to go through court in order to try to get it, because it's costly to do it that way. So we want to try to prevent that if all possible for you.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you bringing up that topic. Having basically your last will and testament in place, your power of attorney, your medical health care, all of that in line, because these are topics that we know we need to discuss, but we don't want to discuss, but we wish we had if we get into that situation. Okay. And so I know personally I had to do a lot of that, and it takes you to a place that you're like, oh, I don't really want to think about it, but you want to make sure that your family, in unforeseen occurrence, they're not left with added stress.
Exactly.
Yes.
Because you're with the stress of them being in that situation anyway.
Yeah.
So that you want to make it more convenient. You want to have power of attorney. And now, as soon as you go into the hospital or the ER, they ask you, do you have a health power of attorney?
Yeah.
For your loved one or even yourself. And please, well, at least for the state of South Carolina, other states are different. So please check with your states. Even if you're married and wives and husbands think, oh, you automatically have the right to make certain decisions, but you don't. You need to have a health power of attorney for your spouses, for one another, and vice versa. It makes things so much easier by doing that. You just want your will to be carried out as much as possible. And particularly, if you have a large family, or meaning siblings, and you don't want anybody fussing about things, materialistic things, once you're gone, or think you have more than you have. And everybody is surprised that, oh, mom or dad didn't have X, Y, and Z. But if you put it in writing, everybody can get what it is that you would like for them to have or what you do have. And just don't spend so much money in court and giving court money because they are bickering or arguing about materialistic stuff. It doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah. Because as we know, financial things can really put a rip in a family.
Yes.
So the more things that are written out in your own words, and basically it's allowing you, even in a time where you can't speak for yourself, to speak for yourself, and this person get this person get that. It won't be any confusion. And even if it is, though, it's written down when you was in a sound mind, and so they would carry it through. You won't have to worry about your family being tied up in probate court for years and years and years and years and years, running up a bill at the end of the day.
And taking access that you do have going forward.
Yeah.
And then you'll end up, and then of course, like I said, power of attorney is key, but the key too is that you want to make sure that you have the right person that you want to be over your and also in mind, power of attorney is only valid while you're living. Once that person expires, Lord forbid, that becomes null and void. But in the meantime, that little piece of paper gives that individual a lot of power. And so you want to be careful too as to whom you choose to be your POA. So it takes some thinking, but we just need to do it,
Exactly. I agree with you. We definitely need to do it. Hello, and welcome to the show. these are topics. First of all, I want to thank you again for coming on the show, taking the time. Thank you for helping us in the Midlands get ourselves together legally and also physically. And again, I want to reiterate the eloquence of how you speak about a topic that is very uncomfortable. You made it very comfortable. You made it just a regular staple that should be in every family household. This should be a regular conversation. This should be something that we discuss. And thank you for I'm just gonna call you the safety one, because I mean you just making sure we just safe all the way around. Thank you for all that you do, because I feel that everyone on this earth has a special gift, a purpose of why they're here. And definitely this is purpose driven, because everybody can't do this.
I tell you, it is definitely a thrill, and it is definitely a passion. Helping people has always been what I love to do. And I've done a lot of things, but this has really been home for me. Like I said, I've been doing Denzel and defense for almost 6 years. Been in the legal field, but got out, always been a notary, but now I just want to take it to another level, because I see the need and I want to help with that need. I want to bless as many people as I can.
Well, you're definitely doing that. So everyone, make sure to go check out her website for any self-defense items or products or services, even more so for our homeschoolers and also the public schoolers that actually watch our show as well, and their parents. Make sure to pick up those board games. That's help us with the game schooling. Also, you can add those books and resources into your homeschool curriculum, because that is a great course that you don't have to create. It's already done for you.
Already done for you.
Already done for you. So that's one less thing you have to do. And say your website for Damsel again, so that they can find you online.
Absolutely. It's mydancelanddefense.net/Shirley R. Rump, RUMPH.
Okay, so make sure to find her. And like I said before, on all the websites that we're actually giving you, make sure that you see her name in either the top right-hand corner or the top left-hand corner, so that you'll know that you are having the right representative, independent representative for her services. She's very, very meticulous on what she does, very educated on what she does. And you can also shoot her an email if you need any further services, because she had, as you can see, excellent customer service. So make sure that you're with her, not somebody else, because I can't validate them. I can't give my stamp of approval on that person.
Well, and two, is there a way that you can see if the audience? I would like to give the parents a proactive parent guide, and it gives you steps in order to be able to have that conversation that goes along with the books. I would like to donate this to someone. So if someone could put in the chat for us the 3 acronym that I mentioned, will be the person who wins the book. What you think?
Oh, that'll be good. Okay, for those of you who may have missed that was in the first part of this interview. You're going to have to go back and watch it again, or re-listen to it if you're on the radio or on the podcast side of our show.
Absolutely.
It was, I remember, but I'm not going to say it. Okay, so everyone go back. That's going to be a fun giveaway. We're actually going to create a blog. And within that blog, I have something, a link or something that it can go directly to your website from that particular blog, to make it easier for them just to be able to click and go. But you're going to have to listen to it. And so you guys be looking for that about a week after this goes up everywhere. About a week up after it goes everywhere. So, I think it's not necessary.
Fabulous.
Terry won. Well, people, you snooze, you lose. That's the end of that. She won. All right, Terry. So we need you to get in contact with the amazing Shirley Rump. So where do you want her to go? You want her to get your email?
Yes.
You
can email it to srrumph99@gmail.com. So that's srrumph, rumph99@gmail.com.
All right.
Name and address. I'll make sure you get it.
You heard it, Terry. You heard it here. So reach out to her, email her with your name and address, and she is going to send you that amazing giveaway. Thank you for blessing our audience on today. Listen, I thought we was gonna have a chance to like give it all out, but I mean, Terry was like, "No, not today. This is my good." All the way over there on LinkedIn. See, LinkedIn don't mess around. The people, the guests over there, they're like, I got my notes. Here it is. Those are business people. They ready. LinkedIn, stay ready.
Well, don't y'all forget to download the free app now also.
Oh, yes. Tell them about the free app one more time, and then we're going to close out the show. So tell them about it again.
All right. The free app you can download is called Shield Community. And it allows you to put in 5 contacts and an emergency message. So, and in the event that if you're in a situation and you need assistance, if you match that alert, it'll broadcast out to those 5 individuals or a family member, whomever you choose. And then you are the only one that has the authority to turn that off as well. But it's connected to your locator, so they will know exactly where you are. So that is free, even though it can go along with our Protective Shield spray as well.
Oh, she clapping. She like, yeah. Congratulations, Terryville. And thank you so much for tuning in and engaging. And thank you so much for all the other, I call you our virtual studio audience. We have people on YouTube watching that's sounding in, people on LinkedIn, and also people on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the show. Thank you. Yes, the Shield Community app. So thank you for that freebie as well, you guys. As always, we want you to stay positive. We want you to stay motivated. And we want you to know that the Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, bringing you information, resources, and everything up under the sun, including amazing business owners like Mrs. Shirley, to share with you about how we can protect ourselves from a physical standpoint as well as the legal standpoint, So thank you for speaking with us on this topic. Make sure to check out her website. Did you have anything else you want to say, Miss Shirley?
I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for inviting me, allowing me to have the platform to speak about these topics that are dear and near to me. And I just want everybody to just, continue to be safe, be prayed up, thankful, and we gonna make it.
Oh, well, it's truly my pleasure. That's the only reason why we created these shows as a platform to bring awareness and to also introduce amazing people like you. The only people that's able to come on any of my particular shows that I host are ones that's making a positive impact in the world. That's the only requirement that I have for ones that come on my show, that they have to be making a positive impact. And you're definitely doing that. All right. Making a positive impact. So thank you. Oh, we have a YouTube in the house, Emma. Thank you both for sharing. Thank you for watching YouTube. Miss Ellis, and thank you, Terry, for watching over on LinkedIn. And also thank you, Muhammad and Mrs. Rowley, who's watching over there on Facebook. I mean, y'all just all over these social media streets just today.
Amazing. Thank you. Well, you have a phenomenal podcast, and I enjoy it. I'm the silent partner in the back, but I'm paying attention.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And thank you for helping us over here in South Carolina and also educating all of us around the world because this is a worldwide podcast. For those of you who are in July, I just want to give y'all a little exclusive. In July, Mrs. Shirley is going to be featured in the July's edition of the Homeschooling magazine. So you want to see a little bit more, get a little bit more of what Miss Shirley has to offer. She's going to have a feature in the July's edition, along with some other amazing business owners, educators, homeschoolers from all over the world that is there to help de-stress the homeschooling experience and also connect you with resources and opportunities for yourself and your family. And just have a good time at the end of the day and smile a little. It has a little bit of everything in order to impact the entire experience of homeschooling. So that's why we bring so many amazing people like Miss Shirley on, because homeschooling is not just homeschooling, it's a lifestyle, right? And with that, safety is a part of it. Business, finances, mental health, resources, education, all of that is a part of it. So thank you for all the support, you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Miss Shirley, I'm gonna let you have one more word and then we're gonna wrap this up. And then you guys make sure to follow, like, and subscribe, and make sure to tune in and see what's going on, Miss Shirley, and click that button.
Absolutely. Miss Tina has said it all. We want you to like, share, and subscribe. And if there's anything that I may be able to do for you on a personal level, one-on-one, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to speak with you, meet with you. And if there's anything that we can do for you on the legal side, we're here as well. So God bless, and you all be safe. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
The world is hurting right now, and it's time to rise up. As we lift ourselves up in body, mind, and spirit, we can reach out to others and be a light in a sea of darkness. Welcome to the Movement for Global Health with your host, Dr. Mary Zenit.
Lana Stevenson is an advanced cancer exercise specialist. She is a personal trainer. She is a black belt in karate.
a published author, and a certified medical exercise specialist. And she works through MedFit, and we will be talking about this. She has an amazing story, and it is my privilege to welcome Lana Stevenson to our show.
Thank you, Mary. I am so excited to be here because this has become my mission right now, and I cannot tell you how important it is to make the public aware of what is possible and that chronic disease does not need to happen. So a little bit about my story and how I've got to where I am in my 30-year career. I was raised in South Africa, and we immigrated to Canada in the early 80s when apartheid was still very much part of the country. And yeah, and it was like right after my older daughter was born, I figured there is no way I'm raising a child in this. So we went to Canada. We lived there for 10 years. My younger daughter was born in Toronto, and we immigrated to the States in the mid-90s. But growing up in South Africa, Mary, you know, I was never exposed to disease. My grandparents lived a healthy life, both of them to 107 and 100. They literally died of old age with minimal, you know, suffering. So, you know, that I didn't see that part of the world. We only got television in my junior year of high school. We were not exposed to the rest of the world, and our lives were very healthy. We played outside, we did sport, you know. There was no fast food restaurants. That wasn't a thing. So we ate really well. I feel so blessed that I was raised this way. My dad, I can remember at the age of 10, walking into his bedroom and him doing yoga and standing on his head, and really, you know, no white refined breads or rice or anything. So, you know, but not forced on us. It was just the way it was. And it was fantastic. I feel so grateful. Then we come to the big America, you know, and I actually had a Bachelor of Commerce degree from South Africa. I had a business degree, but have always been a passionate athlete and a competitive athlete at that. So when we came to the States, I wanted to study my master's in exercise physiology, but they didn't recognize my bachelor's degree. So I went through the ACE registration, which is one of the top personal training, you know, certifications that you can get.
Yes.
And earlier in my career, Mary, I predominantly worked with high performing athletes, you know, different goals. And that's where I was, you know, at that place in my life. And never, you know, disease was just never something I worried about. Fast forward to 2014, when my younger daughter was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. And you cannot even imagine how difficult that was just to even process, and then to actually navigate this journey as a single parent, and you know, just try and figure things out, and the pain of watching her go through what a cancer patient has to, because she has gone through everything. She's had 4 rounds of 3 to 6 months chemo. She's had 6. It was colon cancer was the primary. She's had 6 lung metastases, which has resulted in 6 lung surgeries. She had metastases to both her ovaries, which changes the whole dynamic of the cancer. It makes it a very rare aggressive cancer. And so she had both ovaries had to be removed, and she's had radiation. And at this point right now, we were given a 14 to 24 months prognosis. This is almost 8 years later. In fact, September will be 8 years. She's still with us, but she has inoperable tumors in her pelvic cavity, and they want to do chemo again, and she's figuring what she wants or doesn't want to do. And I have finally been able to let go and say, this is your life. You've done it this far, and
yes,
and I've stepped back, which has really been quite amazing. But through that journey, I went through a lot of pain. I had to keep my personal training business going. I had to still keep putting food on the table.
Yes.
And I really, that was the first pivot in my business. I was, I really want to be of service to people who have gone through cancer. Now, I could never understand, like once my daughter was finished with chemo, a month, 2 months. I mean, I have a whole gym at home. I have my studio at home. I would say to her, let me work with you. She said, I can't. I'm too tired. I'm exhausted. I'm like, how can you still be so tired? And then I thought, let me educate myself. And that was when I took the cancer exercise specialist certification.
Okay.
Very intense and very informative. So that took you through each different cancer, because each different cancer, each different treatment will create a different set of limitations on the client, and teach you how to help them through that. And just moving in itself mentally is very, it changes their lives to know that there is still possibility. So that was my first pivot. And also while I was going through that, I thought, oh my God, if I could help parents, like this was for me, I don't even know how I'm still standing, but and so I wrote an ebook and I created a course for parents of adult children diagnosed with cancer.
Okay.
Because it changes the way you can take care of your child. Once they're not a minor anymore, it's really, you have no say. And so, I try to express that in my book and my course, the best you can do, and what is available, what options, and how you can communicate with your child, and how you have to let go. You can't mother them like they're a 6-year-old anymore. They may have a spouse, they may have children. You are not the queen bee anymore. So, and that's hard. That's
very, very hard.
I mean, and even right now, like they wanted to go through another round of chemo, and she's like, done, Mom, I'm not doing it. I'm like, she's not, I mean, she only went on disability a year ago, and she's now looking for another part-time accounting job. She's an accountant. So, it's not an easy road, but there's a lot that can be done now. So as I find out there, and as I explained in my courses, there's different groups, support groups. I never made use of any of this. I was just struggling. I was just treading water. And so I wish I would have known what I know now in the beginning. I could just help parents in that way. And then in the course, I offer them a free consultation with their child, and hopefully could be of service to them as well. And then what happened, my healthy dad, who was my inspiration for being an athlete, he was fit. He ran up until the age of, he worked as an accountant until 86. Hired at 86. At 87, he got diagnosed with multiple myeloma. And I watched him go down pretty quick. And this was a fit man, but he kept up his fitness. He did not keep up his nutrition regimen. Type 2 diabetic, and he had hypertension. So I watched his decline and his loss of dignity as he became incontinent and needed assistance to even walk. And but he was okay. His mind was still good. And he was on oral chemo, and this was all in the time of COVID. So this was tough. And then about 8 weeks ago, Mary, he had a stroke. And this took him out of the game. So I look at my little dad lying in bed. Now he's bedridden. He can't see. And I thought, no, people should not have to suffer like this. It doesn't have to be. And that's when I added on another dimension to my personal training. I found this company called MedFit, who are just, they were like, God put them in my face.
Yes.
So what they are creating right now, and I think I'm one of 65 certified medical right now. They're creating a platform whereby they have physicians on board and they have exercise specialists on board. Now, if a patient has a chronic disease, let's say they're diabetic, they can have a telehealth conversation with one of their physicians. The physician can write them a prescription, and they can come to me with a prescription. What it does, Mary, it allows them to either claim from their medical savings account or their flex plan, or it can be a tax deduction. So this is the beginning of hopefully at some point getting medical insurance to pay, because this saves the country so much money. You know, because I just wanted to give you some stats. Like right now, there is I want to get the numbers right. So right now, aging. I've also done a longevity and fitness course through MedFit, and then I've done another course which is kind of like a GP, like so that I can a little bit on every chronic diseases. And then as I progress, I want to do each disease like full on. They offer the most incredible education. They all on the same platform, and they hold you to high esteem. You have to, you know, not everyone can do it. So it's something I think you really have to be passionate about, and I am, because aging is found to be the root cause of all disease processes. Right? So 75% of all aging is impacted by lifestyle. How do we get to educate people to change their lifestyle before chronic disease, before it gets bad? So the goal is not to treat disease, but to target the factors of aging, you know, and then apply the lifestyle interventions for healing and health optimization. That's the goal. So right now, the stats say like the health and wellness landscape is changing. By 2030, 1 out of every 5 people will be over the age of 65. Currently, 45% of all adults have one or more chronic disease. And by age 65, historically, the rate of disease doubles. So if we keep doing things the way we have been in modern healthcare, things are going to get a whole lot worse. So what is the solution? Longevity. Longevity is the solution for delivering, personalized care. And allowing the client to experience, a new states of healing, health, and thriving. So as far as I'm concerned, like this is a really, really exciting time in human history. We are living longer, but are we living better? And that's the problem. We're living longer, but with more disease. So if I were to tell you that there is a new path forward where we can live longer and better and enjoy a healthier, more vital life, it's possible. It's really possible, but it's trying to get that message to the public. But, the science is clear. We really don't have to settle for the story, that whole story of aging, as being an inevitable decline in your health. It doesn't. We can compress the morbidity window. We can slow down, and we can even reverse the biological aging process. It's being done. Just because we are born with a certain DNA, it doesn't have to. Exactly. You're going to get those diseases. We can work with it.
And Lana, this is so groundbreaking because we talk a lot about 80% of chronic disease can be addressed with lifestyle. So we talk a lot about the nutrition, but we don't hear as much about the fitness, the activity, and this is so pivotal.
So pivotal. And part of what the mission too is to change the paradigm of exercise. It doesn't mean you have to go to the gym for an hour every day. It doesn't mean, you know, you got to go high intensity for half an hour every day. Let's start with movement. Let's just start with movement. Do you walk your dog? Do you garden? Do you vacuum your house? Like, let's just start with people moving. Because, I mean, right now in the United States, okay, the adults have decreased their number of steps per day by an estimated 70% since the Industrial Revolution.
70%.
Yeah. Right. So, and then this is according to the CDC. Screen time is estimated to be 7.5 hours per day for children and adolescents, adding up to over 114 days a year. Time in front of the television has increased by 1% per year in the past 50 years to a current median time of about 4.5 hours per day. So, more screen time, what does that do? It's associated with a lower psychological well-being.
Absolutely.
Less curiosity, lower self-esteem, lower self-control, more distractibility, more difficulty making friends, less emotional stability, and, you know, inability to finish tasks. It just numbs you like a vegetable. So, you know, and also right now, the average adult spends only 1 to 5% of each day performing a moderate to vigorous activity. So, you know, this sedentary lifestyle is so, it impacts your well-being so much.
It does.
And again, it's just trying to help people understand they don't have to go to the nth degree to be the world's best fitness person. They just have to move. So, you know, less than 23% of US adults aged 18 to 65, less than 23% meet the recommendations for aerobic and muscle strengthening exercise, which is not huge. The recommended amount of time is minimal. Honestly.
See, and I think that's the key, because I know I hear all the time, it's like, you know what, you see what's on the media, you see the workout gurus, and you're like, they're climbing mountains, they're doing, you know, and I hear people that, you know, I could barely get out of bed in the morning. So of course I can't, but you see the mindset? Of course I can't do that.
Right.
But what I'm hearing you say, it doesn't matter what you can't do, but it does matter what you can do.
Exactly. And it's mindset. And that's, you know, and as an athlete, my entire life, like even when I've had injury, and I can't do what I love to do. What can I do with this injury? What is it that I can do that's not going to hurt me? And so I've discovered the pool. I've made the pool a big medium for me training my clients, because it's so safe and it's moving with resistance, especially, you know, the people with osteoporosis and joint disease. And, you know, the pool is an incredible medium for that. And just even walking across the pool, back and forth. And I do deep water running with flotation belts. So there's a way. There's so much that people can do if they could just change the way I see it, you know. And I've helped people with depression, people who couldn't get out of bed, almost get off their meds, you know. I mean, it takes a few years, but hated exercise, but now love it because they can feel what it does for them, you know. And the problem is people don't do anything until it affects their lives or someone close to them. You know, like chronic disease is slow in its progress and very long in its continuance.
Exactly.
As opposed to an acute disease, which is characterized by a swift onset and in a very short course. So, my goal is to really get the word out there that I can do this at any age. The earlier people start and understand it,
That's right.
the more compliant they will be, and they start to feel different. And that's, that's really the most important thing is that they feel the difference. So what I try and do, Mary, the way I try and approach clients in this arena, I try and use a client-centered coaching approach. So, I set a guide, partnering and facilitating their journey, revealing the opportunities and interventions while supporting, the client to apply and implement the findings into their life. And, the earlier, the better. So, with this client-centered approach, you kind of let them lead you. You let them through different questionnaires we have, and we take very intensive medical questionnaires and lifestyle questionnaires and psychological questionnaires. We do a very intensive onboarding process, and you learn from that the right questions to ask so that they feel in control of their own well-being. And just help them through that, and it's step by step, and it's slow, and the earlier we can start this, the better. Obesity, oh my goodness, obesity is so huge, right? And they don't want, it's not even that they don't want to. You think people enjoy feeling the way they do?
No,
but they don't even know where to start.
They don't know where to start. Completely overwhelmed.
I'm not going to go to a gym like this. I'm like, and the food thing is not about food, and that's where we can help with intervention. If I'm not qualified as a nutritionist per se, there are enough people in our arena that I can, I know enough to help, but I'm not enough. I'm enough to facilitate, but I'm not enough to actually create a program. I'm certified to do that. So, that's where we work with alliances and try.
Absolutely.
So that's
absolutely.
Even the industry don't know. Even the industry don't know about this, what we are doing right now.
No.
And the tragedy with personal training is you can become a personal trainer in a day, doing an 8-hour course and say, I'm a personal trainer. And, it's not, they're probably the younger people who don't know what to do with their lives, and they can injure people, they can hurt people.
Yes.
And that's why they've raised the bar so high. This organization, they identify that, they know that. So, they're, I am so grateful to be at the grassroots of this, because this is where my heart is, and I just want to get the word out.
You have so much to offer. Lana, I've been in health for 35 years, big advocate of natural health, and I've not heard of this.
No, it's new.
Not heard of this.
They've been around for a while, but not in this. This is literally brand new, like weeks old in terms of what they've done with the doctor. Well, not in the making. It's been in the making a long time, but now that we actually can do it, we actually can. I can get a diabetic client and say, have a consultation, a telehealth consultation with one of our MedFit doctors. If he deems fit, he will write you a prescription to work with me. If you have a flex plan or a health savings plan, you can use that. You can use it as a tax deduction. I mean, it makes it more affordable.
And they can get, it opens up all these doors and opportunities that otherwise it would be closed.
Right.
There would be no option.
Exactly.
To have this personalized attention. The other thing I heard you say earlier is that for different types of cancer, you have different strategies. This is mind-boggling. Oh my word.
Yeah, I mean, even within a type of cancer. So let's say breast cancer. So if a patient has a mastectomy or a double mastectomy, there are a myriad of different ways of doing it, either using skin from here or muscle from there, or this. And lymph nodes can be permeated or not. So if they are, you have to be really aware and really careful of not to create lymphedema, which is irreversible. And it's that is just awful for the patient. Yeah, and then
lymphedema is horrible for our audience. I mean, the lymphedema, it's the lymph gets backed up and it just swells.
Exactly.
And it's horrible.
It's a terrible thing. So if a cancer patient who's had lymph nodes invaded or cut out and they don't have them, and they just go to someone who's not educated, they don't know what to look for. And also, depending on the way that the surgery has happened, there are certain movements that you have to ease them into really slowly, because they hold, sometimes they will use an abdominal muscle and transplant it, and then like they're doing crunches, well, they're going to develop the chest. It's like, yeah, it's each cancer, and it depends how, and with each treatment. If someone has radiation, you also have to be very aware of lymphedema. So you got to do a really intensive, in-depth, when you're recruiting your plant, when you're bringing them on board, you have to do an in-depth study of what they've gone through. And, the doctors don't even tell you. I can tell you right now that no one mentioned lymphedema when my daughter and she had several lymph nodes removed. No one, one of the big things, which is in my book and my ebook and my course, being ignorant and not a drug using person, I didn't even know what an opiate was. Well, because my daughter was chronically on opiates for so many surgeries every year and pain, and she became addicted. And at some point she said, okay, I don't want to live like this anymore. Oh my goodness, Mary, trying to get her off those. She went into rehab. She came back. I've had to resuscitate her twice. And it's been such, but I was not educated. I didn't know what to look for. I didn't even know the opiate crisis in the US. Like I was floored by how this complicated everything. And now, thank God, she had a major surgery and a couple of months ago. So she's obviously back on opiates, but very controlled, and the palliative care team know. And so, it's a catch-22. Like it's hard to get her off completely, because we know down the line she's going to need them again. But I don't think she had to be addicted. I think she was overprescribed.
And that goes back to the prevention that you're talking about. And the only way is to get the word out that light bulbs need to go on for people, like people that are listening to us, wherever they're at, a light bulb going on. These are problems that potentially affect all of us.
All of us. And it's knowing the right questions to ask the doctors. I just put all my faith in the doctors. I feel like I could have prevented her addiction had I known.
Exactly. But you didn't know. And that's the whole point of this. And you have the depth of your experience and what you have been through. I mean, that alone we need to honor. Oh my word.
When as I sit here now, I honestly, Mary, I'm so grateful. I am so grateful my daughter's alive. I'm so grateful she has the tenacity and strength she does.
Yes.
And all I want to do is share that. All I want to do is share that.
Exactly. As do you. That strength, that resilience. Oh my word. When you have a child with crying, like you say, an adult, it's doubly hard to walk that walk.
Yeah.
They're not babies.
It is, because you really have to walk that walk on eggshells, which is hard in a normal situation.
Exactly. But you're doing it, and you're empowering other parents who may be in that situation. And Lana, the statistics of cancer are staggering. Okay, we talk about this and people don't, it's like, huh? 1 out of every 2 adults,
and younger
in this country alone. We're not even talking about the global. We're talking about the US.
Absolutely. I mean, even in San Diego, like when her first infusion, 2014, she was the only youngster in that huge infusion center. Come later years, oh no, there are a few. Yeah.
Wow. And I've heard that even the children, because we've got some cancer centers here, and we hear and we see the advertisements trying to raise funds. Babies.
Yep. My daughter in Toronto, her best friend's son of 3-year-old was just diagnosed with leukemia. How? It's like,
Exactly. So we need to peel away the layers. I mean, we could talk for hours about the etiology, but you know what? Healthy lifestyle. When we say clean living, exactly. It's everything you put in your mouth, all your personal care products. We've got all these toxins, pesticides, all of this, and they're impacting us. And we educate on that, but this is such a perfect illustration.
And I am trying to educate myself more and more on the environmental, because I was not very good with that. Like like I said, I never thought of disease in my family. It doesn't happen.
Exactly.
Until it did.
And your family, you were the fit family, the picture of health.
Absolutely.
And which is great that you have that foundation.
Right. So grateful.
But now it's time. And the light bulb for people listening is, wow, there's so much to be aware of. And what you're offering, Lana, is no matter where a person is at, even if they don't have any health challenges.
Especially if they don't have health challenges.
There you go. So let's walk us through it. If they don't have health challenges, say you've got somebody, say 62 years old, well, they're kind of tired. They're not what they used to be, but very sedentary. Where does somebody like that start?
So they would start with me, and doing all their background checks and all their medical and stuff. We would probably find that they're predisposed to something, being maybe diabetic or whatever it is. If there is a predisposition to a certain disease, I could probably see if they could qualify to get a medical prescription.
Okay.
If not, it would just mean they would have to pay for it themselves. But what is the price you pay for longevity?
So that's really the point. Is you pay on the front end or you pay on the back end.
And the back end's not pretty.
Pain and suffering is unfathomable. That's what I'm hearing you say. I know that's what we talk about all the time. And we realize people are on budgets. There's, but you got to make a choice and then let go of some other non-essential.
Exactly. Do you know that right now, chronic disease costs, I believe, the US $3.7 trillion a year. Now, if you extended that by 1 year, so let's say from 65 to 66, no one got chronic disease. You save them from that.
Right.
It would save 37 trillion in US. or it's even more. I think it was 370
You
trillion.
can't even fathom that amount of money.
It's the amount of money for one extra year for each person without chronic disease, each person over 65. It's insane. And so, I mean, so to walk someone through, they would just make an appointment with a personal trainer who is either qualified with older adults or chronic disease, because there is a difference in the way you work with the older age. And I've done that for most of my career. Actually, it's always been something that has been close to my heart. I've worked with someone who's a double amputee. I've worked with heart disease.
Right.
And that's why if I could just study all day, like I just want to immerse myself in the courses. I was like, I don't have enough hours in the day.
I know. There's so much.
There's so much information.
But you are, Lana, you're on the cutting edge, okay? The curve is shifting, and there you are. You're right on the cutting edge. So we really need our listeners to light bulb go on, understand this. And number two, we're going to give Lana's links and read and ask yourself, how does this apply to me? How does this apply to somebody in my family? I mean, you might have an aging parent. You might have a child with a chronic illness. It might be you.
Applies to everybody who is sedentary.
Exactly. Yeah. And you are so well trained. And but we need people to really understand it. When we talk about, Lana, it's like a 3-step process. We say it all the time. Okay, you need to learn. Okay, we're all like, you're here with all your education and training. You're learning. You're always learning.
All the time. The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know.
And I'm in the same boat. I've been in healthcare my entire adult life, with 2 advanced degrees. And I'm always learning, because there's so much new, important information.
Who else we have to? Yeah, who else we have to educate? The physicians.
That's right. I'm the first one to tell you, Lana, and I'm an MD. I've been a psychiatrist for 35 years. I have an MBA, an advanced training in lifestyle medicine. We learned none of this. Zero. None. And it alarms me deeply.
Yeah,
it really does.
Very alarming.
I've walked the 2 worlds, and it's like, oh my God, and I've gotten to the point where we need to educate. We need to educate, and we need to empower people. So learn. That's the key. And we'll give Lana's website and to reach out to her. So learn, but then you have to take action.
That's it.
Okay? We have
it's not hard.
Flipping the channel society. And it's like, this is your life. Don't pass up this opportunity.
So important.
Take action. Put one foot in front of the other. Like you said, Lana, maybe somebody they can walk for 10 minutes a day. Then that will become 15 minutes. And then it'll be an hour. But you got to start somewhere.
And then you introduce little things at a time,
Exactly. I've seen seniors with their little weights. And if you need to start with a pound weight, that's okay.
Yep. Osteoporosis. I mean, it's
exactly. So, but it's learn, take action. Okay, absolutely critical. And share, because the only way we're going to get the word out is to share with one another, with our family, our friends. And then, now, with the COVID lockdowns, everybody was,
very
inside.
sedentary.
very, very sedentary, and that wasn't good for our health scores. I mean,
it wasn't good, but on the other side of the coin, where I see the positive, is I've learned to train virtually. So I can train anyone, anywhere. I can take assessments anywhere. We've learned how to do assessments virtually. So it was something that I thought, oh my God, what am I going to do? My whole practice is going to fall apart. No, we shifted. We had to figure it out. So
well, that is amazing. And we need our listeners to understand that. And I'll be honest with you, I worked in a hospital through COVID. Okay. So I talk about this. Okay. I am all for scrubbing and cleaning and distancing and all that because it is real. If you have a chronic illness, that COVID is sneaky and it hits your vulnerabilities. And I really do want our listeners to hear that. We are not advocating to throw all that out. However, now look what Lana's saying. She is available online. This is amazing, Lana.
It's just how many people I can reach once the word is out, you know. And then with nutrition, like honestly, as you were talking about COVID, I was not super careful because I did have all the vaccines, but I did feel I am so healthy. My immune system is so strong. Leora, my daughter, got COVID. I was with her day. I've never got COVID. And I think it has to do with my inner strength, my mindset, my nutrition, and my fitness, and my whole immune system. And I'm grateful.
You know, I talk a lot about this, is that there was an article, I think it was 2020, but it said, COVID hit the world by storm because of 30 years of processed foods and toxins in our air and our water. So what's the message? What's the message? We need to learn and clean our lifestyle.
Yes. And it can be done. And like I said, I'm certainly not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I am really trying to learn now about environmental toxics and growing food. I'm reading this beautiful book called Braiding Wheatgrass. And it's an indigenous, she's a scientist, but she goes back to the ground, to the earth, to growing her food. And just connection with Mother Earth, you know, it's, and we've lost it.
We have
lost it.
We have lost. And people think the only option is going to the store and getting the bags of whatever it is, chips or boxed foods or this. There's so many ingredients that are not healthy. And I'll be honest with you, Lana, the other thing is we're learning about people that live in food deserts. Now they got tons of like convenience stores,
right,
but there's not no access to healthy food.
And if so, sometimes it's so expensive they can't afford it.
Exactly.
You know, how are they going to afford organic fruits and vegetables? It's criminal how the system is, because those who need it the most can't do it.
Exactly. And yeah, that's a topic that's really dear to my heart and my colleagues, and we're going to be rolling out some things just in that vein, that we've got to start with the people who have the least opportunity to get this.
Right.
And how are we going to reverse these health scores?
Exactly. And that's all, like, I would love to even find a community, and I would, in a group situation, and I would give my time to even just educate on movement, on exercise, if that were a possibility. Like it breaks my heart to see, I mean, a lot of the Hispanic community here, you know, even like the lady who cleans my house, she's been working for me for like over 20 years. And I've watched her children grow up, and they're all, you know, overweight. And I understand they can't eat the right foods because
you
know, so, and I want to cry because it's not
I'm right with you. Yeah. Our hearts are in the same place. And yet it's propelling you, it's propelling me and others. It's like we can't sit passively.
No.
We're at a critical threshold. I think that's what we need our listeners, our audience to hear, is that these chronic illnesses, they're skyrocketing.
Yeah.
Off the scale. You read the data, I read the data, and it's so alarming. But what it means is so much more pain and suffering for people, that when we roll it back a little bit, we're trying to prevent,
educate, prevent, and change the paradigm. How do you see exercise?
Exactly. Well, that's exactly right. Because again, I talk to lots of people, but there's a frustration with exercise because we see the people at the top doing all this incredible acrobats and mountain climbers and fitness. And they're like,
gyms.
What?
Yeah, that costs a fortune. Like, who can afford the gyms with these fancy equipment? It's like, you don't need that.
But we don't need it. That's what we need our audience to hear. You do not need it. In fact, it starts up here. Shift your mindset.
And make the decision.
Shut the TV, shut the media, and say, who am I and what can I do? Reach out to someone like Lana.
I was listening to a really interesting podcast, and I'm trying to remember this researcher's name. She was amazing. And it was about the all or nothing mindset, which is more successful in achieving their goals. And it was really interesting. It was not the all or nothing. That mindset sets you up for failure. And so if we can educate people that it's okay not to do it all. It's okay just to do what you can do. And if you can't do it today, because that's also okay. It's being flexible. It's learning to be flexible.
That's right. And you know what? It's that perfectionistic. And I think that's true in a lot of areas. I really do. And I know, and even in young people, it's like, oh, I'll never get that advanced degree. I'll never do this. And then, so what happens? They get paralyzed with fear.
Right.
Paralyzed.
Absolutely.
And this is the same thing. It's like, I'll never be that Olympic athlete. You don't have to. You are not created to be.
Right. And then there are people with heart disease. Oh no, I can't. I'm too afraid. And then that's where I can come in and go, I can help you safely. I can work with you safely. And we have a doctor monitoring us. We can do this together as a team.
It's so inspiring. Lana, you are so inspiring.
Thank you, Mary. You too.
Incredible.
I feel like I'm just me getting on with my life and feeling my heart. And I think, day by day, it shifts.
It's shifting. Absolutely.
And I'm just loving it.
You're putting it out there. You've done so much training. You're always learning, but you're putting it out there and planting seeds. And a percentage of even people listening today, they're going to hear.
Right. And tell someone, just think about for the better good of the next person, of their life, of their people, their children. It's like, I look at my mom and dad, and my poor mom, she's 84. She's amazing, also in great health. Like I said, her parents lived till 107 and 100. But see, their lives were active. Now, my grandfather owned a dairy when they came from Russia to South Africa. And he would, 4 a.m, with his truck with a big silver urns, he'd do the delivery, pour the milk, they were busy. And they were moving. And like I said, we didn't have television till 76 or 77. Right. And they didn't, they lived an Eastern European diet, which is not terrible. It's a lot fattier than I would like. And I didn't do anything special, but they lived till 107 and 100. My grandmother, I don't think she lost any teeth even. She
It's
wore
remarkable. It is
she wore reading
absolutely
glasses.
remarkable. Lana,
Unbelievable.
how about your book? We'll give the link to your book, but what's the name of it and where can people get it?
The ebook, I'll give you the link to all of that. I don't have the actual link to the platform that is on me right now, but I'll email it to you right away.
Yes.
And it's a parents of children for parents of children who are diagnosed.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a journey for parents of children who are diagnosed.
Okay. That's so important. And I would encourage all our listeners to read it.
Yeah, and there's a whole course on it where I give a presentation of basically what's in the ebook. So I'll give the link to both. And then again, I also offer the free exercise for the cancer patient in that course. So yeah, and I'll give that all to you. And my website is resilienceShiftHealth.com.
Okay.
ResilienceShiftHealth.
We'll have the link at the bottom of our podcast today. And we strongly encourage you. Lana is giving us gifts here. These are pearls of wisdom we can learn, and again, take action. Take action for ourselves and our loved ones, and share with others. That's the only way word gets around. Is, we're bombarded with media. Okay, it's a firestorm, but nothing, we live in the information age. Okay, so we have more health information than any time in history, but it's not getting to people because there's so much.
It's not getting to people. And also, Mary, how does the average Joe decipher between misinformation?
Thank you.
And real information?
Thank you. Exactly. Marketing versus depth. Okay, so we hear your background, we're learning. It's like, wow. Like we said earlier, when you talked about different exercises for different types of cancer, we don't hear about this.
Yeah, it blew me away. I learned so much, even having gone through 8 years with my daughter.
Right. And that is a lesson.
Yeah. And that's what intrigued me to learn, because I'm like, how are you still so fragile? Chemo's over. Well, no, it could last a very long time, if not forever. Side effects of chemo, you get neuropathy. It's depending on what drug they're using on you. I mean, there is so much to learn in there. And eventually with time, I'm like a generalist with all, knowing a little about each of them. And of course, if I got whatever client I get, I'll go a little more in depth, but I just want to know everything. Like I want to learn about each specific cancer in depth.
Exactly. Lana, it has been an absolute privilege and a joy to have you today.
Thank you, Mary. Me too. It's been a privilege to be able to get this word out.
Absolutely. So we're going to have the links below the broadcast, and we would encourage everybody who's listening to get the gifts, learn what Lana is sharing, and take action. Take action and then share it with your friends and family. This is it. We're right there. This is a paradigm shift.
There's actually another company I'm affiliated with called Helen Health. And they're also right at the beginning. Now, they're working a little differently. They are working with personal trainers and nutritionists, but they are it's predominantly cancers, that they want patients to get their DNA checked to see if they're predisposed to certain cancers, and then prevention.
Yeah.
So with nutritionists and they have physicians on their board, and personal trainers who are qualified. So that's another company I'm working with. I'm actually going to talk on their show tonight. And I said, I would send them a copy of this so they know they're an incredible group as well.
Wow.
So it's starting.
It
It's
is.
starting.
It's
They're
happening.
also
It's
right at the beginning.
happening. And this is the next step, getting the word out. Getting the word out. So Lana, again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
We're so grateful. We'll have the links below. And I'm sure we're going to have you back. There's so much to talk about. There's so much to talk about. So let's digest, and for our listeners, let's digest everything that Lana has shared with us today. And then when we have her back, we'll be prepared. And
all right, we'll have a little group session.
Exactly. All right, then, Lana.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mary. It was my absolute pleasure. I really thank you.
Same here. All right, then. All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I'm here today dropping pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you would need to live a victorious life. I'm so excited that you tuned in today, and I'm excited about this topic for today. It's wisdom and happiness in difficult times. Now, I know you're saying happiness in difficult times. Now, that's going to be hard, right? That's going to be hard. How can you be happy in difficult times? Well, that's what we're going to talk about. So let me share with you at this time. One of the things I want to share with you that I know, number one, that is difficult. It's very difficult, but it can be done. We can learn it from the precepts and examples in the Word of God. And we can learn to be happy no matter what we face, no matter what difficult situations we face in life. It does not matter, because you can overcome and bounce back and be happy. When we look in the book of Philippians in chapter 1, God's word teaches us about happiness.
and how we can be happy in those difficult times. And that's what we're going to share with you today in the book coming from Philippians. I know it's very difficult, as I said, because this world has just gone crazy. We've been through a lot, all the way from the pandemic that we faced, we've sheltered in, systemic racism, the senseless murder of Black males. And then all around the world, even now, people are facing difficult situations and the murder of young kids and family members in Ukraine. And then, we've lost jobs even during the COVID. Even now, some of us have lost jobs. We've lost our companies. We lost our home, lost our wealth. Some of us have even lost our loved ones in death and families during this time. And you may wonder, how in the world can anybody be happy no matter what when things happen in your life? Well, let's look at Philippians. Let's see Philippians. In Philippians, we'll see here where the Bible talks about how we can be positive because he wrote the whole book, Paul did, on happiness. He was happy, he learned how to be happy for the circumstances and situations that he went through in the Bible. So we can learn how to be happy with the skills and the tools that the Philippians book taught us. Paul was determined, I believe, when he wrote this book, because he went through so many things, and we're going to talk about it and share with you a few moments later. But he was positive despite of what he was going through. He wrote the book. He was in prison during that time, in the Roman army, in prison, in a dungeon, the word of God says. And did you know he was chained to a guard 24 hours a day? And Paul was determined no matter what, he was going to be happy. Now think about that. You've been chained with a guard for 24 hours. But God, I think God worked that out for the good. And we're going to talk about that too. And also in Philippians chapter 1:27, it reminds us and tells us, it says, no matter what we go through, no matter what happened, we need to keep a good conduct ourselves in a manner that is worthy of the good news of Jesus Christ. So we can do this if we just want to do it. But if you don't want to do it, guess what? You won't do it. But when we're going through those difficult times, the first thing most of us do is get mad and we feel sorry for ourselves. Have you been there? I know I have. Things going on in my life even now, and sometimes I get a little bit disappointed, but I always try to bounce back, from that feeling, that negative feeling that we all feel sometimes. So you can do the same thing. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. And then the second thing we do, then we start thinking about all the negative stuff that happened to us years ago, months ago, weeks ago. And then we have a nerve to start writing it down in our head, and having a long list of why we're going through or what we went through. And now we're going through some of the same thing, or we're going through something worse. And so we need to stop that. We need to stop that. I know how you feel. I've done that, and I got the t-shirt. Even just as early as last week, I was, disappointed about some things, and I was worried about the problems. I felt pressure of life. I felt the pain of defeat, because I felt like, oh God, this didn't happen again. What can I do? Feeling sorry for myself. And then I started thinking about those sandpaper people, the sandpaper people that rub you the wrong way, the one that you want to really just do something to, or one you want to just really bless out, but it wouldn't be real churchy, right? It wouldn't be a Christian-like thing to do. So you just sit there and you let them just rub you the wrong way, and you just want to say, Lord, if I could just open up my mouth and really say what I want to say right now, maybe I feel better. But those type of people can really, really rub you the wrong way. And then you have those joy killers, the kind that when you have something exciting that you want to tell somebody that God has called you to do, or some kind of project that you're getting ready to work on, and then you tell somebody that you think going to support you, and they just crush your dreams. First thing they tell you, you can't do that. What makes you think you can do that? I remember years ago when I was young in Christ, and I was praying to God for some things to do and with my life, and I wanted to open up a daycare center because I didn't like the daycares in that area that I was in, because they weren't quality centers. And so I began to pray, and God spoke to my heart to open up a daycare on my own. And so I quit my job. And I remember a lot of joy killers was telling me, how in the world, why in the world would you quit your job and go and try to open up a daycare. You don't have any experience. You didn't go to school for that. And, you know, it was just drug killers everywhere. You know, my cousins, you know, family members, you know, people on my job. They say, girl, you got a good job. You know, you're working for the city treasurer, you know, your secretary, you know, you got your own office, and people just couldn't figure it out. But I heard God's voice and I kept pressing forth. And the rest is history. I did open up that daycare, and we had the daycare for 25 years, and God is really, really blessed. And so you can do the same. Don't let those joy killers come and upset you and upset your peace. You know, just keep moving forward no matter what it looks like. And when we come up against those difficult situations in life, you know, you have two choices. You can either choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. Now, which one are you going to choose? You can be, let me say it again. You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be sad. The choice is yours. And you know what? It is not based on the circumstances. It's not based on what you're going through. It is based on your choice and your choice only. Yeah, I know sometimes we get up in the morning on the wrong side of the bed, but you got up because you wanted to be on the wrong side of the bed. All you need to do is get back on the right side of the bed and decide that this is going to be a great day. Look in the mirror and say it to yourself. This is going to be a great day no matter what I'm going through. The devil is a lie. You need to tell the devil, not today, devil. I'm up and I'm going to do whatever I got to do, no matter what it looks like, no matter how much pressure I'm facing on today, I'm going to do it. And then you need to just stop blaming other people for your unhappiness, regardless of the pain, regardless of the depression, regardless of the stress. You've got to stay focused and determined that you have a great day. And another thing we need to stop doing, we need to stop doing the when and the then thing. You know, the when and the then, the when and then. I'll be happy when I get a good job. I'll be happy when I get a new house. I'll be happy when I get a degree. I'll be happy when I get married. I'll be happy when I lose weight. I'll be happy when I have more money. I'll be happy when I retire. We constantly say that over and over again. But no, you can't wait on those things to happen. You got to be happy right now so those things can be activated in your life. But the truth is that if we don't make a choice to be happy, you're going to deliberately be sad and confused in your decision making by blaming other people for your unhappiness for the rest of your life. So you need to get off that roller coaster right now and decide, I'm going to be happy. Just like Paul. Paul went through so many things, but he stayed focused. He stayed focused, although he spent 4 years in jail. He spent 2 years in Caesarea on false charges. Can you imagine being in prison on false charges? And then after that, he was shipwrecked while he was selling to go to Rome for another trial with Nero, who was the Caesar at that time. And then after that, the shipwreck, he was stranded on an island. And on the island, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. Can you imagine that? Then finally, when he got to Rome, he was put in prison again for 2 years and thrown back into a dark dungeon again, chained to a guard for 24 hours a day. And you know, Paul had every reason to be unhappy. He had every reason to be resentful and depressed, but he kept going. He could have had those tears and fears that I tell all of you when I leave the broadcast. We ain't got time for no tears and fears. Paul didn't have no time for no tears and fears. All he did, he had time to give God praise, because what they didn't know, when he was chained with those guards for 24 hours a day, he was telling them about Jesus. And in the research, they said that Pharaoh's family came to the Lord because of what Paul did. So what they meant for evil, God turned around for the good. Although he was in that dungeon, he wrote almost 75% of the New Testament. See, the devil thought he had him, but he got away. Amen. So God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. And right now we're going to go to break. It's time for break. But when we return,
from breaks, we're going to share with you some wisdom tips. So stay tuned and come back. And please share this episode. Share it with a friend and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and click the notification buttons. And we'll be right back right after this message.
My Father, I know you. You keep me safe. You keep me warm. You teach me tenderness. In the morning, I feel your joy. I look up to you. I gaze unto you as the sun. In every small thing, I see you. And for every small thing, you teach me to give thanks.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, please share this episode with a friend today. Today's topic is wisdom and happiness in difficult times. So please, again, if you're just joining us, share this video and subscribe to my YouTube channel. I would certainly appreciate it. Okay, now in Matthew's chapter 5, I want to give you an example before we go through to the wisdom tips. There are 9 instances in the Bible that uses the word bless to mean happiness. So in Matthew's chapter 5, 3 and 11, I'm just going to read a few of the verses. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they should be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they should inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they should be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they should obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they should see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they should be called the children of God. And blessed are they which persecute for righteous sake, for theirs is the kingdom of God. And one more. Blessed are ye when men shall revive you and say all manner of evil against you and persecute you. For it says, and should say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. So what point is I'm trying to get to? The point is telling you this is to get you to understand that true happiness is not always achieved through emotionalism. True happiness comes through the wisdom of God and through the actions of blessed living. Before I let you go, let me share with you this week's tips. Tip number 1, remember the good times, no matter how devastating the circumstances are. The good, the bad, and the ugly. God will work it out for your good if you love him and are called according to his purpose. In Romans 8:28, let's read the scripture. It says, and we know that all things work together for the good of them that love God, to them that are called according to his purpose. All right, you got that? Tip 2, look from God's perspective. Look from God's perspective, not in your own perspective, because sometimes our perspective could be shaded because we're too close up. Know that God has a master plan, that he planned for your life to work everything out in your favor. Leave the details to God while you enjoy your journey. Number 3, bless the Lord at all times. In other words, keep a praise on your lip. Praise him when you get up. Praise him when you lay down. Praise him when you're driving your car. Praise him on your job. Praise him that you got food to eat. Keep on giving God praise. Keep it on your lip. David says, I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praise shall continually be on my mouth. That is in Psalms 34:1. Number 4, have an attitude of gratitude. What do you mean by that? Constantly praising God, blessing him, magnifying him, exalting him, searching for him in prayer and Holy Communion. Always letting him be in your life in conversations and decision making. Number 5, build up your most holy faith. Oh yeah, exercise those faith muscles. The more we believe God and the more faith we will have, there is nothing that you can't believe God for. Exercise your faith and trust in God. Number 6, stay away from negativity. Get away from negative talk. Get away from them negative people, them sand people, them drug killers. Get away from them. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. Let me say that again. Depart from evil. Do good. Seek peace and pursue it. In other words, go after it with all your might. Look at Psalms 34:14 in your study. And number 7, be determined. I can't say that enough. Because see, when we get depressed and we get distressed and distraught, we often get so down in our spirit that you don't even see no determination. But I want you to be resilient no matter what it is, no matter how hard it is. If we believe in God, it's another scripture says, count it all joy when you fall into diverse temptation, knowing this, that the trying of your faith worketh patience, and let your patience be her perfect work in you. And do not doubt, because you don't want to be a man tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine. Because if you do that and you don't have good faith and your faith is shaky, God said that he won't bless us and he will not answer that prayer if you're unstable in your mind. So be resilient. Have a great personal relationship with God. Cry to God in communication and prayer with your whole heart, and he will hear you and he will deliver you from all your troubles through every test, through every trial in your life. Keep believing in God. Don't believe the circumstances and the situation that may happen to you. You got to trust God. And yeah, it may be happening. And we're not going to be happy about the situation, but we're going to believe God because, he's sovereign. He knows exactly how we're going to come out. And I believe we're going to win every time when we have the hand of God resting upon us. Keep trusting God, and he will bring every thought and everything into your life that needs to be brought in a positive way. Even though you go through everything like disappointment and devastating situations, we've got to trust God no matter what. As a matter of fact, when we go through all those things, God is trying to tell us something. He's trying to mold us and break us in his own way, but he's trying to break up some stuff so he can create some greater things in your life. So when you have circumstances and situations and devastation events that's happening in your life, know God is in the background working something good in your favor. All right, and declare the word of God. Declare with all your heart. The word of God said, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord will deliver them out of all their troubles. Are you excited about the tips today? I know I am. I'm excited. I hope you enjoyed this broadcast. And it's time for us to go right now, which we've got to go. But I want you to remember that we are here every Thursday at the same time at 7:00. So don't forget to tune in next week, same time, same station, and be sure to click like, be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel and hit the notification buttons and tell somebody about wisdom tips so we can get other people involved in seeing this awesome program that God has given to us. And I'm so glad I'm here to share with these things with you today, and I hope you enjoy. So remember, we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Wisdom is the principal thing, and all that get an understanding. Love you guys. See you next week.
Host of the Kim Jacobs Show, where we're bringing balance to the world one household at a time. Listen, we go live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I bring guests on that talk about their backstories, things that they've had to overcome to become who they are today. Many of them are balancing and juggling life, and they've become experts in different fields. So they're sharing tips with you to make your life just a little bit easier. Many times as a guest in the studio audience, you'll get a chance to walk away with a missing piece of the puzzle that might be missing in your life. Let's go on this journey together, and I look forward to seeing you Monday through Friday at 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Kim Jacobs Show. Right, everybody, guess what? Today is the day that I have my son, Ivan Jacobs, on with me today. I am super duper excited. So listen, everybody, make sure that you go ahead and grab your virtual seats and share the broadcast. Share the broadcast with everyone you know to let them know that my son, Ivan Jacobs, is here with me today. We're going to be talking about his backstory, talking about some things that he's had to overcome, some life challenges that he's dealt with throughout his journey already at the age of 21. He's only 21 years old, but he's had some interesting things that he's had to overcome already. And we're going to be talking about his weight loss journey. And a lot of times you all know that I put pictures up and I show you these things, but I do want to make sure that today that you get to hear from him directly. And Ivan, I know you're backstage and you're working to get your camera on, so I will wait until I see your camera connected, and then I will pop you in. In the meantime, everyone, people often ask, how do you stay connected with the Kim Jacobs Show? So I want to make sure that you know ways that you can always send your show ideas in, that you can stay connected with us, and you can be able to be a part of our program. And the way to do that, let me just go ahead and share this with you right quick. You can stay connected with us this way. And don't forget, go ahead and share the broadcast. All right, everyone, and we are back. And let me bring in my handsome son, Ivan Jacobs. How are you? Let me put you in here. How are you, Ivan?
I'm doing great. Thank you for that, Mom.
You're welcome. Listen, thank you for just being a gift from God in my life. I'm so honored to have you today.
Likewise, Mom. I know you're a gift for me too, so I'm ready. I'm excited for this.
You're excited for it? You listen, guys. Y'all have no idea. Ivan does more of the behind the scenes type of thing, and he is very disciplined young man. But to get on a whole show and do this, he's like, he got to love the person or have some strong like, right?
You got to step out of your comfort zone though. So, this is me trying.
Well, good. I'm so happy about that, Ivan. So Ivan, I do want to give a formal introduction to you, just like I did with others. And I'm going to use what you actually shared, because I thought that was pretty profound that you wrote this up yourself here. And so Ivan Jacobs is a personal trainer who's lost 100 pounds through diet and exercise alone. And despite being diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at the age of 17 years old and having lower back surgery that immobilized him, he kept pushing forward. Now his goal is to help and inspire others. Ivan is a student at UNC Charlotte, and he's also one of 5 children, and he's just a warrior, to say the least. He is sponsored by Team Boomer Esiason Foundation, and he's also one of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation ambassadors. So welcome, Ivan Jacobs, to the Kim Jacobs Show.
Oh, it sounds like a lot when you hear from someone else, but it's crazy. I'm happy to be here.
Well, great. I'm glad to have you here. Now, I want you to look at me, because I know you're looking at 3 or 4 screens over there, but you're not looking. Okay, so right there is me. Okay. So you can glance over, but look there. And I'm still mom, y'all, so I have to be mom, right? So Ivan, I want you, if you will, to just tell everybody that's watching today about Ivan Jacobs. Tell us how you grew up, a little bit about your backstory, because this show is all about how people balance all different aspects of their lives. And you've had quite a bit to balance in this short period of time that you've been alive. So take us back on your journey.
Okay. So you already said I have, 4 siblings. So I'm the second oldest. So as a second oldest, you have to be a role model to the younger siblings. And this is before I knew I had cystic fibrosis. I was still trying to be that role model figure for him. Being diagnosed with it definitely made me feel like I had to step up a bit, but the role never really changed. It felt like, I'm still like that, that role of inspiration. I need to be inspirational for my siblings. I'm always really a family person. So I'm very close to my family. I'm here right now at the house, going to school virtually for the most part. So family first, in my opinion. I love working out. I love having my siblings work out with me. Jeremiah comes to the gym. I try to get him to come to the gym with me. He's been working, so it's a grind. But I'm trying to get him to he's trying to gain 30 pounds, which is crazy. So it's a fun dynamic I have. I'm happy that I get to help my family members the way they need me to. There's a lot going on every day, but I enjoy it. So it's
excellent. Yeah. And so when you were growing up, you really weren't focusing on any kind of illness or anything because you didn't even know, is what I'm understanding, right?
Yes, ma'am. I kind of was just going through the motions, like how they make you go through the school system and stuff like that. It wasn't a bad experience for me. I couldn't tell what was going on with me. I did have some instances where, I'll be cramping up, where I'll be dehydrated or not being able to breathe during a test or something like that. And I thought that was normal. I thought that,
you just thought it was anxiety. What did you think it was? Because you didn't know at that time that you had any kind of physical.
I had no clue. I really thought it was just like, I was like, well, I'm getting some, I'm getting a cough or something. I don't know what's going on, but like, especially during the exams and stuff like that, I could not breathe at all sometimes. And especially with cystic fibrosis, there's a lot of buildup of mucus in your chest. And, I don't know if you've ever taken an exam, but you can't be making noise like that.
Right.
So I would try to, silence myself, but you can't silence that when you need to spit it up. So it's kind of like, it's a problem.
So when back in the day, when you were dealing with this type of mucus buildup and everything, you felt it was more anxiety related because of test taking.
Yes.
And
I thought it was anxiety. I thought it was maybe the weather. I had no clue. I played football, so it was like maybe it's just because I overtrained, or I had no clue what the cause was.
Interesting. And so but you did have somebody in your family that was living with a disease that all of us kind of rallied around. And because I'm the mom, I already know this. I don't know how I can interview you without being mommy, but being the fact that you knew one of your siblings lived with the disease state. Talk about that and how we as a family kind of supported her on that journey.
Well, Jayla's a fighter. She was diagnosed really young with cystic fibrosis, and she also has asthma and some other complications. So she's in and out of the hospital. She was definitely in and out of the hospital when she was younger. It was kind of scary to see her go and come like that. I didn't know why or how to knowing there's no fix for the problem was kind of aggravating. I would do what I had to do to try to help, but I can't really. It feels annoying because I can't do in some circumstances I can't do anything. Same with with Gabriel and stuff. I can't do I can't do stuff in certain situations. So with Jayla, she's strong though. She's doing a lot better. I know the medications are helping her a lot, and that definitely explained. I don't know if I want to jump right into that, but I got sweat tested later down the line, and that explained what my problems were because I have the same disease.
Well, what made you? I would love to hear, and definitely everyone share this broadcast. Let people know that we're interviewing my son today, Ivan Jacobs, who's 21 years old. He's here. He is sponsored by Team Boomer Esiason Foundation, and he's also a young man that has lost about 100 pounds on his own weight loss journey, which is having him be here today to teach people how to go about transforming our bodies and our minds by being true to you. And so that's what we're kind of talking about here today. But hearing your backstory, Ivan, you didn't know that you had any kind of disease state. You just knew your sister had it, which is Jayla. And so what happened that made you decide that a sweat test was even necessary? Because cystic fibrosis is something that people are diagnosed with at birth, and it's predominantly a male Caucasian type of disease. But only about 17,000 people in the United States, if I'm not mistaken, or the world, maybe, I don't even know the exact number worldwide, but I know it's around 17,000 African Americans that live with this disease, and we have 3 of them in our household.
Yeah.
So what made you get tested for cystic fibrosis?
Okay, well, it was a string of, I guess, problematic situations for me. Playing the football Friday night type stuff. I was starting at the time, so I was having a lot of instances where I couldn't make it to the 3rd or 4th quarter of a football game. I think that halftime is when I would start feeling the problems the most. Is I would sweat so much under the pads, and with cystic fibrosis, when you sweat, well, for me personally, when you sweat, the salt doesn't go back into my body, so it's just it's a problem because it leads to dehydration and a bunch of other problems. So the one game in specific, though, it was so bad that I had to get escorted off the field or out of the locker room from like my teammates and stuff like that, and my coach. It's kind of embarrassing, but they escorted me from the locker room to the back of your car and to the back.
They were all shoving you in there. You were cramped up and stuff, and they were getting you in there.
Moved around and stuff like that. But yeah, they crammed me in there. I actually had a nickname at the time. King Cramps is what they called me.
I was like, why do they keep calling you King Cramps?
I cramp a lot. So so yeah, it was bad. But that was like the most it was a scary time for me, It's good to look back and joke on it and stuff like that, but it was definitely a scary situation to be in when you can't move any muscle in your body without it cramping up. I'll be breathing right, and then I'd be cramping all of my lungs and stuff like that. I move my neck, I cramp my neck. It was scary. I couldn't move my fingers, so I was cramping everywhere, and that's what made me get tested, and that's how I found out I had cystic fibrosis.
And at that time, you were about this size because you were playing offensive.
Yeah. I was playing both, so I was heavier for sure.
How big would you say you were here in this?
Right here is when this was actually. Funny thing is, I was actually heavier than that.
I remember.
but this is when I was like 2 or 3 months in, and I was I started a challenge. Shout out to David Goggins. I was shout out to David Goggins, or Andy Priscilla too. But that's when I started a bunch of mental and physical challenges, where I started 75 hard, and I started taking photos of my body and documenting what I was doing. And that's when I really wanted to work on myself.
Wow. Okay. Wow. So I mean, you've said a lot already, and we haven't even taken our first commercial break. So I'm impressed to be able to hear more of what you're going to be sharing. And I'm kind of learning something from you myself, even though I'm your mom and I'm learning a lot about you even today on today's episode. So listen, everybody, today's episode, I want you to know it's sponsored by Hunter Everett Law Firm. Hunter Everett Law Firm is located in multiple states. So make sure that you all reach out to them if you're dealing with disability or injury or wrongful death of a loved one, 704-377-9157, and let them know that the Kim Jacobs Show sent you their way. And you'll be able to identify which location is closest to you. We're going to see their commercial, and we'll be right back, Ivan, to learn more about your journey with cystic fibrosis, which led you to this weight loss journey.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
I'm attorney Charles Everett. I started out representing insurance companies until my father was seriously injured at work. 4 of his fingers were amputated. Our family went through a lot, so I know what you're going through as an injured worker. If you've been hurt on the job, call me now. I'll fight to get the workers' comp benefits you may deserve. I'll fight for you like family. Put my experience to work for you. Call 704-457-5000, the first call for injured workers.
Everyone, we're back and we're talking with my son, Ivan Jacobs, today about his weight loss journey, making a personal decision to lose 100 pounds. And he did no diet or exercise. I mean, only diet and exercise, no surgery. But guess what? We doesn't matter if a person had surgery or did it in this way. We support everyone on their weight loss journey, just so you know. All right. So, Ivan, I know that we're kind of fast forwarding to the weight loss piece, but I do want to, let's talk about the weight loss. Talk to us about what made you decide that you're going to lose 100 pounds. And let me say this too. This is something that has to happen when you were talking about getting to the emergency room and stuff like that.
I'm not going to lie.
Talk to us about this.
Oh, this, with the IV fluids and stuff like that. I told you about when I was cramping, I couldn't move any muscle in my body. This felt like heaven. I would go to sleep so depleted, right? And then I'd wake up and they'll put like three to 4 IV fluid bags in my body. I wake up and I feel like a brand new person. And it was amazing for me. It's like, I don't know, I wouldn't recommend it. just hydrate and make sure you're having the right electrolytes and stuff like that, because you don't need it like I do. But it's a wonderful experience for me.
Well, so when you go to the hospital, like they rushed you, which I drove, so I remember rushing you to the hospital. You get there in the hospital, you're extremely depleted, and you're depleted of what?
I'm depleted of most electrolytes. It's like the sodium, all that kind of all the electrolytes really.
Okay.
And it's a lot of water, a lot of water too.
And salt depletion too.
It's mostly sodium and water.
Okay. So then when they give you the IV fluids, you are back to like, voila.
It's literally like a sponge. That's exactly what it is.
It's amazing to witness how they give you the IV fluids and you're back in business. But now because your sister had cystic fibrosis and we live with dealing with Jayla who has it, and so we know how it impacts her. But then also Jeremiah has cystic fibrosis. So the two of them are also CF ambassadors, and they speak and talk with Congress about ways to help children and adults that live with cystic fibrosis. So when you found out that you had it, what did it do for you?
At first, when I was 17 and I was diagnosed, it kind of changed my perspective on a lot. Basically, it's funny because I did a presentation on Jayla in my science class on cystic fibrosis and stuff like that, and how hard it was for her. But I never really turned that in on myself and realized how much I was struggling when it came to school, when it came to exercise and stuff like that. But it explained a lot. It's weird because being the oldest person in my family diagnosed with the disease, it made me feel like I now had an extra burden on me, which kind of overloaded me at the time. And it's weird. I didn't know I needed the treatments and stuff like that. I know it sounds bad because it's weird because I know I need it because I was struggling to breathe and stuff like that. But that's just that was my norm, So right. I didn't know that it could be changed, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That's why at the first time I was diagnosed, I was like, they hooked me up to this big shaky machine, And then I don't know. I should have sent that video. I'm so sorry, but I was strapped up and just shaking all up and stuff like that. I was like, bro, I do not want to do this. Honestly, I don't want to do this. And then that wasn't even all of it. They put me on this respiratory thing that I have to sit there and do for 2 hours. And I was like, okay, 2 hours, I guess, isn't too bad. And they said twice a day. I was like,
So you have to be able to have this shaky vest and be able to, this is an example of what I know I do have of you having to deal with cystic fibrosis. So you officially have to, I'm gonna take this image down, but you officially have that shaky vest, the nebulizer, and then what does it do? It shakes your lungs up.
Shakes your lungs up, breaks up the mucus in the, in your lungs, in the tubes in your lungs.
So you made a decision that you wanted to start on a weight loss journey, and you just tell us what was that, like, that moment that said, this is it, I'm gonna just do it. And who does that? Just says, I'm gonna just do it and start losing 100 pounds. So talk to us.
My moment that I realized that I needed to lose the weight, it was actually kind of random. We had family coming down to play, just come. They wanted to go to a park, and usually I'm like, honestly, I was about to say no. I was like, I have my setup here in my room. I was like, I'm just gonna stay inside. But then they said, we'll just throw the football around for a little bit. They might not be in town for a while, so I was like, I'll go and throw the football and have some fun for a little bit.
Okay.
And it's weird because when I went out there and started throwing the ball around and trying to move, I couldn't move. I couldn't move like how I wanted to. I realized I was after my back surgery, so I struggled to walk. I couldn't go for a catch. I couldn't catch up with my siblings or my younger cousins that were there. It was honestly embarrassing for me, and it made me feel.
I didn't know this.
It made me feel like a weak person. So I didn't like that situation that I was in.
Wow. So it was that day that you decided you were going to start changing.
It was that day, yeah.
Wow.
It was that specific. So the funny thing is, if I hadn't went there, I probably wouldn't be the person I am now. So that's why I appreciate that invitation from my uncle that is, invited me to
Uncle Courtney.
Yeah.
So Courtney, you are inspiration to Ivan. And thank you so much for inviting every time you come in town, because Courtney has Courtney Wellness Companion. So anytime Courtney comes in town, everything is like outdoor activities, and he invites everybody to come out and do some fun family activities at the park or walking or trails. So that's pretty amazing. That's awesome.
I can't thank him enough, actually, because now I'm in a situation where I can help and inspire other people. So it means a lot to me.
Okay. So we have a lot of questions coming in. Let me also put here in the comment section the link. If anybody wants to pop on and ask Ivan a question directly, then you can definitely do that. Tamika says, hey, has the weight loss made the symptoms less severe with you with cystic fibrosis?
Definitely. Weight loss has helped me a lot when it comes to, breathing easier. Being 300 pounds, it's just, of course, and especially when you're sedentary and you're not moving as much, you're not going to be able to produce enough. I don't know how to explain this properly, but if you're overweight and you're not moving as much, you're not going to be able to, breathe in as much air as someone who, regularly does cardio and works out more often. So it has definitely helped me a lot.
That's interesting, because you're speaking from personal experience, which I love that. So you know what it's like being 300 pounds and what it's like being the weight that you are now and what the difference was. So Tamika, great question. And let's pop some more questions up, Mackenzie, from backstage. Y'all share the broadcast too as well. Tamika also asked, do you self-administer or have a home IV care for your condition, or is it scheduled treatments at a doctor hospital?
Usually it's at the doctor or hospital. I don't think I'm advanced enough to know exactly how much to put inside my own body,
Good question. These are great questions.
I have been to recently, actually, with my mom. I have been to an IV clinic, and they're more advanced than I am, and they've helped me with that, and that helped a lot. They've actually put the electrolytes and all the fluid in my body. That's where the picture came from, actually. But never at home. Usually at some clinic or hospital.
Yeah. And also, Tamika, because I have 3 children that do have cystic fibrosis, I will tell you that in instances where my daughter was in the hospital for 10 days and she was going to miss a month of school, they will assign us like a home health nurse. And that person will come and train me on how to administer some of the fluids and IVs and things that's needed. So even if Ivan didn't know how to do it, I'm trained to do it through the home health care nurses that come out and do a formal training for us. All right. So other questions. Let's see. Vanita came in and said, hey, wow, this is so interesting.
Thank you.
I don't know what WFH means, so you have to break that down for me. At any point, Kay Booker says, at any point did your mental health decline?
That's a good question. Definitely. I had some instances, my mom knows about it, of course. I had some problems with anxiety. With cystic fibrosis, you know how I told you with my lungs, there's a bit of a mucus. So there would be some nights where I would think that I wouldn't be able to breathe, which would lead to me thinking that I struggle, it was just like I felt like I was overwhelmed in a lot of situations, because I felt like it did maybe get worse a little bit from when I was in high school. That's why with the life expectancy being 44, that also gets to you as well. It basically says I'm already half of my halfway there. So of course I'm not, I don't think that's for me, but a lot of things can get to you. A lot of things can get to you with having diseases in general.
Okay.
I've been working on it, of course. Meditating, realizing that I'm in this moment, and of course I'm in control.
Okay.
Doing my treatments and everything I need to do. But yeah, definitely I've had some problems. I'm still working on some of the problems with cystic fibrosis when it comes to mental health.
Okay. So I see some more questions coming in. So what we're going to do, and Felicia, we're going to take your question. Let me go ahead and take your question now. Ivan, would you say that you were initially in denial because you weren't experiencing the same issues as your sister?
That's exactly
You're on Felicia. This is on Felicia.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I was like, how do I have the disease that Jayla has when she was in the hospital, when she was diagnosed, when she like in and out of the hospital over and over again? It made no sense to me. So I was like, I don't think I need to do the treatments. I don't think I need to do.
Yes.
I don't think I need to do any of this stuff. I feel like it was a lie. I said I want to get retested. Actually.
And you did. And
I did. And I did. And it was positive again. So yeah, I have it. But
well, what we're going to do is Mackenzie, I know I said one thing first. We're going to take a commercial break. And right after this commercial break, we have someone that wants to pop in and just say something to you for a brief moment. Okay. They're backstage and we'll let them pop in right after this commercial break. Everybody stay tuned.
Nothing says I love you more than final expense insurance whole life protection. With funeral advocacy nationwide, saving you and your family 30 to 80% off funerals and cremations. Nothing says I love you more than Get Insured Solutions, LLC. GetInsured.Solutions, 704-499-3616.
This person in. I want to just go back. You said earlier in the broadcast that family is so important to you. And so those are some of the pictures that mean what to you?
It means everything. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just whenever I see pictures like this and stuff like that, it makes me feel at home, because it's home to me. It's not where we live; it's the people you're around. So it means the world.
Wow!
Each and every one of you guys.
That's awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, come up on the stage for a moment. Who's backstage? If you could pop them in, Mackenzie, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Hey.
This is a family meeting. This feels like a family meeting, actually.
Yes, sir. Yes,
It's
sir.
a family meeting. Well, Frank, welcome to the Kim Jacobs Show. So glad that you came on to talk to our son. And so what would you like to say to him today?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, you're a major inspiration, Ivan.
your transformation that you went through to get to where you are now has just been remarkable to watch. Your brother and all these crazy challenges y'all were doing that I thought were insane. You guys get it, and just the ability to take something and take it to the next level is unreal. I remember I told Jeremiah, he asked me for a boat, and I said, Jeremiah, I'm not even sure that you can swim. And 3 months later, he's a lifeguard.
Right.
I mean, but those things come from things like what you are doing, Ivan, and him watching you. And not only that, I have, after watching your transformation, I have been myself embarking on eating better and, higher protein, lower carbs, lower fat, and lower carbs and sugars. And just 3 months ago to now, I've dropped almost 40 pounds. And so it's just been that same illumination, the revelation that you gave that we could do this. Now I don't have like 2 pair of pants that fit.
Exactly.
And there's some pants I gave you at one point.
That's true.
Absolutely.
So I just want to say congratulations to you, man. I love you. You're a great, great, great son and great inspiration, and you're a leader. And you lead by example. And I respect that. It's not, you don't say a whole lot, but I know this whole interview is making you uncomfortable. I know your armpits are sweating. I know you.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm trying.
But you lead by example. And I think that's a very important thing. And that's what leadership is about. Doing it, and even doing the hard things when people aren't watching. So great job, man. I love you. You know that. And I respect you greatly. I just wanted to get on and make sure I said that. I'm sitting in the Starbucks here in Rock Hill. But I wanted to say that to you, man. All right?
So thank you
my
for
man.
that. I appreciate that, for real.
My man.
And good job
My
with your
man.
weight loss so far.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your weight loss, Frank. And thank you
you.
so much for coming on and
sure.
sharing these kind words with our son. Okay. Anything
Absolutely.
else you want to say?
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right.
And we
Bye-bye.
appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
All
Sure.
right. I thought that would be a pleasant surprise for you to
Right.
have your dad pop on, because I know how important it is for him to be a part of everything that you're doing as well. Okay, so listen, Ivan, what tips do you have for people that are looking to start their weight loss journey? What
Okay.
advice, tips, anything that you want to share with people?
Well, I wrote some stuff down as well. Okay, so I'm gonna start.
Well, before you even start that, can you tell us how people can stay connected with you? I know you've given this information. Do you want to give a website or anything else?
This is perfect right here, actually. If you want to reach out to me about a consultation or just someone to talk to, my email is ivanjacobsfit@gmail.com, or my phone number is 704-960-2255.
Awesome. And I know that we have a lot happening today, but I do want people to know what they can expect when they reach out to you, because Ivan, everybody, if you're tuning in or just tuning in, he lost 100 pounds. He was originally at this weight and then transformed diet and exercise into this weight. And so he's lost about 100 pounds, and he's now committed to helping others on your own weight loss journey. And so he's taking new clients. I'm one of his clients. So you all will see me personally transform under my son's leadership. And so what are people going to get when they start working with you on these sessions?
Okay. So basically, I'm gonna do a mix of course, one-on-one training. So I'm gonna help you guys individually, as well as having group activities and stuff like that, where we do a workout of the week or something like that, where we all get together and work out. Or also I do want to do it's gonna be mostly information based. So I want to teach you guys what it's like to change, because it's not going to be a quick thing. I want this to be a lifestyle change. So you're going to change your eating habits. You're going to change how you think about food. It's not going to be a quick diet where you drop the weight and then you gain it right back. It's not. I don't see the purpose of that. So I'm gonna help you guys to get to know what you're doing when it comes to what you eat and how it affects your body.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm excited to help you.
You're going to be helping people. Excellent. Well, I'm excited about it, and I already started. So I just started today, y'all. So don't judge me. I don't want to hear nobody judging me. I just started today. And so y'all are going to get to see me transform. And Ivan's already showed me some tips and things that I implemented immediately. And he also got my weight, my official weight.
Yeah. Trust me,
trust
me, I'm not judging. I don't judge anybody about that kind of stuff. I know what it's like being there.
And look who back here laughing. I'm going to pull this person in because they go ahead and pull that other person in, Mackenzie, back there laughing at me. I see you laughing. Let me see if we can get the other person pulled in. That's a surprise backstage for you.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Man, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing good.
Doing great.
That's good. That's good. I'm super excited about you, Ivan, what you're doing and your transformation and how many people you're going to impact. It's a wonderful story, and your uncle is very proud of you, very happy for you.
Thank you. You're the one who caused it. You're the one who started it. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you.
Not a problem, man. Not a problem. I love what you said about the lifestyle. About 20 years ago, I lost about 100 pounds, and I've kept 80 of them off. 20 years later. So it's a wonderful story. It's a wonderful journey, and it is a lifestyle. And what you've been able to accomplish and how many people you're going to help with your story is just amazing. It's so inspiring. So just keep doing what you're doing. There's so many people that need help.
That's right.
So just lead with your heart, man. Lead with your heart, and everything else is going to fall into place for you.
That's great. That's great information. Thank you.
Great advice, Courtney. He actually said that one of the reasons, the main reason that he started this weight loss journey was why. Tell him, Ivan.
Oh, I said it's because you invited us to the park, and if I wouldn't, I was actually not about to go. That's the funny part. And
you shook him up.
Yeah, I'm glad I did, because that showed me I wasn't where I needed to be, and I needed something to change. So
I had your little cousin at the park yesterday, little Issa. She's only 5. And she wanted to go to the pumpkin patch, and we went to the pumpkin patch, and then we went and played tennis, and I'm teaching her right now, and it's helping her out a lot to be focused. And it's just so much when it comes to your health and just being active. So yeah, the sky's the limit, man. You are going to help a lot of people. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see it.
And Courtney has a program, Courtney Wellness Companion with 2 E's, Courtney Wellness Companion. So you all make sure you all follow him on all of his social media outlets as well. COURTNEE Wellness. I'm typing it, Companion. So make sure you all check him out.
I see my big bro there too. What's going on?
How you? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. You look good, man.
I am working on it. Working on Ivan's
Frank said he lost 40 pounds. So
that's crazy. I'm just looking at your video right now. I'm like, man, it looks like me without a beard.
Yeah, y'all do resemble quite a bit. All right. Okay, so y'all can call each other. I'm gonna keep on with the interview.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you so much, Courtney, for popping on as his uncle, and thank you, Frank, for popping on as a dad. You obviously are tremendous men in his life that he admire and respect. So thank you both.
Love you guys.
Any other comments?
No, just keep loving people. Just lead with the heart, man.
Yes, sir.
Everything else will fall into place.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right.
Peace out.
God bless you guys. God bless. All right. So we're talking with Ivan Jacobs, and Ivan is my son, who is here talking about his weight loss journey. Just wanted to surprise you with a few little pop-ups here or there.
I appreciate it.
How did that make you feel?
I feel great. It's always good having. So honestly, Uncle Courtney's a great role model for me. He's a great man, and someone I aspire to be like. So.
Oh, okay. His village is so strong. He will do great things, Tamika said. Yes, he really is going to continue to do great things. Life back in the day, Dennis Spraggin says. He said, I love this, lead by heart. Mackenzie, you can pop those up. And Sir Ivan Jacobs want to live past 100? You want to live past 100?
Why not? I'm thinking the sky's the limit, honestly. As long as I live past 44, I don't want to live like the life expectancy. I don't believe in that. I'm like limiting myself to, what something on Google says.
That's, what, I'm glad you said that, because what Ivan is referring to is when we research people that have cystic fibrosis, there is like a life expectancy that's shared on that research. And so he wants to definitely defy those odds and not let life be limited based on just what he's hearing or reading about because of a disease state. So that's what he's referencing there.
There's all kind of limits that come with cystic fibrosis. It comes infertility, all kind of things. Which honestly, I'm gonna leave that kind of stuff up to God, not to what.
Yes.
To what most what the statistic is.
I love it. I love it. You're gonna leave that to God, not based on a statistic. And I'm honored to hear you say that. So, what advice do you give people that are looking to just jumpstart their weight loss journey? They may not know where to begin.
Okay.
What can you share with them today?
Well, if I'm talking about quick tips and stuff like that, I would say, of course, weight loss is about being in a calorie deficit. So you want to be using more energy than you're eating or you're consuming.
Weight loss is about being in a calorie deficit. Okay, that's an important tip.
I'll focus on eating more protein because building muscle is what the goal is. You want to have as much muscle in your body as possible, because then the more muscle you have, I say it's simplified. The more muscle you have, the more food you can eat. People want to eat all that food, but the thing is, they're not using the energy that they're consuming.
That's interesting. So do you recommend focusing on the weight loss first and then building the muscle?
No, you can do both. So most people are untrained. Like when I'm talking about being trained, I'm talking about having a specific structured program you're following when it comes to working out and stuff like that. So you can definitely build muscle while you lose weight. And especially most beginners can do that. So I would suggest basically being in a slight calorie deficit and then eating more protein and working out. And making sure this is a whole other thing, but make sure you're progressively overloading.
Progressively overloading? I don't know what that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. Make sure you're making the workouts a little bit more difficult week to week, month. Yeah.
Okay. So progressively overloading your workouts?
Yes.
Okay. But this is all stuff you will teach people?
Yes. I'm gonna help people one-on-one with this kind of stuff.
Okay. And so how can people actually get a consultation with you?
Just reach out to me on Ivan at ivanjacobsfit@gmail.com, and then we'll get it situated and we'll find a time that works for both of us. And it's probably gonna be like a Zoom call, most likely. I do have Discord, so I could probably send the Discord link to them, and we'll just do it from there.
Well, I know I started today, and also my mom started today, and we have several other people that have joined in that also started today. So how many clients are you going to even be able to take? Because it's some people that already started with.
I'm taking 10 people. I'm taking 10 clients.
Y'all better jump in, get in, like let Dr. Lotus say where you fit in. So you definitely want to go ahead and get your consultation book if you want to be one of his first 10 clients. And he's doing this. He's proven that he can do this and do it well. Ivan Jacob.
I can do it. I'm gonna help you guys one-on-one, and then also I'm gonna have. I told you guys the one-on-one on the group. I do want to have a group session where we can. I'm gonna work it out with all you guys, but have a group session where we do talk about a different topic of the week, and we're gonna go in depth with it so that you guys all understand what this is about week to week. I want you guys to note take and stuff like that, so we can all become healthier people and understand this stuff better.
That's good. Okay, I'm looking very much forward to it. And so, wow. Okay, so now you were in the middle of giving tips. One of the tips was the calorie deficit is required, and that's probably speaks to why I went through like an 8-week boot camp.
Yeah,
I was out on the ground 5-something in the morning, crawling, scarring my hands, doing all manner of stuff, only to lose 1 pound.
Yeah,
I was
see,
like,
you can't out train a bad diet. A lot of people say that, and that's technically true. There are a few cases where a lot of people burn a lot of calories and they can eat a lot more food like that. But most people, they can't physically keep up. They can't keep that high level of intensity of training to where they eat so much or anything they want. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Boot camps and stuff like that. If you don't change what you're eating, you're not going to see the results that you want to see.
Interesting. That's really important to know. So you have to do something with your diet in order to see the results.
I would say diet is honestly one of the most important things when it comes to getting to where you want to go, when it comes to your body and your physique and your goal body weight.
That's a great quote that I don't know where you got that. Is that from you or wherever? But the point is, you're right.
I don't know who said it, but
you can't outtrain a bad diet. Mr. Ivan Jacobs. I love it. I love it. Yes. Awesome information, Athena said. Let's pop some of these comments up, Mackenzie, before we take our next commercial break. Let's see. His village is strong. Diet is 80%. Now, you all know Tracy Randolph is our reset coach here on the Kim Jacobs Show. And she says diet is 80% of all of this. So make sure that you all comply with what our expert, Tracy Randolph, the reset coach, says as well. Thank you, Tracy, for being here to support my son today. All right. Who else? I see my mom. My mom said, hey, I love you. I started this morning too. And I promise I am not going to be a hard-headed client. Be gentle with me now. I'm your grandma and I enjoy doing my workout, but I am proud of you.
Thank you, Grandma. I appreciate that.
That is awesome.
I'm glad to be helping you both.
I'm glad to be one. I promise I'm really glad to be one of your clients. Super, super glad about that. And speaking of grandmas, let me put these pictures up here too, because you have two amazing grandmoms. And what advice would you even give to people that have this much family support and love?
I would say use it. Family or just a support system in general can go a long way. At first I thought I was doing this alone, but then I realized I had Jeremiah right beside me, and he was there the whole weight loss. He was in the gym with me. He wasn't losing weight, he was gaining weight, but
so you can teach. That's a good point, because Jeremiah is very lean already. And so you can teach people. Jeremiah is this. He's like,
he wants to be where I'm right now. I'm 190 pounds. He said he wants to gain. He wants to be 190. He's at 165. So I can help him gain weight too. If it depends on what your goal is,
So you're helping him bulk up.
Yeah, he wants to put 30 pounds on. So we could do that in a smart way, of course, but I can help him with that.
And then with Frankie, which Frankie's probably lost about 30 pounds from this picture already.
Yes. He's doing a great job. He's been meal prepping and stuff like that. So he's dedicated too.
That's Ivan's oldest brother. Just so
Welcome
you all know,
to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30-plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The Media Network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah.